Hey y'all. Welcome back to another video. This story is called The First Namikaze. Summary: as they are losing the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto is running out of options and is forced to use a Kinjutsu that will catapult him back in time. However, in order for one to change the future, one must be willing to sacrifice something in order to achieve it. Time travel. Naruto x Tōka x Mito. Naruto is present at the building of Konoha and the Namikaze become one of the three great clans along with the Senju and Uchiha. Quickly before the video though, I would like to apologize for not posting any videos in a while. I have been having issues in my personal life, along with the fact that YouTube seems to love getting on my ass about my type of content. YouTube is making it continuously annoying and impossible to make these types of videos. Throughout all of this though, I would like to thank my Patreons for your continuous support. I have tried posting full stories for you guys over there as often as I could. I have already posted this story in full as well as 7 others for you guys over there. No matter what goes on with my YouTube, you guys can rest assured I will continue posting these stories for you guys over there since Patreon has no issues with my type of content. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1. Land of Lightning, October 9th. I really hope this works. Naruto Uzumaki took a deep breath, and exhaled. The battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki had just gone from bad to worse. Sasuke, his best friend, and brother in all but blood, was gone. He knew this to be the case thanks to them sharing the two halves of the sage's chakra. Unfortunately, this also meant the rescue mission to locate and retrieve him was also unsuccessful. It also meant that Sakura and Obito were now lost as well, and the Uchiha was already weakened to begin with. The light-colored, sun-like mark on his right palm was all but useless to him now. Oh, it would still allow him to fight against Kaguya, but never defeat her. It would now serve as a taunting reminder of how close victory once was, and if he couldn't attain victory, then that meant everyone trapped within the infinite Tsukiyomi was doomed. It has to. Kurama chimed in. Do you recall our previous conversation? The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox nodded. How could he forget? Flashback dash. Naruto was not in a very good mood at the moment, and he had every right to be. Not only had he just separated the Kyuubi from its chakra, giving himself a huge power boost, but he was even able to meet his mother in the process, who if it wasn't for, he may not have won against the fox. Their time together wasn't very long, but he learned all sorts of things from her. Like what happened on the night he was born, his Uzumaki heritage, and how she and his father had met. Meeting his mother, listening to her story, hearing her tell him she loves him, by all accounts, it was one of the happiest moments of his life. Finally, the answers he'd been craving for all his life were his, but none of it mattered anymore. Why? Because he was lied to. While he was training with Killer Bee to get that huge power boost of his under control, while at the same time cataloging all of the animals on the island, he felt someone else use the Kyuubi's chakra. Deciding to investigate, he entered Sage mode, and was shocked to learn that a war was raging on around him. Those who were on the island with him had kept this a secret from him. He didn't even know how long the fighting had been going on for until someone informed him, and that someone just happened to be the fox. 3 days. For 3 days, and 2 nights, his friends, among the many, had been fighting, and dying, all for him, and Killer Bee had the fox, now known to him as Kurama, not asked to meet with him right now, he would have left the island long ago to help. It was still odd referring to the fox with his name, but like everything else in his life up to this point in time, he'd adapt. And honestly, the only reason Kurama had even given him his name is because they had come to an understanding. The giant fox explained it to him plainly. He would rather still be sealed inside of him, than be in the hands of an Uchiha, since he knew from experience that only someone with that clan's cursed eyes could collect, and control, the other Bijou, seeing as there were no others alive today with the means of doing the same. To show just how serious he was about this, not only had he given him his true name, which Kurama said he's guarded very closely over his life, but he was also going to cooperate with him when it came time to use his chakra. The time when they fought for control of his chakra was in the past, and before he realized just how bad things had become. To Kurama, this was but a small price to pay for what freedom he had so he could remain out of reach of the Uchiha madmen. Naruto eyed Kurama. What did you want to talk about? He was hoping this conversation was kept short. His friends were still out there after all. The giant fox remained silent for a few solid seconds, contemplating if what he was about to share with his host was a good idea or not. I may know of a way that will allow us a chance to stop this war from happening. In the end, he decided to proceed forward with it. The blonde exploded, as was expected. What? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? He questioned furiously. You know, before people started dying. Not appreciating the accusatory tone being directed at him, Kurama responded in kind. Silence. He roared. I could have easily just kept this information to myself, the only reason I'm even bothering to share it with you is because we have an understanding. After taking a few seconds to recompose himself, the fox spoke once more. The information I know is meant to be used as a last resort. He added. I know you, Naruto Uzumaki. You would not have hesitated to use the information that I've shared with you the second one of your friends died. Naruto's jaw flexed. He couldn't deny that claim. It just wasn't in his nature to allow someone, let alone someone precious to him, to die if he could have done something, anything, to save them. It seems you've inherited your mother's selective hearing as well. Hey! The fox ignored him. Do you not recall the first thing I just said to you? Though he was still miffed about the jab at his mother, Naruto sat down, and took a thinking pose. His eyes widened all of a sudden, and he looked up at Kurama. You said you had a way to stop this war from happening. How? Kurama grinned widely, showing off his canines. By traveling to the past. He answered, before he turned serious. You must understand, Naruto. Knowledge of this sort is forbidden for a reason. The consequences of this knowledge will not only affect you and I, but everyone. Not to mention the fact that if someone with less than noble intentions gained this knowledge, then things would just go from bad to worse. The blonde nodded. He may not understand a lot of things, but he could understand just how serious Kurama was about this. What would the consequences be? The nine-tailed fox did not answer immediately. The truth is, even he didn't know, it can be a wide array of things. The point I'm trying to make here is this, one does not simply tamper with the laws of nature, and expect to remain unscathed. Naruto frowned as Kurama shrugged off his question. Oh, he gave him an answer, yet at the same time he didn't. This was something that would have to be talked about later on. For now, however, he would move on. There were more important at stake. I'm guessing this information of yours is a technique, right? The fox nodded. How do I use it? The same way any other is used. He replied. Naruto nodded, glad it was something he was familiar with, even if he didn't use hand seals all that often. The only thing is, it's going to be the most hand seals you've ever used in your life. Okay. Anything else I need to know? Kurama sighed. His container just didn't seem to understand the gravity of what he was explaining to him. Then again, this was Naruto he was dealing with, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. It's going to take nearly all of our chakra combined to achieve the desired result. He replied. And no matter what, never lose focus. This technique will require every ounce of your concentration. The son of Minato and Kushina nodded. Can I ask you something? Kurama nodded, giving him the go-ahead. How do you even know a technique like this? The fox looked up at the ceiling behind his new seal of the place he called home wistfully. I've lived a very long time, and in that time, I've traveled these lands far and wide. He began. And in those travels, I've come across many things, one of which happened to be this technique. This wasn't entirely true. Yes, he's lived a very long time, and seen many things, but this technique was not one of them. He came across this technique when his father first sent him to live in a temple in the land the humans now call the Land of Fire. It was to separate him from humanity, protecting him from them, and vice versa. It was inside of the temple that he noticed the writing on the wall, and soon came to understand what it meant. I see. So how far back are we looking at here? Hard to say, but with our chakra combined, I'd give us an estimation of say at least a few months. Hearing that answer honestly threw Naruto for a loop for a brief second. That's it? He would have thought with all of the chakra between the two of them it'd be more. Still, a few months was better than nothing. Maybe he'd even get lucky, and have a chance to save Urosenin, or anyone else who'd died between then and now. Kurama shrugged. It doesn't matter how much chakra you or I have. Time is an inherent force. It's going to push back against anything attempting to disrupt its natural flow. We'd be lucky to receive more than 2 months. Not one to dwell on things for long, Naruto nodded, and moved on. How long will it take to learn this technique? Years. We don't have that kind of time. The fox nodded. I know. That's why you're receiving the advanced course. He explained. I want you to make as many shadow clones as you can. Ordered Kurama. To the point that you feel low on chakra. Crossing his fingers, the blonde did as instructed, creating as many clones as he could muster. How long do you think this is going to take? If we work non-stop, with few breaks in between, then maybe a day and a half at the shortest. He answered, giving an honest estimation. 2 to 3 days at the longest, maybe. Everyone fighting doesn't have that sort of time, said Naruto. We better get to work. Flashback end dash. Kurama nodded. Good. Remember. Don't lose focus. Naruto took a deep breath, and exhaled. He could do this. Creating as many clones as he could in his new form to distract Kaguya, he began to gather, and focus, his chakra while simultaneously going through the hand seals necessary as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, while the pressure to finish was already high, it had just increased 100-fold. It hadn't even been a minute before bad news was relayed to him. Prior to being destroyed, one of his clones overheard Black Zetsu informing his mother that he was up to something. Damn it. I just need a few more seconds. He was almost done. His eyes widened a fraction when a small tear in the open space in front of him suddenly opened, and from the darkness of another dimension emerged a hand with a bone attached to it. He knew what this was, and what it would do to him if it hit. It felt like an eternity watching as certain death approached him head-on, and even longer still as he watched the last person still alive that he cared about sacrifice themselves for him. Kakashi took the blow meant for him. No time to wonder how the man had gotten there, he grit his teeth, and steeled his emotions, about to do one of the hardest things he's ever had to do in his life. Thank you. He thanked the one-eyed man for stepping in front of him, and saving his life. I promise I'll save you and everyone else. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. I know you will. He turned to Ash. Having just barely managed to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to break, he finished the last seal, and activated the technique. Toki no Aku, Saishu Nenrei. Before anything could happen, however, Kaguya fully emerged before him, and wrapped her hand around his throat. Not wanting to take her back with him, since it would defeat the whole purpose, and make Kakashi's sacrifice in vain, he tried to force her to release him. One hand was trying to crush the wrist around his throat while the other was firmly holding onto one of her horns. Pain suddenly racked his entire body, and he knew that this had to be the technique finally activating. With one final spurt, he used every ounce of strength still left in his tired body, and broke off her horn, causing her to scream in pain, and forcing her to release him just as the technique fully kicked in. His vision began to become blurry before a creeping darkness began to fill in the world around him. The last thing he saw was the face of an enraged Kaguya bearing down on him, reaching for him, then nothing. Wake up, Naruto. The blonde's eyes snapped open at the call of his name, and immediately wished he was unconscious again. His entire body was in an unbelievable amount of pain. It felt like he was being torn apart in different directions. The extraction by Madara earlier didn't hurt this much. How was he still alive? It's probably thanks to being an Uzumaki, and to Kurama. After taking a few seconds to allow the pain to recede a bit, and regain control of his breathing, he finally took notice of the void of darkness surrounding them, and of the fact that Kurama was outside of the seal. I'm guessing by where we are, and how you're outside the seal, the technique worked. The giant fox nodded, agreeing with his Jinchuriki's assessment, and then grunted in pain. What's wrong? I can feel something pulling on my chakra in two different directions. So I'm guessing that's your consequence. Kurama nodded with another grunt. Most likely. Naruto suddenly began to spasm as more pain shot throughout his body. The fox could only look on, hoping whatever it was that was happening to his container passed. It did, eventually, and the blonde calmed down, though he now appeared much more haggard. Is forcing me to bear unbelievable amounts of pain my consequence, fox? The nine-tailed fox frowned. Possibly. They were traveling to the past after all. Their bodies had to adjust to the time frame they were forcing themselves into. Then again, it could be something else entirely for all he knew. Time travel was tricky like that. What I do know, however, is that you're beginning to forget. Naruto sent his partner a confused glance. Forget? Forget what? Don't worry about it. He'd just be wasting his breath. Arg. Kurama grunted in pain once more as he felt the pull beginning to become much stronger. Seeing as his time was becoming very limited by the second, he decided to get this next part over with. He gently placed his hand atop of Naruto's head. What are you doing? Making an investment. His giant hand briefly glowed for a few seconds before dying down. You'll see the benefit of what I just did for you one day. If Naruto's parents could do this, then so could he, though what he decided to leave behind was different compared to them. Kurama was taking no chances this second time around. They had to win. Not really understanding what he meant, the blonde just went with it. He then watched as the giant fox placed something around his neck. It was a red thread, most likely his fur, and attached to it was a piece of paper. What's this? Inquired Naruto, fiddling with the paper between his fingers. Consider it a gift. Now very curious as to what it said, he opened it. It had his name written on it, but not the one he was accustomed to. Naruto Namikaze. He looked at the fox. Why not Uzumaki? Sure, he was happy to finally know who his dad was, but he didn't want the man's name. He was an Uzumaki at his core. Because depending on how far back we actually travel, some won't hesitate to kill an Uzumaki. He didn't say it, but Kurama knew something was wrong since they hadn't ended up in the past yet, which could only mean they were traveling farther back than originally thought. If he was correct about his theory, then the surname of Namikaze should have no meaning to anyone yet. Then again, no one would exactly mistake him for an Uzumaki either, but he would rather not take that chance since a talented sensor could differentiate a person's chakra, and which clan it belonged to if they were given incentive to do so. That did beg the question, however. Just how far back were they going, and how? Yes, he saw Kaguya reach for Naruto, but she didn't make contact, did she? He was inclined to believe no, since he hadn't seen her in this void he and his container shared. His thoughts on the matter were interrupted. Thanks for looking out for me. The giant fox gave him a microscopic nod in return. He would have never done something like this in the past, but things had never gotten this bad before. So, part of it was done out of necessity, and the other is because he's come to like, and respect, his container, which only one other person can ever claim to have accomplished. He noticed the blonde's eyes slowly starting to close shut, and knew it was only a matter of time until he disappeared from this place, and ended up in the past of their new home. I see you finally used the knowledge of the technique I created many years ago. Kurama was content to just let himself fade from this plane of existence when his time came, but now it was different. He recognized the voice that had just spoken. Looking to his left, where Naruto was, he spotted his old man. Of course it was you who created it. It made perfect sense, all things considered. Not only did Kaguya, and Black Zetsu, not know what they were up to, but it was also his father who had sent him to that specific temple all those years ago. Plus, this was the man who held the most intricate knowledge of chakra in the world, so it was not out of the realm of possibility that he could create such a technique, no doubt to use in case his first option failed. He shook his head. None of that mattered anymore. What did matter, however, was the question he had for his old man. Why are you here? While he was happy to see one of the only two people he cared about, present circumstances notwithstanding, the old man wouldn't be here for no reason. Choosing to remain silent, Hagoromo approached the unconscious blonde, and just like Kurama had done seconds ago, he placed his hand atop young Naruto's head. It remained there for a few seconds before a dim hue of chakra came and went. What did you do? The old sage merely smiled. I simply gave Naruto a gift, though it was more from his mother than I. He replied. It will undoubtedly help him in the times to come. Taking a few seconds to process the significance of the information, Kurama stared straight into his old man's eyes. You know where we're heading. This was the only logical answer that came to him, as he could think of no other reason as to why the old sage would deliver on a request from a dead woman in the Pure Land, and no doubt breaking all sorts of rules in the process. Hagoromo did not answer. Fine, don't answer that, but answer me this. Can Naruto defeat Kaguya with this second chance? The sage of six paths inhaled, and exhaled. Alone he will fail, no matter how powerful he becomes in his new life. Then how? Once more, Hagoromo did not answer. Before Kurama could attempt to question his creator once more, he began losing consciousness, before fading completely, leaving Hagoromo and Naruto alone. The old sage released a sigh. As much as he would have liked to have given Kurama an answer that would have placated him, he couldn't. He knew no other way of defeating his mother aside from what used to be embedded on the palms of Naruto and Sasuke. The time travel technique was only a means to that end. The sealing worked the first time with him, and his brother Homura, not so much the second. If it was to work the third time around, then the reincarnations of his sons were going to need the assistance of his other children. The young man before him had brought them together once before, and would need to do so again. Just as he did moments ago, he once more placed his hand atop of Naruto's head, and it glowed dimly for all of a second before fading. The first time he did this was on behalf of the Naruto's mother. This time, however, he was adding some insurance of his own that will no doubt help the young man when the time to fight his mother comes again. Though whether he uses that knowledge is up to him, as it will demand he sacrifice much. Hagoromo smiled sadly at the sleeping young man. Though your presence in the past will be unnatural, and you an anomaly, you will also be the catalyst that forces change, giving the future a chance to survive. Naruto disappeared soon after. With his piece said, Hagoromo followed suit, hoping the blonde would be able to defeat his mother this time around. Land of Fire, October 10th. Far away from the dangers of the outside world, and those that dwelled within, there was a lush and vibrant forest, and within it stood a man. He was out hunting, stalking some prey when it suddenly took off in a direction opposite him. His eyes narrowed. Something had spooked it. Focusing, he tried to listen for anything that may have done so, and that's when he heard a faint sound. Enhancing his hearing with chakra, he heard the sound clear as day. There, just off in the distance, less than 100 meters east of him, someone was crying. Which was odd in and of itself. Because aside from himself, and his wife, no one else called this part of the forest home. He'd know if they did thanks to the measures they'd taken. The closest neighbors they had lived many, many miles away from them. Curious as to how a child had penetrated their defenses, he decided to investigate. There wasn't much left in this world that could still surprise him these days, but what laid in front of him certainly came very close. He expected to find a child, which he did, just not an infant boy, and a naked one at that. How the boy had survived out here so long as he did was a mystery to him. Either way, if he didn't do something, and fast, the infant wasn't going to survive for much longer. Biting his thumb, he swiped a small amount of blood across the hidden seal located underneath his left wrist. Out came a scroll, and from that scroll he removed a warm blanket. Acting quickly, he carefully picked up the boy, and gently wrapped it around him, trying to warm him up as best he could. Though this temporary solution would help for the time being, and increase the boy's chances of survival, it would not help stave off the cold once darkness fell around the forest. It seems I'm done hunting for the day. It was time to head home. Sealing his tools away, along with the scroll, he turned in the direction home was, and began walking in said direction only to nearly trip over something on the ground. Fortunately, he wasn't a shinobi in name only, albeit a retired one, and very quickly regained his footing. Once he made sure the boy was fine, he began searching for the offending object that nearly made him take a spill with infant in arm, and his eyes widened when he spotted said object. It was a horn, but unlike any he's ever seen in these forests before. He looked down at the boy in his arms, then at the horn, and at the boy again. He shook his head. Contemplation would have to wait. He needed to return home. Picking up the horn, he sealed it away, and left soon after. After walking for a few miles, the home he and his loving wife had built for themselves years ago came into view, as the dead woman he'd been happily married to for the past 7 years. Seeing her outside didn't come as much of a surprise to him. The infant he'd been traveling with had been spooked by his erratic coughing fits on the way here, and began crying, showing off just how powerful a pair of lungs he had on him. The beautiful blue eyes of his wife had yet to leave him, or the small bundle in his arms. "What do you have there, Akihiko?" It was a rhetorical question. Of course she knew, but regardless of knowing, it still needed to be asked. "You know what it is, Kasumi?" His green eyes met her blue. "Why not ask, you really wish to know?" She nodded. "Very well then. How did you come across him?" So began Akihiko's explanation of how he located the infant. She didn't interrupt once, listening to his every word until he was finished. After processing everything she'd been told, she spoke. "And you don't believe this to be a trap?" Akihiko stared at his wife for a few seconds. He could understand where she was coming from, but at the same time, she was allowing her paranoia to influence her. "Even if it is, we'll deal with it when the time comes," he responded. "Besides, you can't tell me he isn't worth the trouble." Wondering just what her husband was on about, the rest of her argument died in her throat as Akihiko unfurled the blanket covering the infant, and she finally got a good look at him. Hair as bright as the sun overhead, eyes as blue as the darkest oceans, and skin so smooth you'd think he was a doll. He was by far the most beautiful thing she'd ever laid her eyes on. Kasumi was unsure of herself when her husband attempted to pass the infant over to her to hold, but the moment he was in her arms, something overcame her, and compelled her to gently start rocking him back and forth in her arms while softly humming him a tune. Off to the side, Akihiko smiled lovingly at his wife. She may be the more rational of the two of them, but there were times when he shined through, like now for instance. Seeing her act like this didn't really surprise him. He always told her how much of a great mother she would be if they ever started a family one day. "Was he injured?" Her sudden question snapped him out of his thoughts, and he shook his head. "No. I checked him over before arriving," he answered. "I did find something interesting though. 2 things actually." "And they are?" Akihiko held up a folded piece of paper. "I found this note attached to a red rope that was around his neck." He hesitated a bit before deciding to go through with the idea of mentioning the other item he had found. This was near him as well. Kasumi's eyes widened when she spotted the object in her husband's hand. It was a horn, but unlike any she had ever seen her husband bring home before. A gnawing feeling of dread was beginning to enter the pit of her stomach. Do you believe it's possible that whatever that horn was attached to is the reason he was alone? It's possible, but until I return to the area, I can't say for certain. She nodded. What does the note say? Nothing much. Just a name. What's the name? Naruto Namikaze. Kasumi peered down at the blonde bundle in her arms. It wasn't all that uncommon to see orphans in their world, especially nowadays, but never as young as the blonde. Or more specifically, with a note informing the world of who he was. His sudden appearance couldn't be a coincidence, nothing in their world ever is. This baby came into their lives for a reason, though neither she, nor her husband, could fathom what that reason was at the moment. She quelled the rising suspicion she felt the moment she heard Naruto's surname, because she realized something after looking into his innocent eyes. None of it mattered. Not where he came from, or why he was thrust into their lives all of a sudden. Neither she nor her husband were about to abandon a baby to the same fate that befalls all children of this era. The healing has to begin somewhere, why not here and now? Namikaze. She sounded it out. Though I've never heard of them, it does have a nice ring to it. Akihiko nodded in agreement. That it does, but more than that. I do believe it solves the issue we were having a debate about the other day. I think it'll take more than you and I changing our surname to fool anyone, she said, looking at what laid atop her and Akihiko's head. Then we change our hair color to match his. He countered. No longer will we be known as Uzumaki, but as Namikaze, and as parents to Naruto Namikaze, heir of the clan. Kasumi could see her husband was very serious about this idea. If we do this, then we'll eventually have to tell him everything. Akihiko nodded. He knew what his wife was getting at. By choosing to walk this path, they were going to willingly create a more difficult, and awkward, situation with Naruto later in the future. Be that as it may, however, it did solve the problem they were currently facing after defecting from their clan after the loss of their family and friends, and their disagreements with the clan elders. I know it's going to be a difficult subject to broach, and speak about, but I don't believe it'll change anything between us, he said. If she was the rational part of their duality, then her husband was clearly the optimist. She just stared silently into his eyes for what felt like an eternity before nodding. Very well then. Thus did one become three, beginning the rise of the Namikaze clan. Chapter 2. 4 years later. Land of Fire, October 17th. Akihiko released a sigh. He was currently holed up in his private study, working on a project he had begun well over 2 years ago now. Time had flown by, and he found the more he reminisced about the past, the more he wished he could go back, and just slow it down. I can't believe it's been 4 years already. It felt like it was only yesterday when their little blonde bundle of joy had entered their lives, and now look at him. Just turned 4 years old a week ago, and already advancing in his training. Long gone were the quaint, and quiet, days when Naruto was a mute, because once the boy began speaking, you couldn't get him to shut up. It wasn't as bad as it sounded, however. They did in fact learn something about their boy thanks to his incessant talking. The boy was bright, very bright. Once they recognized this, both he and his wife did everything in their power to cultivate his growth. From having simple conversations with him about different topics as often as possible, to playing games, especially those that challenged him to think, well, as much as a child his age at the time could think anyways. As time went on, and he continued growing into himself, they eventually eased him into a more physical routine. Nothing too strenuous, and anything that was always done under heavy supervision. Aside from that, they had also introduced him to projectile weapons, such as kunai, shuriken, and even senbon. Today was different, however. Today, his wife was going to instruct their son on how to unlock the rest of his chakra. They explained as much of the concept to him as they could in the months leading up to today, and as with any child, Naruto did not understand at first. The more they kept explaining it to him, however, the more he began to grasp the concept, and now here they were. I wonder if they've begun yet? Grip, aim, release. Naruto kept chanting this phrase like a mantra as he threw a few of his kunai at a random practice target, all the while patiently waiting for his mother to arrive so they could begin. Hurry up, Mom. Or as patiently as a 4-year-old could be. Kasumi smiled warmly at her son from inside of the house when he began to whine. He was similar to his father in that regard, and as with most times, she eventually caved in. What could she say? They were her boys, and she'd do anything for them. Which was a stark contrast to how she was in the beginning, at least in regards to her son. Granted, she had every right to be mistrustful, especially in the times they lived in, and how she grew up, but the fact she had been mistrustful of an infant, one who had barely opened his eyes, left her feeling ashamed of herself. A shame she hadn't quite gotten rid of yet, but was doing everything in her power to do so for the past few years. Finishing up with the dishes, she decided to make a detour, and check up on her husband before heading outside to teach her son. Reason being because her husband was sick, had been for years now after getting nicked by a poisoned weapon from the land of wind. Fortunately, and thankfully, since it was only a scratch, he lived. Unfortunately, the poison was lethal, even in a minor dosage. So while not an immediate death, it was a slow one. It didn't stop him from doing what he wanted, or needed, to do, not entirely at least, but he had to be very careful not to push himself too hard. Walking towards their bedroom, she gently pushed the door open, took a peek inside, and sighed. Her husband wasn't in bed. Closing the door shut, she began walking towards the back of the house, where Akihiko had built his study. Knock. Knock. There was a moment of silence before she received a response. Come in. Opening the door to the small room, Kasumi did not enter, choosing to remain at the entrance, leveling her husband with a look. You were in here all day yesterday. You should be resting today. Akihiko couldn't hide the grimace on his face when he noticed the look his wife was sending him, but had somehow managed to look apologetic despite it. I know, and I'm sorry, he said. The last thing I want to do is put you in the position you're currently in, but I'm so close to finishing this project, I can feel it. She knew how much this project meant to him, her as well, since it was tied directly to their son, but at the same time, he still needed to rest. Because it wouldn't do him, or anyone for that matter, any good if he were to collapse due to exhaustion. Just please get some rest when you're done, for me, okay? The former Uzumaki man could only nod. How could he not? Sometimes, it just wasn't fair how his wife could turn a situation to her favor with but a few words, while at the same time making him feel like he was betraying her if he didn't follow through. He sighed. Even after being married for years now, he still didn't fully understand his wife. Such was the married life he supposed. I'm going to be right outside. So if you need something, don't hesitate to give me a call. With her piece said, she entered, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and left. A very large grin began to spread over Naruto's face the moment he heard the front door to the house open, and his mother walked out. It was finally time to get started. Sorry I'm late. Are you ready to begin? You bet I am. He nodded excitedly. Can I ask a question first though? She nodded. Of course you can. Your father and I have repeatedly told you this, but never be afraid to ask questions, or question something you don't agree with. Even if it comes from the two of you? Naruto had always wanted to know the answer to this question. Ever since his parents first told him to question things, it had always been on his mind, and now seemed like the perfect time to do so since his mother brought it up. Kasumi paused for a brief second as she pursed her lips in thought before giving her child an answer she felt satisfactory with. Yes and no. I want you to listen to what your father and I say, but at the same time, we also want you to think for yourself, to interpret what we teach you, and form your own thoughts and ideals. Because ours won't always necessarily be yours. She explained. Does that make sense to you? The younger blonde gave her an iffy motion. She merely smiled as she gently rubbed the top of his head. I'm sure you'll understand what I mean, you're older. Now, what's your question? Why do I need to unlock my chakra a second time? While it's true everyone is born with their chakra already unlocked, how else would we be standing here? That's but a mere portion of it, she said. What we're going to do today is unlock the rest of it. Understand? Her son nodded. Good. Now I want you to do as I do, and try and get into a meditative position, like so. Sitting down, Kasumi crossed her legs, and placed one hand atop the other. Once she felt comfortable with her positioning, she shifted her attention to her son, and her eyes widened a bit in surprise. Not only was her son already in a meditative position, but he appeared absolutely natural in it, far more than she did at least. How did you do that? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Once I saw what you were doing, my body just began moving on its own, and the next thing I know I'm on the ground. He explained. How odd. She thought. Deciding to speak more with him on this revelation later, and consult with her husband, she continued in her instruction. Okay, now that we're in position, I want you to try and block out everything around you except for my voice as I'm going to guide you as you search deep within yourself. Taking a deep breath, Naruto exhaled. Making an attempt to block out everything except her voice, the younger blonde closed his eyes in concentration, and began searching within himself. Though there was a question lingering at the forefront of his mind. How will I know when I find it? You'll know. A small frown marred his youthful face. That response was not what he had been expecting, but nonetheless, he was determined to succeed, and continued searching. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he still couldn't locate the source. It was very frustrating to say the least. Kasumi calmly watched her son work, noting his frustration. While she did say she was going to guide him, it was only a ruse on her part, because as much as she wished to help him, this was something her son needed to do himself. Once he located it, however, then, and only then, would she guide him on how to rein it in. A few minutes had passed by before she released a breath. "Don't worry if you can't locate it on your first attempt," she said, piercing his concentration. "Not everyone is the same. Some find it immediately, others take a bit more time." Naruto mentally scowled when hearing that. Taking that as a personal challenge, he began to search even deeper within himself. As he continued traveling further down the rabbit hole, he suddenly came upon a warm sensation. It felt really nice. This is it. It was just as his mother said. This was his chakra. He knew it instinctively. He pulled. It didn't budge, and refused to budge even after he pulled harder. His frustration had reached its boiling point, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he could do this no longer. So it was with one final heave that he pulled once more, and felt it finally give way. The longer she watched her son struggle, the more she debated on allowing him to continue on for a few minutes longer, or allow him to rest, so he could try again later. The decision was taken out of her hands when pure raw chakra exploded outward from within her son. She knew what to expect when unlocking a person's chakra, having experienced it many a time when she and her husband still resided on Uzu no Kuni, but what was occurring before her very eyes was something else entirely. Her son's chakra was immense, and suffocating, even compared to a full-grown Uzumaki. Were she any less of a kunoichi, she would have crumbled under its massive weight. Seeing as she didn't have to worry about the huge surge of chakra being felt by anyone outside of their home, as she and her husband had multiple seals deployed, she calmly walked towards her son. She placed her hand atop his head, and spoke. "Listen to my voice, Naruto. You need to calm down, and slowly recall all of your chakra." "I don't know how." He was beginning to panic. "Think of yourself as an empty bottle," she suggested. "Just gather everything that's leaking outside of you back inside, and seal it shut." Sometimes it helped to have a visual to work with. A bead of sweat traveled down Naruto's furrowed brow as he began to concentrate harder. The image of an empty bottle soon came to mind, and he slowly began to gather the majority of his chakra until he began doing it subconsciously. "Are you okay?" Opening his eyes, he found himself peering into his mother's eyes, and nodded. "I'm fine, but why did something like that happen?" "Most children your age don't have reserves of chakra anywhere near that of what you just displayed, so I'd wager that's why," she explained. "Sorry about that," he said, looking down at the ground, thinking he had done something wrong. Kasumi wrapped her slender arms around him. "Never apologize for the gifts you've been given. You were given such large reserves for a reason." "What do you think that reason is?" The older woman shook her head, and answered honestly. "I don't know, but whatever the reason, I know you'll be able to handle it." She pressed her forehead against his, and remained as such for a few seconds. The two eventually separated. "Feeling better?" He nodded, especially since he had just finished recalling all of his chakra. "Good. Because I have something for you." Naruto's eyes lit up, and like all children his age, his previous emotional state was now but a thing of the past. "What is it?" She handed him a scroll. "Use the exercise in there to help control your chakra. Only when you master this technique, and show me firsthand, will I give you the next exercise." The Namikaze heir nodded his head enthusiastically. "I'll learn this one, the next one, and any other you have." Kasumi nodded, wholeheartedly believing her son would do as he proclaimed. Having said her piece, she left her son's side, so he could begin his exercise, and quickly made her way back into the house. She went straight to Akihiko's study, and breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed he was fine. "Are you okay?" He grunted. "Yeah, I am. I was just caught off guard by how large his chakra is." "So was I, but this just confirmed the conclusion we reached about him." Akihiko nodded, sharing his wife's sentiments. "Yeah, that kid is going to change the world one day." They already knew their son was special, but what occurred today went beyond simply being gifted. Today only further cemented their opinion of just how important Naruto was going to be in the future. 3 years later. Land of Fire, April 10th. Just a bit farther now. The 6, soon-to-be 7-year-old blonde was jogging through his family's section of forest at a sedate pace, on his way to gather some food. Though this was the case, his family wasn't exactly hurting for it, far from it actually. His father, though sick, still provided. This was more of him going out and gaining experience. It had been decided one day 2 years ago by his parents that it would be best if he knew how to hunt and cook for himself in the event something occurred in the future. The lessons started off simple enough, simply watching his mother and father use the skills they had acquired and mastered throughout their lives. Once they felt he had grasped enough of what he was to learn, did they begin teaching him in earnest. As time went on, and after a number of supervised trial runs of everything he's learned from his mother and father, was he allowed to hunt and cook small game alone. Though he only did so 3 days out of the week. The rest of his time was spent training. Now, normally, he would keep to routine today, and be on his way to check on the traps his father had set up years ago, but he wanted to try something different today. He wanted to fish. He was currently on his way to a river, though he had no fishing pole whatsoever to speak of, which was okay, because he had a foolproof plan. It involved throwing a large rock on top of another large rock that was in the water, and watching as all the fish floated to the surface. He'd seen his father do this years ago when he was training him at a pond near their home. The river itself was about an hour, give or take, away from home, in a clearing more than 50 yards outside of the boundary created by his parents. He caught sight of it one day when he was out hunting by his lonesome, and had veered much too close to said boundary line. He hesitated in crossing the line that day to investigate. Once he felt more comfortable with the idea, and spent numerous days checking, double-checking, and even triple-checking the surrounding area to the best of his abilities, did he finally take a step forward. He knew he was breaking an important rule here, going outside the boundary line, but what his parents didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Besides, even if they did manage to learn the truth, he's positive they'd overlook the fact he broke a rule when he shows them the river, and just how much it could provide for the family. He hoped he was right, or else he was in for it. Made it. Arriving at his destination, he peered into the clear glistening water being hit by the sun overhead, and saw all of the swimming fish down beneath, ready to be caught, though they did not keep his attention for very long, however. There, underneath the surface, something was shining through. He didn't know what it was, but he was going to find out. Removing his clothing, so only his underwear remained, he slowly entered the cold water, before diving in head first. Ignoring that sudden chill as he dove straight in, he swam to the bottom, and scooped up a handful of dirt. Rising to the surface, he used the current to wash some of it away, and what it revealed was a rock, but unlike any he had ever seen before. It was a beautiful sparkling shade of green, and it was smaller than his fist. Simply mesmerized by its beauty and exotic nature, he forgot all about catching fish, and decided to return home. Land of Fire, April 17th. Here we go again. Naruto was once more out on the prowl, and was once more returning to the river. He had unfinished business there after last week. Thankfully, neither parent had chosen to press him on his choice of hunting location last week, as they knew not all hunts would yield results. They did however question him on why he had chosen not to check on the traps before returning. Instead of giving them an explanation, he showed them. He received a stern lecture, and scolding, soon after. He absolutely hated lying to his parents, but they couldn't find out what he was doing, not until he could prove how valuable the location was, which is why he was returning, this time with fishing pole in hand. His father had given him his old one after he mentioned he may try to fish after he went by some of their hunting grounds. He arrived. Hopefully second time's a charm. And hopefully nothing would distract him this time around from accomplishing his goal. Emerging from his side of the forest, and onto his side of the riverbank, he came to a sudden halt, his eyes wide in shock. It seems he may have been hoping for a bit too much, because standing opposite him on the other side of the river were two people, both girls, one young with dark black hair, the other one older, with red hair. He had never come across, let alone seen for that matter, other people. While he was certainly curious about the two, he was also wary of them. His parents had given him the cold hard truth one day, of how the world outside of their home, and forest, really was. It wasn't a pleasant conversation by any stretch of the imagination, but it was one he needed to hear all the same. His parents told him that if he were to ever meet anyone, rare as it was in their forest, and that person was an adult, then he was to run and hide, and if at all possible, try and alert them. If running was out of the question, then his next course of action was to appear as harmless as possible, and hope that whomever he was facing did not see him as a threat. If neither option was available to him, then he was to fight. His father and mother may not have taught him much in terms of combat, yet, but they did teach him how to survive, and that's what he would have to use against his enemy. They never mentioned how he was to deal with other kids, or a teen in this case, so he would just treat them the same as an adult. Unfortunately, putting what his parents taught into practice was a skill he has yet to master. The girl with red hair took a step forward, and now stood in front of the other girl protectively, kunai in hand, and a glare aimed directly at him. If he wasn't rooted in place yet, he certainly was now. He was no stranger to the projectile weapon, but never had he had one been getting ready to be thrown at him with the intent to harm, or kill. While her weapon kept him in place, it was her glare however that truly unnerved him. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" questioned the redhead, her voice cold. Somehow managing to push past his fear, he bit the inside of his lower lip hard enough to draw blood, and slowly felt some of the tension he was feeling dissipate. He would need to thank his father for teaching him this trick, though it was only meant to be used when dealing with predators, few that lived in these forests, that triggered a human survival instinct. The redhead in front of him was a predator through and through. Noticing a slight turn in her wrist, he knew she was getting ready to throw her kunai. He needed to do something quickly, or she'd take his continued silence the wrong way. Seeing as running was no longer an option at this point in time, lest he want a kunai in his back, option 2 was his only choice. The fact she hadn't killed him yet, or outright for that matter, boded well for him. Before he could quickly raise his hands in the air, he stopped himself. Sudden movement like that would no doubt be bad. He calmly raised them instead. "Don't hurt me," he said, his voice carrying to the other side. "My name is Naruto, and I'm just here to catch some food." He waved his fishing pole in hand to accentuate his point. The redhead just stared at him, studying him, trying to discern if he was lying or not, before eventually placing her weapon away. Naruto released a small breath of relief. She had bought his act. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to celebrate his small victory. "I'm going to be watching you, so do yourself a favor, and don't do anything stupid." His brows rose a bit. "She's letting me stay?" Well, he certainly wasn't expecting that. He'd been hoping that if she didn't see him as a threat, she'd let him leave. "What's the matter?" "Start fishing." The blonde opened his mouth to say something, anything, but shut it. Looking directly into her eyes, he realized what she was doing. She was testing him. If he left now, without doing exactly what he said he was here to do, he would only be confirming whatever suspicions she had about him, and be forced to act. Seeing as he didn't want her to do that, he did as he was told. Sitting down on his side of the riverbank, he cast his line into the water. An awkward silence immediately set in, and as difficult as it was for him to keep his eyes on his line, he just couldn't, and kept on sneaking a few glances at the two across from him. The redhead was currently teaching the younger girl something. After a few minutes of silence, and whatever it was they were practicing, the younger girl lost her cool, and snapped. "Arg!" She kicked a few stones into the water, no doubt scaring the fish, and prolonging his stay. She kept on losing concentration due to her hair getting in the way. Unfortunately, she also happened to catch him staring. "What are you looking at?" Naruto's head snapped back down to his line. "Nothing," he mumbled, shaking his head. After a few more terse seconds of silence, he risked another look at the younger girl again, however this time, he locked eyes with the redhead. He quickly looked down. "If you have something to say, then say it," she told him. "Because you're distracting my friend." The blonde's jaw tightened a bit, not sure if he should respond or remain silent. "Well, if the two of you would like, I may have an answer to her problem." The older one just looked at him while the younger girl stopped fiddling with her hair, leaving one eye visible, to also look at him. "What is it?" Relief flooded his body as he released the breath he'd been holding. He locked eyes with the redhead once more. "I'm going to reach into my pack, so please don't throw that knife at me." The older girl rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to attack him unprovoked. She wasn't trying to be like the rest of the world. That being said, she wasn't going to lower her guard around the boy either. While she may not be able to sense chakra like other people, she was very observant, and noticed the boy not only had calluses on his hands, but he had very sharp eyes for someone his age, with a wit to match if their earlier introduction was anything to go by. He was subtle in not giving anything away, but the eyes are the window to the soul for a reason. She could see the internal conversation he'd been having with himself on how to act, and proceed, when he first noticed them across the river. He reminded her of the boy she was to be betrothed to, albeit a bit more mature. She noticed he was done searching, and her trained eyes spotted a small object in his hand, shining as the sun hit it. Her eyes narrowed. "What is that?" "It's too small to be a kunai, and much too big to be a shuriken, unless it's a new design." "A senbon needle perhaps?" She watched as the blonde tossed the item over to them, and watched as it landed at their feet. Picking it up, she began to inspect it. It was a senbon needle. After a few seconds, her eyes sought out the boy's once more. "Where did you get this?" He shrugged. "I actually found it in the forest one day, and wanted to use it to hunt, mostly to skin any prey that I caught," he explained. The redhead nodded slowly, finding his explanation solid, since it was very likely all sorts of projectile weapons were littered throughout this forest due to all the fighting, be it from the past or present. There were just a few things that didn't quite add up. "I find it hard to believe you can skin anything with this sort of weapon," she pointed out. "And why does this so-called weapon of yours have a beautiful green rock on top of it, and how did you get it so smooth?" Naruto nearly had a heart attack when he heard her calling him out on his lie. He was happy she had bought the idea of him having found it out here, when in reality it was one of his own, but now he had to come up with something to satisfy her other questions, and the lie he had been called out on. "It's for precise skinning." One look back at her said she didn't buy that excuse. He sighed. "Okay, it's not a weapon, but a tool for catching fish. The reason it has the green rock on top is to attract fish to it, but also because it makes it look nicer, since it's a gift. As for how it's so smooth, well, I'm sure it was underwater for a very long time," he answered. The redhead nodded slowly once more. "Who is it a gift for?" "My father." At the mention of his father, the older teen pounced. "And what exactly does your father do?" Naruto replied without delay. "He's a hunter, but he's sick. That's why I'm out here, to help him," he explained. No point in telling them how exactly the man got sick. The gift is meant to cheer him up. You see, he can't do a whole lot anymore, but fishing is one of the few things he still can do. The redhead searched his eyes, looking for any form of deceit. His answer, while to the point, was also short, and while she believed what he said, she couldn't quite get rid of this nagging feeling in the back of her head in regards to it. She nodded to herself. More questioning was needed. "I see. Your father must be quite the teacher if he can train a what, 5-year-old? 6 actually. A 6-year-old to hunt, and survive, on his own." While Naruto wanted to acknowledge his mother, since it was disrespectful not to acknowledge her efforts in his training, or the skills she gained, and mastered, over the years, he kept his mouth shut. It was best if the redhead in front of him believed it was only he and his father out here. He returned to the topic at hand, and replied. "My father drilled it into me that a person must know how to do many things in order to survival in our world, no matter the age." Your father is a smart, and wise, man." For the first time since meeting each other, Naruto wore a smile. It was nice hearing others say what he already knew. "He is," he said. "Anyways, you can use that lure as a hairpin for her." He looked at the younger girl. "Never been used by the way, just in case you were wondering." The redhead stared at the hairpin and then at her younger friend, who shrugged. "I'll follow your lead," said the younger girl. The older teen nodded, and turned to face the blonde. "What about your father?" Naruto shrugged. "I'll just get him something else. Besides, if it helped him get out of the situation, then he's positive his father won't mind." "I see. Thank you then." "You're welcome." He watched as the older girl attempted to fix the younger one's hair. She couldn't quite get all of the hair up with the pin, only half, which left one side of the younger girl's face exposed. Before the redhead could attempt to adjust it, he decided to chime in. "I like that look," he said, staring at the younger girl. "It suits you." "Oh, thank you," muttered the younger girl bashfully at the compliment. The redhead smiled at her friend, and then looked at the blonde. Naruto's eyes widened when the redhead looked at him. "I like your hair too," he added very quickly. "It's beautiful. Red is one of my favorite colors." The older girl wore an amused smile on her face. "Thank you for the compliment." Rare as it was, since no one aside from her father ever complimented her hair. It felt nice. Looking up at the sky, she noted the sun was now a bit behind them. "It's about time we head back," she told her young friend. The blonde frowned. "Why are you leaving so early?" He was starting to enjoy their company, even if they were still complete strangers. "Dusk won't settle in for 2 more hours. We've actually been practicing since early in the morning," replied the redhead. "If we don't return soon, then our families will come looking for us, and as someone who helped us, I don't want any harm to befall you, or your family." Naruto wasn't sure just how it was that he had helped her, but nonetheless, he was grateful for her thoughtfulness, though there was something he wanted to know before they left. "Before you leave, can I know the names of my 2 new friends?" "Friends?" thought the redhead. She was pretty positive a small afternoon together didn't qualify them as friends. Turning around to address the blonde, She stared straight ahead into his blue eyes, and couldn't help herself, she smiled. The boy in front of her was bouncing around on the balls of his feet. He was just so innocent, despite the current situation. It was endearing in a way. It also went to show just how little contact he's had with others his age if he considers them, two strangers, albeit near his age, friends. The redhead remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. My name is Mito. She saw no harm in telling him. After all, they'd probably never meet again after today. And my name is Tōka. The younger girl followed suit, trusting the judgment of her friend. The two females shared one last nod with him before departing to their side of the forest. Naruto could not stop the megawatt grin from tugging on his lips. He had just made friends. And two of them. Sure, things had started off rough, but it all turned out okay in the end. And to think he thought today was just going to be another day, oh how wrong he was. 10 months later. Land of Fire, February 13th. Naruto was currently standing in the clearing outside of his home, and staring direction into the eyes of his father. The man mentioned teaching him something today. I wonder if he's going to add on to what Mom has already taught me? Before his old man joined him outside, he'd been busy practicing his calligraphy, all in the hopes of one day mastering the art known as Kinjutsu. When his mother first introduced him to the art of seals months ago, his eyes lit up. There were just so many possibilities that could be accomplished with this skill. From what he could understand, the only thing a practitioner really needed to have was imagination. His mother told him much more went into it than that, but in essence, he was correct. The world of reality has its limits, the world of imagination is boundless. He quoted his mother. Either way, it made sense his father was out here if he was indeed going to teach him about seals. It was a form of training that didn't require either party to exert much, if any, physical effort, and that was important due to the fact that his father had collapsed last year. His old man had been out hunting small game, but had not returned home at his usual time. Darkness descended upon the forest quickly that day. With their anxiety becoming nearly palpable, he and his mother eventually decided to take matters into their own hands, and ventured into the forest in search of their husband and father. They located him 1.5 miles away from home. His sickness had finally gotten to him. Naruto was still haunted by the feelings, and memory, of utter helplessness he felt that day, not sure if he'd ever see his father open his eyes again. Thankfully, the man pulled through, but what remained of his days of hunting, or any sort of physically demanding labor, were over. It was now his full-time job to hunt, and provide for the family. It was a great deal of responsibility, but he welcomed it with open arms. What really took time for him to adjust to was finding a balance between hunting and training. After some trial and error, he managed to find a routine that suited him. I'm sorry. Naruto's brows shot up in surprise as he lost concentration on his current thoughts. Whatever it was he expected to come out of his old man's mouth, that was not it. The older man now had his full attention. For the longest time, I've wanted to stand out here with you and your mother more often, he said. I wanted to be a part of helping you grow, and become a man. Instead, I've had to watch you grown from a distance. Again, I'm so. The Namikaze heir did not allow his father to finish that sentence, and wrapped his arms around the man's waist tightly. His father didn't need to explain himself. He knew how busy the man was with providing, and protecting, their family. It's okay. Any time I can spend together with you is more than enough. Akihiko smiled at his son, pulling him closer. Thanks, son. I really needed to hear that. The two of them remained like that for a few more seconds before separating. I may not be able to help you all that much physically, but I can still teach you the theory behind what I do know. Are you going to teach me more Fuinjutsu? The older man shook his head. No. Your mother has that subject covered. What I plan on teaching you is Genjutsu, and Taijutsu. He revealed. Noticing the confused expression on his son's face, he decided to elaborate. Despite my own massive reserves of chakra, I'm actually very good with illusions. It also helped that it required no physical effort on his part. And the Taijutsu? I'm going to instruct on you on the basics, and point out any mistakes you make. Once you have the basics down, will you be ready to start creating your own style, which both your mother and I will help you cultivate, and polish? Naruto merely nodded, choosing not to say anything in regards to his father saying he would have to create his own style. He actually already knew a form of taijutsu. Though for the life of him he didn't know how. It just came to him one day while he was out training alone, and before he knew it, he was practicing the katas. One thing he did know, however, the style itself was very strong. Hey, Naruto. Would you like to increase your training regimen? I'm always up for pushing myself harder, But how? Before I show you, answer me this. What is the most dangerous tool a human has at their disposal in our world? Naruto thought on this for a few seconds before the answer came to him. Our mind. Akihiko opened his mouth, then shut it. You're correct. The most dangerous tool a human can have in our world is indeed their mind, which is why we have to keep it sharp, but in this instance, however, I was actually looking for another answer, he said. You see, speed is actually the most dangerous tool a human can possess in our world. The span of a few seconds can mean the difference between life and death. The first Namikaze nodded. I want you to remove your shirt, and roll up your pant legs, for a moment. The Uzumaki turned Namikaze man unsealed his ink and brush, and began to draw intricate seals on his son's upper body, and legs. Now, I may not be as skilled with Fuinjutsu as your mother, but I'm no slouch either. Okay, but what exactly are you applying? Inquired Naruto. Weights. Responded Akihiko. Real weights can hurt your developing body, and stunt your growth if we're not careful. With ease, however, you can adjust the weight as you see fit. When Naruto heard that, he was now more than happy to receive these. They would undoubtedly help him with his taijutsu training. Though unbeknownst to him, Akihiko was also applying another seal right smack dab in the center of his chest, where many theorized the core of the chakra pathway system lay. Finally, after many years of hard work and sacrifice, his special project was complete. Though he may have told a white lie in regards to his skill with seals when it came to his wife. It's true she was better overall, but she, and even their old clan leader, Ashina, would be hard-pressed to create the specific seal he made. Not because it wasn't known, but because it was tailor-made for him and his own. The seal would all but ensure that his son lived a long life. It would transfer all of his chakra over to Naruto, and convert it so his son could use it as his own. Are you almost done? Asked Naruto. He was very eager to try these weights out. Naruto, what have your mother and I always told you? The natural blonde sighed. That patience is a virtue. Akihiko nodded. That's right, and yes, I'm done. Just give me a second to finish up. He went through a few hand seals. Foon. Once the seal was activated, Akihiko immediately felt the pull on his own chakra core. He hid the strain on his face well, and managed to direct a small smile at his son. How do you feel? The weights are currently set to 1. The younger blonde moved around a bit, testing his arms and legs. Heavier, but other than that, I feel fine. Good. Now, seeing as we're done with that, it's time to start training. Land of Fire, February 14th. A frown marred Naruto's young face. He was currently standing atop a tree branch overlooking the river from a small distance away. While he was here to catch some fish, another part of him was also hoping to see Mito and Tōka once more. He hasn't seen them once since their first meeting, but at the same time, he didn't always go to the river either, so it's entirely possible they could have just missed each other. Anyways, he was hoping today would be different in that regard, and it was, to a varying degree. There were 2 people on the opposite side of the river facing his direction, but they were not girls. They were boys, and they appeared to be around his age, maybe a few years older. And unlike Tōka, he could easily see that these 2 were trained. It was all in their wrist movements as they tossed stones across the river. Constantly training with kunai, shuriken, and senbon did that, he should know. A low hum escaped his lips. I wonder how the 2 of them would stack up against Mito? He shook his head. He was distracting himself with questions he didn't need to have the answers to. He decided to continue watching them for a bit longer before ultimately deciding what to do. After studying the 2 for a solid couple of minutes, and making note that neither had tried to kill the other yet, he decided it was safe enough to reveal himself. Worst case scenario, he'd escape using one of the techniques his mother had taught him. Taking the long way around, he approached the duo from the same side they were on, so as to not give them any ideas of where he may have come from. He picked up a small stone, and flung it across to the side he was previously on. The sudden movement made the 2 boys snap their heads in his direction. He waved at the 2. Neither boy reciprocated, and it was quickly becoming more awkward the longer it remained silent. Thankfully, the one with the bowl haircut spoke up. Oi, oi, oi. It seems like you know how to toss stones as well. That makes you a rival as well. Naruto slowly released the breath he'd been holding since first deciding to approach the 2. He took a gamble, and so far, it looks like it was paying off. Still, he was surprised how quickly one of them seemed to accept him. He couldn't lie though, it felt nice. That being said, he would still need to be careful around them, especially the boy sending both him, and the boy with the bowl haircut, wary glances. It was the exact same look Mito had been giving him months ago, though this one felt much less dangerous in comparison. "So, what were the two of you doing before I arrived?" he asked. If he could change Mito's mind about him, then it should be possible to do the same again. The boy closest to the river, the wary one, finally spoke. "Very little," he replied, his eyes still trained on the two like a hawk. "I was here by myself, skipping stones, when this one arrived." His eyes traveled to the boy with the bowl haircut. "I asked him who he was, he ignored my question, and then began giving me tips on how to toss stones," he said, finishing his explanation before looking at the boy with the weird haircut again. "So I ask again, who are you?" He then looked to the blonde. "And who are you?" The boy with the bowl haircut decided to answer first. "You two can call me Hashirama. Probably best if I don't give out my surname though." The now named Hashirama, and the boy closest to the water, were both looking at him, waiting to see if he would answer. Just as he was about to open his mouth to do so, the blonde closed it. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "How about a wager? If you can get your stone across to the other side, then I'll give you my name. If you can't, however, then you have to do something for me," said Naruto, having no clue where this crazy idea came from. It wasn't exactly the same way he won over Mito and Tōka, but if it got him the desired results, who was he to complain? The boy closest to the river narrowed his eyes, and peered down at the stone in his hand. It suddenly felt much heavier than before. He looked at the blonde again. "Don't worry. I won't ask for something unreasonable if you can't get it across. Just a simple request." Weighing his options, he decided to take the wager. If he won, then he would gain the name of a youth who had been able to sneak up on him. If he lost, he could always just not come back here. Nodding, he threw his stone. It didn't make it across, and it quickly grew silent. Before the blonde could ask the unnamed boy what he wanted, said boy turned on them, and exploded. "You assholes," yelled the unnamed boy. "You both stood behind me on purpose, didn't you? You're obviously trying to distract me." He pointed at the blonde and Hashirama. "I can't even take a leak if someone is standing near me. That's just how aware of my surroundings I am." Naruto was honestly caught off guard by the sudden rant, and turned to Hashirama, about to ask him if the guy across from them was being serious, but stopped when he saw said boy. He was in the fetal position. "Forgive me," mumbled Hashirama, looking depressed. "No need to get all emotional," said the unnamed boy. "I tend to make excuses when things don't go my way," he explained. Hashirama did a complete 180, and was up in his old self the moment he heard this. "No need to explain. Your ego is just so big that you have a god complex. I can't tell if you're just sensitive, or if you're just being a smartass," commented the boy closest to the water. He then looked at the blonde. "And since you haven't said anything, you're probably making fun of me. Leave, the both of you. I want to be alone. Not before you honor our deal." The unknown boy released a sigh. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to be my friend." The request caught the other two boys off guard. Hashirama smiled at the blonde. "Can I be friends with you as well?" he asked. The blonde nodded his head vigorously, and extended his hand. "I'm Naruto." The two newest friends looked down at the other boy, who sighed. The request wasn't unreasonable. It also helped he actually liked the blonde. Well, at least more than Hashirama anyways, which wasn't all that hard to accomplish. He looked at the two. "I'm Madara." Before any more could be said between the three new friends, all of them spotted something floating in the water. It was a body. "What in the world?" Hashirama ran across the surface of the water to inspect it. Madara narrowed his eyes, suddenly much more alert than before. "You're a shinobi." He then looked at Naruto. "And you're one as well, aren't you?" The blonde chose not to answer, and just remained silent. "So the war has finally reached these lands," thought Hashirama. "It'd be best if the both of you head on home," he said, his search yielding him no information, aside from what he initially saw upon the body. "I should be leaving as well," he muttered. Later, Naruto, Madara. Hashirama disappeared into the forests. Naruto nodded at him, and then looked at Madara. "See you later, Madara." He left the same way he entered. "Yeah, see you later," mumbled Madara. He wasn't so sure about this whole friendship thing anymore, especially now that he knew both of his friends were shinobi. Still, they hadn't attacked him, or each other, so he'd give them the benefit of the doubt. He left soon after as well. Home sweet home. The blonde's home came into view just as the sun in the sky lowered beneath the horizon, giving rise to its counterpart. On average, it shouldn't have taken him anywhere near as long as it did to return, but seeing as he was making sure he wasn't followed, his hands were tied on the matter. Also, he went to check on the traps afterwards. Normally, it would have taken him an entire day to check on all of them, and it shouldn't have been at all possible today seeing as he split his time at the river with Hashirama and Madara, but he was able to. It was all thanks to a technique he knew that allowed him to do so. He didn't know how he knew it, as it came to him one day, much like his taijutsu katas, but he was glad it did. It was called the cage bunshine. It was a different type of cloning technique from the one his mother had taught him. For one, the clones were solid, but could still be dispelled if they were hit with enough force. Secondly, and much more importantly in his opinion, whatever these clones learned, so did he. The technique didn't come without its risks though, as he quickly learned. One massive headache later, and he knew to take it easy with how many he created, and dispelled, at a time. This rule went hand in hand with his training, because despite loving that he could be in so many places at once, learning all sorts of things in a matter of time, nothing beat doing something yourself. The gratification was well worth it. He entered through the front door. "I'm home." "Welcome home." Kasumi greeted him. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "So, how did it go out there today?" Naruto shrugged. "About the same." He responded. "I brought home 2 days' worth of food though." She nodded, glad to hear that, and made a mental note to place the meat on ice. "Did anything exciting happen while you were out?" "Not really." The lone female hummed. She didn't speak for a few seconds, and the smaller blonde began to sweat a bit. "Okay then. Go ahead and bathe. Dinner should be ready by the time you get out." Doing as told, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he turned the corner. That was way to close a call. He was positive she didn't suspect anything, but he could never be sure with his mother. She just had this knack for knowing when he was hiding something. Speaking on that, he didn't enjoy lying to his mother. Yes, he'd been keeping the fact that he knew techniques neither she nor his father had taught him a secret, same with going past the boundaries they set up, but lying about his friends just felt different compared to the other things, and he didn't know why. Maybe it was because it involved others, not just him, and his family, anymore? Either way, he could only hope his new friendships with Madara and Hashirama would be worth it in the end. Chapter 3. He was anxious, so anxious in fact that he had hardly gotten any sleep at all. Adrenaline was pushing him past his tiredness, he couldn't wait to meet his friends again. He just hoped they would be there waiting for him. Naruto looked outside of his small window and couldn't see the sun out yet, but looking up in the sky told him it would be out in a few minutes. Seeing as he couldn't hope to fall back to sleep since he was so wound up, he decided to get his usual training routine done and out of the way so he could get over there sooner. Scooting himself closer to the edge of his bed, he got out and quickly made it. He changed out of his night clothes and into his regular gear, grabbed anything he would need and headed outside. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a drink of water and sat down, exhausted. He had been working out since the sun had risen in the sky, yet it was still very early in the morning, so much so that he had yet to eat anything. Which is what he was going to do right now. Morning routine done, it was time for some breakfast. "Morning." He greeted his mother. "Good morning." She replied. "Have anything planned for today?" Naruto knew she was just making idle chit-chat, but couldn't help but feel there was a motive behind it. "I finished my morning routine already. Next I'm going to eat, bathe, rest for 2 hours, and then start on the next phase of my training routine." He listed off his routine. "After I'm all done with that, I figure I'll head back out into the forest," he said, sipping his milk. Kumiko raised an eyebrow when he mentioned the forest again. "Okay, but please just remember to be extremely careful out there." He smiled at her with a big grin. "Always." She gave him a smile of her own and ruffled his hair. Oh. She had just remembered something. "Speaking of training, your father and I want you to start learning unarmed combat." "Taijutsu?" "Why?" It wasn't like he didn't want to learn it, but he always figured he was too little for it right now. "Because there will be times when you will be left with nothing but your arms and legs. I want you to remember this phrase, always expect the unexpected, never assume anything." "Always expect the unexpected, never assume anything," he parroted. She nodded. "You never know how skilled the person across from you is. They could seal your chakra or remove your ninja tools," explained his mother. "Point is, I want you to be ready for any situation that ever arises in front of you." He nodded, he understood. Finishing his food and dropping his dishes into the water basin, he went for the restroom, cleaned himself, and went for his room. As soon as he spotted his bed, he dropped face first into his pillow. The youngest blonde Namikaze was currently on his way to meet his two friends at their spot. He would break into a fit of giddiness whenever he said that, their spot. That meant the three of them had a connection. He had already finished his afternoon routine of training with a few of his clones, bathed, and was moving through the canopy. He hadn't really even been that exhausted when he had finished and often found himself wondering why. Even his parents didn't know why. So after a while, he had decided to just drop it, for the moment. Recently, well only one day really, he had wondered how strong Madara and Hashirama were. If possible, he would ask for a spar for whoever was willing. A smile spread across his face when he thought about that and sped over to their spot. A giant frown was etched on Naruto's face. Why? His friends had yet to show up. He had thought perhaps he had shown up early due to his excitement and decided to wait. 2 hours later and they had yet to show. His heart had been beating faster and faster as the seconds continued to tick away while he waited. A crippling fear was latching onto his emotions. Had he done something to annoy them? Was that the reason why they had not came? No sooner had these thoughts began to filter to the rest of his mind, did he shut them down. There was no reason for them not to come and see him. He had just been his normal self and they seemed to like him, so that couldn't have been the reason they didn't show. It had to be something else. He nodded to himself, trying to reassure his own reasoning. That's right, it's just something else. Deciding to wait a bit longer to see if at least one of them would come, he silently scolded himself the way his parents often would. He could have been doing something while he had waited. Instead he had just wasted over 2 hours doing nothing and vowed not to do that again. Sighing to himself, he looked up to the sky and could see that nightfall was only an hour or two away from descending. He got up, dusted himself off, and made his way back home. He would check again tomorrow, but instead sent a clone to check and send the information back to him. The following day. The time to head to the creek had finally arrived. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He silently created a single clone and sent it off to do its assignment. Deciding to use this opportunity for more training, he created more clones and had them do chakra exercises. Meanwhile, he would explore more of the forest. Always expect the unexpected, never assume anything. The words his mother had spoken to him kept repeating over and over as he explored further and further that he decided to heed them. He didn't turn back, no, instead he decided to do something else instead. He was going to build a second home out in the forest. It would serve as training for his body since he didn't want to use chakra out of the boundary, and it would provide shelter for him and his family should anything ever happen. Neither boy had shown up yet again unfortunately in the hours he had been out in the forest. It had not however been all for naught. He had located a very big tree that would serve as the foundation for his new home and even began to design it. This project would take him a few months to finish but figuring the clones could do the work, it could probably get finished before that. 4 days later. Finally, it had been 4 days, but finally, on the 5th day they had arrived. The clone Naruto had kept sending day after day had finally dispelled and sent him good news. He had dropped his task of his makeshift home in the forest for the moment and summoned more clones to continue to work on it. In the 4 days, he and his clones had gotten enough wood from the forest to start on the floor and a bit on the walls, but that was it. Finally, Naruto was too happy to continue to think about his home and sped over to the creek much faster. The waits being little more of an afterthought. Having finally arrived at his destination, he spotted Madara and a hunched over Hashirama on the ground looking at water. Yo, long time no see, greeted Madara awkwardly. It's Hashirama. He muttered, a bit miffed he couldn't remember his name. Naruto. Replied the blonde. Right. Well, how are you two doing? I'm doing good. A bit better as of recently. Chirped Naruto, a smile in place. Hashirama didn't answer. Why are you sulking for? Queried Madara. It was an odd sight for him since the boy had such a bubbly personality just a few days ago. He still didn't answer. What's wrong? Asked both Naruto and Madara simultaneously. Hashirama looked up at them with sadness in his eyes. Mind if I ask you some? Never mind. No need to be shy. We're all ears, stated the other raven-haired youth. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, if there's something bothering you, you can tell us. We're all friends here. The duo could see Hashirama struggling with himself if he should speak or not. Don't worry about it. He replied. Come on, just spit it out already. Madara was starting to get annoyed. The blonde narrowed his own eyes at him, about to warn him to back off since it was a sensitive subject for Hashirama. Really, it's nothing. Naruto's own eyes turned to Hashirama as he kept repeating nothing was wrong over and over when something was clearly wrong. Madara sighed. We'll be here all day if you don't tell us what's bothering you. It's okay, don't trouble yourself over me. It's nothing to worry about. He may have said that, but the tears rolling down his face said different. That was the last straw. Damn you. Here I am trying to help you with your damn problem and you won't let me. Just hurry the hell up and tell us already, roared Madara, arms in the air. Naruto decided to intervene before their friendship turned ugly. Don't worry about Madara. He told Hashirama. That's just his way of showing he's worried about you. Madara turned away, a faint coloring on his cheeks, someone was able to tell. So, can you please tell us what's bothering you? Asked the blonde. My little brother was killed. He replied in a hushed voice. The other two stiffened when they heard the reason. I always come here when I feel like this. Everything just bottled up inside of me, he said, looking at the water. I look at the flow of the current and I feel like all of my troubles are just washing away. Naruto looked at Hashirama with sadness, hearing what had happened. He looked at Madara and could see that the boy was looking at Hashirama with pain in his own eyes. Is it the same for either of you? Asked Hashirama. Naruto shook his head while Madara didn't answer. Either of you have any siblings? He hesitated in asking such a question since it could be taken in a suspicious way. Thankfully, neither of them took it as such. None. Was all Naruto had to say. I have 4 brothers. Replied Madara, a bitter smile on his face. Or rather, I used to have 4 brothers. He looked at the other 2. This is what it means to be a shinobi. Death is always around any corner. Naruto didn't open his mouth to speak, instead choosing to listen. He was learning more and more every day about shinobi life. He would have asked his parents but he figured they may not tell him since it was probably the reason they were secluded to begin with. From what I can tell, the only possible way to avoid needless death is to be upfront with the other side. Perhaps even, I don't know, form an alliance with them, stated Madara. Unfortunately, that's just wishful thinking. Shinobi are proud, paranoid, and suspicious of everyone to allow that. Hashirama looked at his friend. Do you really believe that nobody will ever be able to understand and be honest with the other side? He didn't believe that, he just couldn't. Naruto spoke up. I don't believe that. He had their attention. What do you mean? What I mean is that it doesn't have to be the entirety of a group who has to be honest and upfront with one another. As long as there is one person from each side that does those 2 things, then I believe that with time, both groups will soon follow. Hummed Madara. That sounds much more plausible than what me or Hashirama were talking about. It sounds more doable. He put his arm over Naruto's shoulder. I hope that someday, someone will do what you are suggesting. Leaning down and picking up a stone, he separated from Naruto and chucked his stone. Hey, looks like this time, I got one over. Now neither of you are the only ones who got one over. Naruto smirked at Madara and gave him a high five. Hashirama was watching them interact with one another and smiled. The 2, no not 2, 3, the 3 of them were living proof that they could put their differences aside and come together. Granted they didn't know each other's surnames but that part would take some time. After all, you didn't learn to run before you could crawl. It seems we 3 have something in common. You know that I can read you like an open book, right? Said Madara, looking at Hashirama's stunned face. Wah? You have no sense of style. Commented Madara. Naruto was right. Look at your haircut, and those clothes. Don't get out much, do you? He said, smirk in place. Looks like you finally agreed with me about the bull head. Hashirama's eye twitched. I guess that's the only thing we have in common. Oh well. It was starting to get dark, probably within the hour. Well guys, it was nice seeing and talking to you again, but I think I should head home, said Naruto. Only one other agreed. Yeah, same for me. I'm going to stay a bit longer. Replied Hashirama. The other 2 shrugged. So when would you guys like to meet again? Asked the blonde. He might as well ask them and get a straight answer. He didn't want to waste chakra by sending a clone here, even though he wouldn't really feel it. How about once every 6 days, and we meet on the 7th? Offered Madara. The other 2 agreed, when Hashirama spoke up. I also suggest meeting here and then moving ourselves to different places. Naruto understood immediately, hearing his mother's words in his head. Alright then. That sounds like a plan, said the blonde. I'll see you guys in 7 days. His piece was said, he vanished via body flicker, surprising the other 2. Having finally made it out of the woods and back home before he could hear an earful from his mother for just making it back before night, he went to his room. It had been odd though. He hadn't spotted either of his parents in the living room nor anywhere else. Having not checked their bedroom, he distributed his weight evenly so as to avoid making sound and placed his ear on their door. What's that noise? He was hearing a light noise coming from their room, but he had never heard anything like it before. Shrugging it off as something unusual to look into later, he went to his room and went to sleep. Tilde the following weeks. Naruto was once more making his way over to his friends. They had been doing this for the past weeks and so far, had yet to be found. It was great. All they did was talk and then train some more. He wasn't sure how long the days were for Hashirama and Madara until they would meet, but they weren't honestly that bad for him. During the 6 days he would be waiting, he would often spend it with his mother and father or on his home. Speaking of his home, the project was almost done, the ground was done, as were the walls, and the roof. He still needed a door and furniture, along with a few other things. One thing he had realized after he had finished it was that he didn't want someone to accidentally find it and do anything to it. So it was because of this that he began to focus on genjutsu and casting an illusion over the house or even possibly the area. That was mostly what he did in his off time away from friends. So far, the times he had been with friends, they had been really productive. They had done as Hashirama had said and left the area once they arrived. They had found a bunch of different areas that offered different types of surroundings for training. They named the training grounds with numbers and so far there were only 7. Today they would be going to the 7th one, his favorite. Naruto was on the sidelines, carefully watching the spar between Madara and Hashirama. He was silently studying their forms, noting one relied a bit more on power while the other seemed to wait for the attack and then respond. Both of them were way more advanced than him. Draw. He announced. He was the official. What? I said it's a draw. Naruto repeated. Neither of you is getting the upper hand on the other. Going by this rate, we'll be here until nightfall. And I want my turn. He whined. TCH. I guess it would only be fair. Hummed Hashirama. I will be the official this time. Alright. Naruto stepped up and faced Madara. Rules are the same. Unarmed combat only, nothing else. The two nodded. This fight will be over when I call it. Begin. Naruto watched as his friend relaxed into his stance, waiting for him to charge. He complied. Naruto ran forward, moving side to side, trying to throw him off. He slid to the ground suddenly with a low kick that missed, and just barely dodged a kick sent towards his chin. He flipped backwards, sending another kick, this time to the chin of Madara, who slapped his foot away easily. Not one to be discouraged, he ran at him again, throwing wild punch after wild punch, nothing landing. Madara on the other hand parried each attack, grunting as he directed each of the heavy punches away from his body. His own attacks, however, did land on the blonde, yet he kept getting back up. You have no form whatsoever. Softly commented Madara. Who taught you taijutsu? No one. Happily supplied Naruto, having heard him. I don't really know a style. I haven't even really started on one yet. He replied, rushing him once more. What? Madara said, incredulously. How can you not know a style yet still try and fight either of us? By this point Naruto had stopped, hearing the tone in his voice. It didn't matter to me that I didn't know one yet. He replied. I just wanted to spar with the both of you. He smiled. He just wanted to do things with his friends and not feel left out. It may not matter to you, but it does to us, Hashirama agreed with Madara. We three are here to become stronger in order to accomplish what we have set out to do, he stated. Hashirama clapped, getting their attention. Okay, I think we should call this spar. We need to discuss a style for you and then any weak points we might have. From there we can then help one another in correcting them, said Hashirama. Alright, said Madara, looking at the blonde. What do you want to learn? I don't know. The only unarmed combat I've seen is the two of yours. Hashirama hummed and looked at his raven-haired friend. What did you glean from your short spar? Madara closed his eyes, recalling the fight. He's fast, and his punches are heavy. He rubbed his arms. I see, that is a deadly combination. Commented the bullhead. Perhaps joint manipulation? He mumbled. What's that? Asked the blonde. Basically the spot where our bones connect which allow us to move or bend. Answered Hashirama since he knew about this stuff. Joint manipulation allows you to deliver varying degrees of pain to an opponent and in some cases even injure them. Whoa. Yep. Normally this isn't all that practical for most shinobi except for those of us who are exceptionally fast. With you being both fast and strong, once you take hold, one move is all it would take for you to tear or break the tendon or bone. That sounds useful, but I don't know much about the human body, replied Naruto. It really did sound useful to him, and even should he not be able to use it in combat, who's to say he couldn't use it on someone who was unconscious, keep them from making hand seals. That however shouldn't be all he learns though, added Madara. What happens when he can't grab a hold of someone? Or someone is faster than him? This is also true, agreed Hashirama. With his speed, he can react and act in just a matter of seconds. He needs to learn how to use an opponent's speed and power against them, stated Madara. This is all well and good, but how am I supposed to learn these things? Questioned Naruto. He would have used his clones, but he was already at his max set by his mother. Those clones were on the house and he didn't want them doing anything but finishing that. Hashirama and Madara looked at one another and nodded. We can teach you. In order for them all to get stronger, then some things from their own families would have to be shared. Although neither of the others would ever know that it came from their families. I also have a few scrolls on the human body that I could let you borrow, offered Hashirama. He had already finished those a few times already, it was why he was so familiar with joint locks. Wow, thanks guys. I don't have anything I can teach you though. He would have shown them the clone technique, but his mother said it was a secret family technique. So he couldn't teach it to them. They waved him off. It's fine. We all have the same goal and it would make little sense if all of us couldn't get there at the same time, stated Hashirama. He speaks the truth. Naruto couldn't say anything, he was speechless. He was really glad he had met these two all those days ago. They continued their training session while showing Naruto the parts he would need to create a personal style of taijutsu for himself. 2 weeks later. While the trio had originally agreed to meet every 7 days, they had often discarded the rule and met much more frequently. Naruto had received the scrolls from Hashirama while receiving personal training from Madara. His taijutsu was coming along nicely. He's been incredibly busy as of late in the past 2 weeks. His normal exercise routine was unaffected as it just kept increasing as he went. No, what he was referring to was his other time. With his house in the forest complete and just lacking furniture which he could eventually get, he was training his genjutsu himself while his clones had begun basic training with Fuinjutsu, under supervision from both his parents. He was only able to accomplish so many things because the limit on his clones had been raised by his parents since they felt it was time to. From what the clones would often send him, his parents were slave drivers when it came to seals. I'm so glad I'm focusing on illusions. He shivered at the thought of being under the scrutinizing eyes of his parents. Hopefully the day wouldn't come for a while. You know, started Hashirama, breaking Naruto's muse. The way I see it, permanent lasting peace is the key, he stated. But then again, those are just pretty words. I have no clue where we would even start, he mumbled. Well, first off you start by never wavering and standing firm by your convictions, replied Madara. Naruto agreed. Then you attain unmatched strength and power. No one will want to follow anyone who is weak. Naruto chimed in. I agree with you on that point, but power and strength aren't everything. Madara scoffed, clearly not believing him. If you want people to follow you and your ideals, then you have to prove yourself to them through your actions, not through how much power you wield. He replied. Both are good points, said Hashirama, playing peacekeeper. We'll just keep mastering technique on top of technique to become strong. Then when we are strong can we begin to really do something to spread our ideals. He was about to continue when Madara went over to the ledge of the slab of rock they were sitting on and began to go to the bathroom, or tried to. Ugh. Naruto and Hashirama both looked at their friend with half-lidded eyes and smirks. The bull-headed one walked over to him. You really can't drain it, he teased. I told you, yelled Madara. I'm really sensitive to my surroundings. His body shook as he couldn't get it to come out. So it seems that Naruto was correct. Hashirama told himself. You really do have a problem with your plumbing downstairs, he concluded. Yep, I've always been spot on when guessing these things about people. Madara glowered. If either of you say another word, then you'll both be swimming in my urine, he threatened. All he had to do was turn around. Naruto snorted. I highly doubt that. If he couldn't get it out without them looking, then there was no way he could do it facing them. Madara heard him snort and was about to speak up. Anyways, interrupted Hashirama. I wanted to let you guys know that I came up with a badass technique. By this point Madara had covered himself up and turned around. Oh, do tell. Yes, please stop keeping us in suspense. Hashirama couldn't detect the sarcasm from Naruto nor why he was smirking, but Madara could since he was snickering. Naruto was glad he could at least make one of them laugh. He meant no harm when he said that to Hashirama, it was all just in good fun. Anyways, I call this one, the Mega Fist of Fiery Illusion Shuriken Slicer Double Impact Jutsu. Madara had a look of disgust on his face. Like he ate something sour. That is a mouthful. He finally got out. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Naruto admitted, looking at his friend. Can you teach it to me? Madara rolled his eyes, he needed to put a stop to this. Hashirama nodded, enthusiastically. Of course I'll teach it to you, Naruto. You see, the trick behind it is. I have a better idea. Interrupted Madara. We'll scale these rock walls behind me and we'll work on our upper body strength today. He patted the giant mountain wall behind him. Hashirama was sulking. Madara sighed, shaking his head. You can't sulk just because things don't go your way. Well, while I really want to learn that technique, as long as we get some training in today then I'm all good. Replied the blonde. Yay, Madara was drowned out. Gya ha ha ha. I'm gonna be first. Screamed Hashirama, running up the mountainside. Naruto not far behind him. Madara was shocked. You assholes. He screamed. After a few seconds, the trio were situated on the top. The winner is me. Panted Hashirama, a smile on his face. No, shit, you cheated. Replied Madara, panting just as hard. Well, at least, I didn't come in last. Hey, it's not my fault, I'm wearing weights. Both Madara and Hashirama looked at him confused. Weights? You're not wearing any weights though? Questioned Madara. He knew what training weights looked and felt like, and his friend didn't have them on. I have chakra weights on. The more chakra I apply the heavier they become. Now his two friends were intrigued. That sounds very useful. Muttered Hashirama. Do you think I can have some as well? I as well. Naruto wasn't sure if he could or not. I don't know. These were applied to me by my father, I can try to make copies but don't get your hopes up. He was speaking the truth. He may be studying seals under his parents' guidance, but that didn't mean he was that good at it yet. They both nodded. Man, would you look at this view, Hashirama said, breathless. The vista in front of him was truly magnificent. The other two agreed. Yeah, you can see everything from here. I know for certain that I've got superior vision. Madara looked at his friends. Do either of you feel like having a contest? That was random, said Hashirama. You are that confident in your eyes? Yeah, my eyesight is good, but even I can't see that far from here. Added Naruto. Madara puffed out his chest. Of course I'm confident. After all, I have the Shari. The blonde and other raven-haired youth looked at their friend and wondered why he had stopped so abruptly. What's wrong? They chorused. Madara looked away. Nothing. Truth is, I'm simply mediocre. The blonde snorted. Modesty doesn't suit you. He ignored his blonde friend. If I was really elite, then my brothers wouldn't have. He trailed off. I couldn't protect any of them. A solemn tone in his voice. So, all of your brothers are? No, I've still got one younger brother left. A fierce determination in Madara's eyes. I'm gonna protect him at any and all costs. He felt a hand on his shoulder. I believe that you can and will protect your brother, stated Naruto. Hashirama plopped up from his seat. It's settled then. This will be headquarters for our village. It'll be a place where kids will never have to kill each other. He announced. I can see it now. A school to train and educate young children. We can assign missions, teachers can delegate them accordingly by rank. No kid in our village will ever have to experience the horrors or the battlefield. Madara was chuckling at his enthusiasm. I don't know if you're a visionary or just plain insane. An insane visionary. Offered Naruto. So, what do you guys think? Naruto gave him a thumbs up. I like it, Madara agreed. As do I. It'll allow me to keep a closer eye on my brother. So what would we call the village anyways? All of them paused for a moment and tried to come up with names. Hey! Naruto got their attention. How about the Great Na? No. Interrupted Madara. I can already tell that it's going to sound stupid. He put a stop to that before he could get started. Naruto was pouting. But you didn't even know what I was going to say, he mumbled. Trust me. I could already tell it would be no good. Deadpan Madara. Well, let's just hear him out. Hashirama wanted to give him a chance. Fine, sighed Madara. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted. How about, the great Naruto village? He announced. Madara shook his head. How about no? That just sounds stupid. Right, Hashi? I like it. Replied Hashirama with a nod. The great Maelstrom village. People will totally respect that. How did you know the other meaning of my name? Questioned the blonde. He didn't think anyone knew that. He got waved off. It wasn't too hard actually. I just thought of the opposite of ramen toppings. He replied cheekily. Just shut up the both of you. Growled Madara. That's not what we are calling the village that I had a hand in creating. For now, just leave it alone. We'll come up with something later. Fine, we'll leave it alone for now, stated Hashirama. We should probably start heading back, said Naruto, looking at the sky. Yeah, we should. The other two also looked up and could see it was starting to get dark. They bid each other goodbye and left. 5 days later. Naruto was wearing the largest smile on his face right now. Aside from going to see his friends and continue their training together, he was going to continue learning a very useful skill from Madara. When the three of them had met 3 days prior to this visit, Madara had brought up the something that had caught his ear. Sensors. He hadn't been sure what they were, but when his friend had explained it to him, he knew he had it. It was the reason why he was able to feel things that were never near him. He was very glad he had decided to hone it all those years ago, but now he was going to train with someone who knew what they were doing. It was the reason why he was excited about training today. Not only were they meeting 2 times in a week, but he was going to train in something he had already started on. However, one thing did strike him as odd when they were having the conversation. Madara had stated that he had to train his control and senses to get where he was at, but Naruto never had done that. One day, he just started feeling things around him. Madara had told him it was possible he was just born much more sensitive to things around him, and it only started to show as he had started to train. That made sense to the blonde. Well, whatever it was, he was glad he had it. Finally arriving to the creek, he half expected both of his friends to be having a spar. Instead, he arrived to an even stranger scene. They were both there, but both on the opposite sides of the creek. He was about to make himself known and jump out when he watched them throw the stones in their hands to the other and could have sworn he saw a look of worry on their faces. Why are they worried for? Deciding to expect the unexpected, he revealed himself to his friends. Hey, what's wrong you two? He asked. They both stiffened when they heard his voice. Oh no. What is he doing here? And now of all times. Madara had a grim look on his face. I completely forgot about him coming. Hashirama scolded himself for his lapse. This is not going to end well. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he suddenly felt 4 chakra signatures. All 4 jumped out from the forest, 2 shadows landing behind both Madara and Hashirama. He could see the resemblance that his 2 friends held to the unknown 4. The man standing behind Hashirama was a very tall, heavy-set looking man. Dark eyes glaring at the man across from him while his shoulder-length black hair and piece of cloth swayed in the wind. The boy next to him was fair-skinned, dark eyes, and white shaggy hair. He had the same stern-looking face the older man had. He also looked about a year or 2 younger than himself. He was still a bit miffed that out of the 3 of them, he was the youngest at 8, they were both 10 and he wished they were the same age. It would have been another thing they would have shared. His musing was cut short. Well, looks like we were on the same page, weren't we, Senju Butsuma, stated the man behind Madara. Seems the miracles will never cease, Uchiha Tajima. Replied Butsuma, glaring. Naruto now looked at the now-named Tajima. He was just a bit shorter than Butsuma but nonetheless intimidating. His dark black eyes were set on a glare as he brushed the black hair, which framed his face, to the side. The boy next to him was a carbon copy of Madara, spiky black hair, black eyes, and fair skin. Yo! Tobirama, said the younger Uchiha, sword at the ready. Yo! Izuna! Replied the now-named Tobirama, following suit. He honestly didn't know if he should be glad or a bit annoyed that they had yet to notice his presence. He chalked it up to them not just knowing him. Yeah, that was it. About to open his mouth to say something, he was stopped since the 4 new arrivals had jumped at one another fiercely. The 2 adult men battling one another while their sons down below battled to the death. Not sure how this was going to turn out, he looked over to his 2 friends and could see they were completely shell-shocked. Unable to move or say anything that would or could stop this. Stop it! He heard them yell. It didn't work. None of the combatants were paying them any attention, they couldn't afford to. One look away and it was all over. His eyes widened when both men took out kunai and hurtled them towards the other man's son, hoping that with their death, it would be enough to land a killing blow on the other. Both Hashirama and Madara had hesitated for no more than a second, but that was enough. Even had they thrown their own weapons, they wouldn't have made it in time. He reacted quickly, taking out 2 of his own kunai that he had brought for today and looked at the spots he would need to hit in order to stop them. He crossed his arms together and flung them. Clang! Both of the weapons' trajectories had been changed as the kunai landed on a tree. Madara and Hashirama jumped in front of their siblings, ready to shield them from any more attacks. It was only after Naruto had interfered that everything had seemingly calmed down. Now it was when everyone noticed him, both arms still outstretched, indicating it was he who had deflected them. His 2 friends had sent him small nods of thanks, but everyone had seen them. "Who are you, boy?" said Tajima, contempt in his voice, not liking that his fight was interrupted. "Yes, who are you?" added Butsuma, agreeing with his enemy, loath as he was to do it. "Is it not proper to introduce yourself first before asking for another name?" questioned the blonde, a small smirk on his face. Both men's jaws clenched at his attitude while their eyes narrowed at him. They were both studying him up and down, side to side, even when their enemy was only feet away from them. Uchiha Tajima, head of the Uchiha clan. Senju Butsuma, head of the Senju clan. Seeing as their fathers were going along with this, the 2 youngest decided they didn't want to be left out. Uchiha Izuna, brother of Madara, stated the younger brother, who mentally smirked. He had announced himself before Tobirama had a chance to. Tobirama had a scowl on his face. Senju Tobirama, brother of Hashirama. Namikaze Naruto. He actually wasn't going to give out his name, but he didn't want to risk them getting angry and then deciding to kill him. While he was sure he could escape, he didn't want them to follow him as he lead them to his house, and inadvertently his parents. This was his problem, he would handle it. Namikaze were the thoughts of everyone, never having heard such a name before. "I've never heard of a clan such as that," stated the Senju clan leader. "Nor have I." Naruto shrugged. "We are new." "Then I'm afraid it will be over before it even begins," started Tajima. "You will die here today along with this Senju scum." Before he could make good on his threat, his oldest stepped in. "Don't bother," he said with a stoic face. "Hashirama is stronger than me, and Naruto there is stronger than the both of us," he stated. Now this little piece of news drew the clan head attention back to the blonde boy. They couldn't believe that 2 of the most promising shinobi from the 2 most powerful clans in the lands were weaker than an upstart from a fledgling clan. "No way," Izuna said in disbelief. "They're both stronger than you, big bro?" Tajima scoffed. "I have a hard time believing that. The Senju perhaps is stronger as you say, loath I am to admit it," he muttered. "But I refuse to believe that this other boy is your superior," he snarled. Madara eyed his father like he was an idiot. "Well, he is. His chakra reserves alone dwarf everyone else here, combined." He let out that little nugget of information, he was sure that would shut them up. He never understood why adults were just so stupid when it came to certain things. Like listening to their children. They were more perceptive than people gave them credit for. His control of his chakra is good, the same as me, possibly higher. He is also much faster than Hashirama or myself. And that's not counting his chakra weights. "Chakra weights?" repeated the clan heads, glaring at one another for copying each other. Naruto glared at his friend for revealing that. Madara saw the glare and ignored it. "That's right, chakra weights. It weighs down the body depending on how much chakra you have. So the more you have the heavier you become, but the faster you get as a result," he said. Naruto's eyes widened a fraction of an inch. His friend had given away his training exercise but not the correct specifics of how it worked. What an ingenious way of training. Butsuma looked at the boy in interest now. His value in life was now far outweighing his value in death. He would need to find a way to capture the boy for his clan. Tajima was thinking along the same lines as his enemy. "We must find a way to acquire this. With superior speed and our dojutsu, nobody would stand against us." He needed this boy on his side. And from the way he deflected both kunai at the same time with both hands tells me he is also very skilled in that as well. Madara had continued to list off his friend's strengths. "Then we should eliminate him," lied Tajima. "Before he becomes too much of a threat." Madara shook his head negatively. "That wouldn't work either. You remember that I am a censor, right?" His father gave him a stiff nod. "Well, right now I sense over 100 bodies just outside of this creek, surrounding both sides." His declaration caused everyone but him to stiffen and have their weapons at the ready. Their eyes searched every possible location, yet nothing came. "Why aren't they on us?" asked Izuna, slightly shaking a bit. "I never said it was an enemy," replied Madara. "The one thing similar about all of the chakra signatures is that they are the same as Naruto's." "Hey, so you were able to sense all of my shadow clones, huh?" "Shadow clones?" asked Tobirama. The term sounded dumb, why not just name them clones? Whoever created the technique, whether it was the blonde or not, had to be an idiot. "Yep," he chirped. "I can create several copies of myself." The clan heads were now starting to get wary of the boy. His danger level was just too high for them to try and take a chance at capturing him or trying to take his secrets. If they botched this up and he escaped, he could very well come seeking revenge against them. They did not want unneeded deaths from the boy who would grow up into a monster made of human flesh. So they did the only thing they could at the moment, they called a retreat. They were not going to risk anything with the boy nor the clones surrounding them. The two clan leaders looked at one another and knew there would be other days to kill on another. "It looks like talk of building our own village was nothing more than wishful thinking, Naruto, Hashirama." "Madara, do you really believe that?" Naruto shook his head. "I don't believe that, Madara. Remember, all it takes is for one person from each side to understand the other." He looked at the two of them back and forth. "You two already have that, along with me and my clan." Madara smiled sadly at him, even if what he said was true. "Be that as it may, we can't really do anything now." He was referring to their situation at the moment. "We don't have much power yet. And for what it's worth." He looked at the both of them for a moment. "I really had a blast here with the two of you. Let's go," ordered Tajima, sparing a glance at Naruto. "If you attack us, then you will have the entire Uchiha clan to contend with. We will burn this forest to the ground and kill you," he threatened. The blonde just looked at him coldly. It seems he would need to set up some things around the forest to prevent this. He gave the Uchiha man a stiff nod, same with the Senju. "Until next time." Madara was beginning to leave when Hashirama called out to him. "Madara, you don't really believe everything was just wishful thinking, do you? After all our brainstorming, we'd finally." "I agree with Hashirama on this one, Madara. Out of the three of us, you were the most hopeful for a village where we could avoid this exact situation," pointed out the blonde. "Why can't they just let me leave?" thought Madara. "Can't they see how hard this is for me? Trust me, guys." Both took note of the emotion in his voice. "I really wish things could be different, but at the end of the day." He looked at Hashirama. "You're a Senju, and the blood of my brothers are on the hands of your clan." Madara then looked to his last friend. "I have no problems with you or the Namikaze clan, but even you and yours will feel my wrath if you harm my family," he threatened. Hashirama was getting apprehensive, thinking his friend was suddenly going to attack. Naruto's muscles tensed as he too believed he would attack. He really did not want to fight one of his only friends, but he would not lay down either. Madara noticed their tensing. "Relax, no further blood will be shed today. However, the next time we meet, it'll be as adversaries on the field of battle, Senju Hashirama," he told his friend. "And when that time comes, you will address me as Uchiha Madara." "And me?" questioned Naruto. The eldest Uchiha simply stared at him for a moment. "If we meet on the field of battle, then it is possible," he stated, wanting this to be as clear as possible. "Anyone who is not an Uchiha is an enemy. Pray we do not cross paths, Namikaze Naruto." As he said this, his eyes took on a different color. "You see that, father?" Izuna exclaimed excitedly. "Big brother's eyes have. We may have failed to eliminate the Senju, but we did gain information on another shinobi clan while you awakened our superior bloodline." The Senju were in shock. His Sharingan, did it just awaken? But Suma couldn't believe it. Just how had their clan been the losers today? They had failed in their original mission, the enemy's son awakened his bloodline, and another new clan with a powerful youngster had forced them to retreat. This was just shameful. Naruto didn't know what the big deal with his eyes were and he didn't know it at the time, but that would be the last day he would see his friends. For a very, very long time. Arriving home much earlier than what he would have liked, he spotted both of his parents outside on the porch, just enjoying nature and each other's company. His father was looking worse and worse and he didn't know why he was even outside, but figured he must have whined to his mother about it. He took a deep breath and mentally began to prepare himself for the conversation he had been wanting to have for a while. It only took running into other shinobi to push him. "Ka-chan, To-chan." He grabbed their attention. "Can you tell me about the shinobi clans?" They both were startled by the sudden question and the subject. "Why do you want to know about them?" asked Yu Yujuk. "Well, it was the moment of truth. I kinda had a run-in with some recently." "What?" screeched Kumiko, immediately jumping from her seat to check him. "Are you alright? They didn't hurt you, did they?" she asked, frantically. "I'm fine." Yu Yujuk was a bit more composed than his wife, but only by a little. "Did they say what clan they belonged to?" Senju and Uchiha. The two former Uzumaki now turned Namikaze paled when they heard those names. Why had the two most fearsome clans been fighting so close to them? How did you even come across them? "Well, when I went into that forest for the first time, I met two kids 2 years older than me. At first we just skipped stones across the creek, but then we began to train with each other. Once we started seeing how fast we were growing, we met more and more. Everything was fine, until today." "What happened today?" "I arrived and saw the both of the on opposite sides. After a few seconds 4 shadows jumped out and 2 landed behind each of my friends. They began to fight and they finally noticed me when I saved the lives of the younger brothers of my friends. After that they questioned me but only got my name and a few of my skills." "Go on." They could tell he had more to say. "I got their names, Tajima, Izuna, and Madara, my friend. The others are Butsuma, Tobirama, and Hashirama, my other friend." "Oh dear." Kumiko held her cheek in worry. "I do believe that those are the current clan heads and their sons. They only knew that information since at the time they were with their clan, and the news had broken that clan heirs to the 2 strongest families had been born." Yu Yujuk was rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Okay. Did anything else happen?" "Just that Madara had no problem with me or my clan but would not hesitate should we ever cross paths." "Okay, so it seems that they aren't going to be actively looking for you, but we should still put up more seals, just as precautions." He looked at his son. "Your training is going to increase. Starting tomorrow you're going to learn how to make the seals we put around our home." Naruto nodded. "Now, you wanted to know about clans, right?" "Yes." "Very well, but keep in mind that I do not know all of them," he stated. "Let's see, we have the Senju, Uchiha, Fuma, Sarutobi, Kaguya, and Uzumaki," he mumbled the last one. "Wow, that's a lot. Can you explain more about them?" "In a moment, but I have a question for you. What are you going to do now?" I'm not really sure," admitted the young blonde. "At first I was training so I could become strong to protect you too, but after meeting my friends I came to have a purpose. Build a village with them, and protect everyone in it." They both smiled fondly at his nature to protect them. That indeed is a lofty goal. One you can still accomplish on your own, without them, but it will be much more difficult," admitted Yu Yujuk. "You need to get much stronger if you wish to protect your mother, me, and the rest of the villagers." Naruto agreed with his father about getting stronger but not about the former. "It wouldn't be the same without my 2 friends," he replied softly. "For now, I will train and then I will gain experience. By the time I come back, I can focus on building a village," he said. "And who knows, I might run into my old friends out in the world." Kumiko rolled her eyes but had a smile on her face. Always the optimist. After his goal was spoken in further detail with his parents, he had learned what he could from his parents about the clans they mentioned. The only ones aside from Senju and Uchiha that interested him were Kaguya and Uzumaki. Unfortunately, his parents had limited information on both and made do with what they did have. 7 years later. Naruto breathed in and out. He was currently in a meditative pose, honing his sensor ability. This was something he had been doing for the past 7 years. He was now 15 now, but everything had been a blur since the tragedy that had transpired in the past year. It had been the toughest year of his life. Sure, the training on his body was taxing, but it didn't compare to the passing of his father. He knew the man had been sick, his health failing him, but since he was so focused the 5 years before he had passed, he had put it to the back of his mind. It wasn't until certain parts his training had been completed that he had even noticed, and when he did, a pang of guilt coursed through him. He had been so focused on himself that he had ignored his father. He had tried to rectify that by spending as much time with him recently, but in his mind, it hadn't been enough, and now he was gone. His mother had taken it the hardest. She wouldn't eat, couldn't sleep in her bed, and would try to busy herself so she wouldn't remember. They both had to come to terms with his death and chose to remember all the good things about him. He would always be there for her, especially after his last conversation with his father. Flashback. Naruto had been called into his parents' room, to his father's deathbed. The once strong man was now a frail shell of his former self. He stepped closer to his bed as he had been beckoned. "So, how is your training coming along, son?" "It's coming along fine. How are you feeling?" he asked. "Do you need something?" He wanted his father as comfortable as he could be. No, I'm fine." He waved his son off. He then turned serious. "Naruto, I don't have much time left and there is something that I want to tell you, but first, I want to give you this." "What is it?" "Your mother and I have never truly been honest with you. This scroll here holds many more inside of it. This was applied to your body with seal when I found you." Yuzuki saw the alarmed look on his son's face. He placed a comforting hand on his arm. "I found you when you were a baby. All you had on you was a necklace with your name on a piece of paper. I'm sorry to tell you this now, but we are not your blood parents. We're actually from the Uzumaki clan but left because of all the fighting." Naruto was breathing a bit harder but nodded his head for his father to continue. "Know this, my son, just because we are not related does not mean that we did not love you as our own. We just felt it better to inform you when you were older, and I'll admit that this isn't the best situation to tell you, but I wanted you to know before I passed on." He explained. "You were the best thing to come into our lives that day. 15 years ago, we had just been living from day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, such a droll life," he said humorlessly. "But when you came into our lives, you gave us purpose. Since then, we have strived to see you reach your full potential, to become what we know you can be." "And what's that?" Naruto asked softly. "The best," he simply replied. "Is there anything you would like to ask me?" He was silent for a moment. "Why did my blood parents leave me?" he asked. "Did they not love me?" Yuzuki coughed violently before calming down. "I do believe they did love you. Sometimes a situation will not always be in a person's control and they must adapt or make some sacrifices. They left you in order for you to survive while they may not have. It is a form of love, albeit shown differently." Naruto was starting to tear up. "Remember, son," started Yuzuki, "the true measure of a shinobi is not how he lives, but how he dies. It's not what they do in life, but what they did before dying that proves their worth." He held his hand to his son's face. "And I would say that I did a pretty good job in raising you before I move on," he chuckled. By this point, Naruto was crying. "Yeah, you did a great job," he admitted. "And I'll show the world soon enough." He smirked. Yuzuki started to cough once more after he finished chuckling. He looked at his son and asked him for one last thing. "Son." Naruto looked his father in the eyes. "Protect your mother and yourself." This was his last request. "You can count on me," he replied, determination in his eyes. "Would you like me to bring mother for you?" "No, that's all right. I've already talked with her." Naruto nodded, leaned down, and gave his father a hug. "I love you, son. I love you to Dad." Those were the last words spoken between father and son. Namikaze Yuzuki had passed away. Tilda flashback end. It had taken him a few days to look over the scroll since he didn't much feel like learning anything after putting his father in the ground. After that it was just being around his mother and making sure she was okay. Once her grieving was over, a good amount of time had passed and he had opened it. The inside of it contained very destructive techniques, but only one really caught his attention. It was of his father's creation. After having practiced with Kinjutsu for a few years under the guidance of his parents, he could safely say he was okay in the art. The creation he had been reading was something beyond his level, but it didn't mean he couldn't read it. It was a transfer technique meant to take out a person's life force and seal it into another. Everything had clicked for him after reading it. The seal had been applied to him. It was the reason he had to practice chakra control more often after he had gotten the seals placed on him all those years ago. His father had theorized that since his own body was already riddled with sickness, then it would take his life, but if he applied it to someone else, using his own body, then the chances of him dying were slim to none since he was healthy and had a lot of chakra. Only problem was, the person he wanted to use it on would refuse it. His mother. She however wouldn't let him. So for now, he would tweak it and hopefully he could change her mind on the matter. 2 years later. Naruto let out a small sigh. It had been 2 years since his father had passed on and 9 years since he'd last seen Hashirama or Madara. He had been sending clones to the creek recently to see if by some divine miracle he ran into one of them. No such luck. While his clone had been doing that, he had sent others all around the forest to construct more safe houses like the original one he had built as a child. Other than that, he had been refining his skills in all areas. He wasn't nearly as strong as he felt he could be and it just kept grinding and grinding every day. His mother would often train with him now as well, but with him now being a young man of 17 and her getting older, she couldn't keep up with him someday. She could hardly push him like before, now that he stood at 6 feet 1 inch and 170 pounds. Looking around the forest for any more spots that could be potential areas for construction on his houses or barrier seals for protection, he heard a scream. Sealing up his things, he took off where he last heard it. Finding the spot where the fighting was heaviest, he came across a strange scene. It was a man chasing a woman. Both were young, or at least younger than him, maybe. It didn't really matter how old they were. The woman was putting up a valiant effort and was keeping pace, but even he could see that she was tiring. She held herself up behind the trunk of a tree, catching her breath. He noticed the clan symbols of the two, Uchiha and Senju. Meisai Gakur no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. This was a very useful technique that was listed inside of his scroll given to him by his father. It allowed him to become invisible to his surroundings by bending the light around him. He moved in for a closer inspection. He was left breathless. She was beautiful. Her hair was a rich shade of ebony. It flowed in waves to adorn her glowing, cream-colored skin. Her eyes were a bright sky blue and seemed to brighten up the area around her. A straight nose and full lips, she seemed the picture of perfection in his eyes. He, however, knew this was not the case with her. Yes, she was beautiful, but from just looking at her developing body hidden beneath black clothes and armor, there was a kunoichi. And a very deadly one. Sweat was trickling down her brow as he could see her concentrating her chakra, which was very large by the way, and trying to cast an area-wide genjutsu. It had no effect on the man. The man who was chasing her seemed oddly familiar to him. In fact, he looked a great deal like his friend Madara. He would need to see if he was correct on his theory. Continuing to follow after them, he could see the woman had led herself to a dead end, with the Uchiha creeping ever closer. It was time he made his appearance. Doing a few hand seals and gathering his chakra, he attacked. Futon, Daytop, a great breakthrough. The sudden gust of wind had taken them both by surprise, none more so than the Uchiha. He was knocked down on his back violently. Naruto dropped his camouflage and jumped down next to her, she tensed with a kunai in hand. He immediately held up his hands, giving her the universal message he was not there to attack. She didn't trust him, he could be working with her enemy. He turned around, showing his back to her. She calmed down a bit since she could take him out quickly if he did try something. She turned her attention back to the Uchiha, who was grunting in pain and anger. He got up and turned to them, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Who the hell are you?" he screamed. I don't feel like telling you," he replied, knowing he was pissing the man off more. The woman was gaping, wondering if the man in front of her was an idiot. Because he certainly didn't look like one. Naruto looked at the Uchiha closely now. Yes, he could see the similarities. This young man was definitely his brother. The Uchiha grit his teeth in anger at being brushed off. "Why don't you explain to me why you were chasing this beautiful woman around?" asked Naruto. Said woman scowled openly at him for calling her as such, but still had a small blush on her cheeks. No one had ever called her that before in her life. Others always saw her as too much of a tomboy. "I'm an Uchiha, she's a Senju," he said, like it explained everything. Naruto frowned at him for such an answer. "I see. It seemed that Madara's brother has taken to the ways of his clan." His eyes widened when he felt the rise in chakra from across him. He blurred through his hand seals and called upon his own chakra. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Izuna blew out a giant fireball. Suten, Suijin Heki, water encampment wall. Placing his hands in front of him, he quickly started to gather the water from around him. Whether it be from the trees, grass, plants, or air, he took what he could get, the rest he provided. He heard a gasp behind him from the woman and didn't know why. Fire met the wall of water in a rush, burning everything in its path. Both elements clashed for dominance as neither wanted to give in to the other. Naruto suddenly added more chakra, completely overtaking the ball of fire, resulting in steam. Naruto grabbed the woman's hand and they both vanished, reappearing a few feet away. He could feel the younger brother backing away as well, but not enough to mask his presence. Swiping at a seal he had on his forearm, he unsealed 2 weapons. Eskrima sticks. He had learned this discipline more as a way to appease his mother early on in his life. She had wanted him to have some form of weapon, and since neither she nor his father, bless his soul, knew Kenjutsu, this was his only option. He would have to learn Kenjutsu somewhere else. Taking each stick in one hand apiece, he bolted to the side of the steam, using it as cover. The young Uchiha had yet to move from his location and he would take advantage of it. He striked hard and fast, nailing the Uchiha on the hinge joint, making him take a knee. He also tagged him on the ball and socket, making one of his shoulders a bit useless at the moment. By this point the steamy mist had cleared and the woman was stunned at how easily the blonde had taken him out. Naruto was about to bring his eskrima down on his head, knocking him out, when his eyes widened once more. His instincts also flared to life, yelling at him to move. He did as instructed. Amaterasu Heavenly Illumination. The blonde had felt the enormous amount of chakra that had quickly built up in the Uchiha eyes and was glad he had moved. Black flames had erupted from his eye and devoured everything in their path with an indulgence. What the hell was that? He eyed the younger brother carefully. What is your name? He asked. Uchiha Izuna, he said in between breaths. His technique always left him like this. You? Naruto took note of his tiredness and the blood leaking from the eye. Namikaze Naruto. Namikaze? Thought both Izuna and the woman. You are Madara's younger brother. It was a statement, not a question. Izuna nodded slowly. I am. How do you know him? He asked cautiously, not wanting to fight an enemy of his brother's while chasing one of his own. He shook his head. Do you not remember your savior all those years ago? Izuna had a calculating look in his eyes when realization hit. I can see from your expression that you do remember. If I may ask, what was that you just used? His curiosity getting the better of him. Izuna didn't reply. Naruto sighed. Okay then, a better question. He then looked to the woman a few feet behind the both of them. Why are you chasing her? Madara's younger brother had an annoyed look on his face. She's Senju, I'm Uchiha. We are enemies till the day we die. The blonde rolled his eyes and shook his head. I see. He muttered. If I were to ask you to leave, would you? Izuna snorted. Not until either I'm in the ground or she is. Naruto didn't like the sound of that. He wouldn't kill Izuna since he was his friend brother, but he would rough him up, but even then, he didn't want this to get confrontational. An idea came to him. It was risky but it could work. Not even to the man who you owe your life to? I would have thought that the Uchiha still had some form of honor, or was I mistaken? Izuna jaw clenched. Naruto knew he had him. Your debt to me would be paid in full, he said. All you have to do is walk away and tell your superiors that you got her. Only us three would know the truth. Izuna didn't respond immediately as he was looking between the both of them. You're incredibly lucky you were dealing with me, and not my brother. He replied. He would have stopped at nothing to kill any Senju. Leave, my debt to you is paid. Somehow, Naruto doubted Madara would have stopped had the two of them met after so many years away from one another. And even should he have tried, he would have stopped him. The blonde Namikaze nodded his head and thanks. He and the kunoichi were gone soon after. Naruto and the woman were a good distance away from their battlefield when the woman decided to speak up. May I know the name of the one who helped me? She asked, her eyes scanning her surroundings, a stoic look on her face. You didn't hear my talk with Izuna? No, I only heard your surname. Plus, she was busy keeping an eye on the Uchiha. Oh, well then my first name is Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. Now she recognized the name. I know you. Really? I'm sure we've never met before. He replied, amused. She blushed a bit. I mean, I know of you. She corrected. My father and older brother couldn't stop talking about you. My father wanted you to join us, or have you captured and killed. My brother on the other hand always had glowing things to say about you. Really now? Who is your brother? Hashirama. Naruto was shocked, he didn't know his friend had a younger sister. My name is Tōka. She knew she was playing a dangerous game here, revealing her identity, but had the man in front of her wanted her dead, she would be dead. Plus, all of the stories she heard from her brother, she knew this Naruto wasn't a bad person. I see, he never mentioned he had a sister. He muttered. He could now see the logic behind the tactic though. No one would attack someone they didn't know existed, but a question still needed to be asked. What were you doing out there? And just how had Izuna even found you? I left my clan compound for some fresh air, and to get away from my family for a bit. She muttered the last part. Naruto had caught it though. Why would you want to get away from your family? He asked, not understanding. He loved his own family, his mother, he would never try to actively separate himself from them. The concept was just foreign to him. Tōka got angry. You don't know what it's like to grow up underneath my brothers. Always being overshadowed by them. She glared at Naruto. What did he know? Hashirama is going to be the next clan head, and is one of if not the strongest shinobi around. My other brother, Tobirama, is just as talented as him. She quieted down, her rant over. And then there is me. I know I'm a capable kunoichi who is strong, but compared to them, I'm nothing. She quietly said. Naruto said nothing, just listening to her. It was obvious she had pent up feelings and needed to vent to someone. As for how he found me, I'm not sure. I had sensed something and then I was attacked. She didn't need to explain the aftermath since he was there. Now he was frowning as he had a bad feeling. Was he the only one out here? He may be a censor, but even he could only reach so far. This bad feeling was all the more why he would seek to expand his gift. I'm not sure, but I would most assuredly count on it. Their clan leader would most likely send out parties to make sure they exterminated any senju they got a hold of, she spat. That had almost been her. That bad feeling had moved from the pit of his stomach to his mind. The possibility of more shinobi being in the forest was worrying, and while not searching for him or his mother directly, would still kill either of them should they meet. He needed to get home. Before he left, however, he asked Tōka if it was alright if he could see her again. He didn't know why, but he had been compelled by some mystical force to do so. He had expected her to flat out refuse, but much to his surprise and happiness, she had agreed. Tōka found the man in front of her interesting. He was unlike any person she had ever met. He didn't have the hardened attitude that most shinobi in the world had, yet was incredibly strong. And if going by the stories that her brother used to tell her, he was still hiding much of his power. She gave him instructions on how to get to the compound she lived at. She was quite happy with herself for some reason. Perhaps it was the independence of doing something that was unexpected of her, or she just wanted to get to know the person behind the stories she knew him from. Either way, they would meet again. He couldn't believe his eyes. His home, the one he had been raised in for his whole life, the one his parents had carefully created, was up in flames. Sutin, Mijurappa water trumpet. He started to quell the flames before they burned the entire forest down. After doing that, he began his search for his mother, hoping she had made it out alive. Search and search he did, but after what felt like hours, he had stopped. Only one thought had entered his mind then and there: he had failed. He failed his father in his last request, and he had failed in protecting his mother. She was gone, just like his father years ago. He was all alone. Had his grief in losing his mother been higher, he wouldn't have heard the soft groaning. There she was, his mother, injured, but still very much alive. In his haste to see his mother, he had not noticed the man standing behind her unconscious form, blade at the ready. He froze when he saw the glint of steel pointed at her. "Who are you?" he asked, an edge to his voice. No response. "Were you the one who hurt my mother?" Still no response. Naruto started to tense, slowly reaching for the seal on his forearm. "Did you do this to our home?" Still nothing. "Answer me," he roared, unsealing his eskrima. He tossed the first one towards the man's sternum and the second following right behind, this one looking to break his wrist. The hooded man deftly dodged the stick, going for his chest by swiftly spinning, allowing the stick to graze his back as it continued its own path. The second had hit his leg as he had been spinning. "Shit!" Naruto cursed, running forward and blurring through his hand seals. Sutin, Teppodama gunshot. His heart shattered. The man had finished spinning around just as he spat out his attack, and he had stabbed his mother through the back, into her heart. The attack had landed just seconds after, launching the man further into the forest. Naruto immediately raced over to his mother's side, slowly turning her over to inspect the wound. It didn't look good. The blade had indeed came out from the front. Shit! He punched the ground in anger. He didn't know any Iryo ninjutsu to heal her, and Tōka's compound was too far away. Watch that mouth, Mr., stuttered Kumiko, lightly scolding her son for his use of foul language. Naruto on the other hand didn't find the situation funny. If he ran to the Senju compound, then maybe she had a chance. Even if he had to serve the clan for years, as long as she was alive. Just as he was about to reach out for her, he felt himself stiffen in place. Something was holding him in place while his mother was slowly being pulled away, dragging on the ground, a bloody trail following her. He couldn't see what was dragging her, but he knew the hooded man was responsible. And there he was once more, standing over her body, as she bled out. He was trying with all of his will to move his body, but nothing was working. "Please," he prayed, hoping he could do something. He suddenly felt something burst from his torso and make impact. Looking down, he was in awe and horror. Chains were sticking out of him. He followed them and his eyes widened. They were wrapped around the hooded man. He still couldn't move, but the chains on him could, and mentally had them tighten around the man. That was when he felt whatever was holding him in place drop. He rushed forward, kneading his chakra, giving it shape and form, concentration on his face. He inhaled. Futon, Shinkigyoku vacuum spheres. He exhaled small blasts of wind chakra, all of them piercing the man he had chained up, blowing him away once more, and he once more was at her side. Don't worry, I'll take you Arg. He felt a searing pain on his back, burning his flesh. Reaching to his back and removing whatever it was, he noticed it was a small grain of something. He quickly turned around. How? He muttered. How are you still alive? The man he was so sure he had killed was behind him. Hey, wrong person. Naruto's eyes widened in horror, the man from before had not been alone. His body locked up once more, and it was with dreadful realization that the man in front of him now was the one who was able to immobilize him, not the other one. Naruto couldn't turn around, but his heart ached when he heard his mother crying softly. Are we almost done here? Asked the man in front of him. Who is he talking to? Nearly. Naruto froze. The man he had just seen being pierced by wind balls was still alive. The situation was grim. His mother also realized this. Naruto. She called out to him. As long as you live, then I can go in peace. Even in pain, she could tell when someone wanted to kill. These two did not want to kill her son, yet. I'll finally be with your father again. The blonde Namikaze started to tear up at her admission. I don't want you to go. I don't want to be alone. The two hooded men were silently watching, wanting to see how this played out before making their move. You're never alone. We'll always be watching over you. And soon, you'll find someone to love. He wished he could turn around to face her as he said this. I love you, Mom. I love you too, so. The hooded man behind Kumiko had cut her off. That was getting a little too mushy for me. He smirked. He had purposely let them speak so he could crush his target spirit. Naruto was numb, he couldn't feel anything at the moment. His mother's last words had been cut short, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw something rolling past him. Tears streamed down his face freely as he let out a loud cry, his chakra leaking out of his body. Impressive. Complimented the man holding him in place. The output was indeed impressive, and it would have drawn others to investigate had they not set up their own defenses. He and his mother may have had a chance had they not. Indeed, but he can still go much higher. He doesn't know it, but he can. Replied the killer of his mother. Unfortunately, it was not enough to stop us. With this, our plan is set in motion. Both of them nodded and both attacked him. One of them struck his neck, his Adam apple, with their elbow, while the other kneed his head, knocking him unconscious. The one who had been holding him had a crazed grin on his face. I'll be seeing you later, he said in a sing-song voice, then vanishing. Get stronger, was all the hooded man said. He had plans for the boy, and he couldn't get them accomplished with the boy so weak. Hours later. His eyes snapped open and he leapt to his feet, ready to attack. Sending out a small pulse, he could feel no one within a few miles of his home. Looking over to the body of his mother and almost lost himself once more. He stood strong. Gathering up her body, he buried her next to his father, and said a small prayer for them. Seeing his former home in the state it was in made him come to a conclusion. There was nothing left for him here. So he grabbed all of his gear, scrolls, and anything else of importance and sealed it away. Only thing was, he didn't know where to go. This was his first time without his parents, and now he was out in the world. He took a deep breath. The first thing he needed to do was find shelter. He would go from there. He already had a place in mind. The following night. Hilda Senju compound. It had taken him a while to locate the compound, and even longer to hide his chakra from other potential sensors. He was not naive enough to not believe there were not others, as Madara had shown him. Getting into the compound was a much easier task for him. These bigger clans had much more space to cover and weren't always doing it, plus the arrogance they exuded helped. They truly believed no one could infiltrate their borders. He did run into one problem though, he didn't know where Tōka lived. He must have the devil's luck, cause he just caught sight of her and started to follow her, his camouflage technique still in place. Every step she took, he noted, she shifted her body weight to emit little to no sound while looking regal while doing it. It really didn't come as a surprise to him, considering she was basically the princess of the Senju clan. Finally seeing which home she was heading to, he moved ahead of her, entering from a window. He looked around the place. It was small. One bed, bathroom, small kitchen, and living space. It was built for one person. She really wanted out from their shadows. Enough to move out from her original house. He cut his musings short as she entered, her back to him as he placed himself in the darkest corner. He jumped down and silently placed his hand over her mouth, preventing her from screaming. He was about to inform her he was not an attacker while simultaneously revealing himself when he felt a pain between his legs. He slumped down to the ground on his knees, holding himself. Tōka drew two kunai out and was ready to stab her attacker to death, but before she could, she noticed the tuft of blonde hair and the one person it belonged to. Naruto. Oh, sorry about that, Naruto. She didn't sound sorry, but who could blame her? She was just defending herself. He was still slumped over. You startled me. Now she was defending her actions. Who comes into a woman's house at night, under the cover of darkness? Still no response. Tōka sighed. Did I really kick you that hard? She heard him grunt but upon closer inspection realized he was crying. Okay, she said, exasperated. I'm sorry, it was all reflex. He killed her, he mumbled. He killed my mother. Tōka was confused. I don't follow? Naruto didn't know why, but he let it all out and she listened. Perhaps he just needed someone to listen to him, like he had done for her the previous day. He explained all that had happened to him, his mother's death, not being able to do anything to stop it. The dam holding his emotions in check had broken. Tōka cried alongside him, even though she didn't know either of his parents. It was always hard to lose one, especially if you loved them. She knew from experience. Her own mother died early on in her life and she had been devastated. It hadn't been the same without her. Her father hadn't been as caring after she died, focusing some time on her, but mostly on her elder brothers. They held each other for a few minutes, and eventually moved to her bed. They held each other in their arms, both falling asleep. Till the following morning. Eyes fluttered open and both Naruto and Tōka groaned as sunlight hit their eyes. Both of them woke up feeling drained mentally after their rough night, neither had shed tears like that in a while. They both had the decency to blush, realizing they had slept in the same bed. Naruto got up and started to check himself over. What are you doing? I'm leaving. He answered. It was nice sharing an embrace with you, but I need to go and kill my mother's killers. Tōka could see the determination in his eyes and bit her lip. I'm going with you. Her sudden announcement startled him. Why would you want to do that? I already explained, I need to get out from my brother's shadows. What better way to do that than by making a name for myself out there? She explained her plan. Plus, somebody needs to watch over you, she said, mirth in her eyes. Naruto blushed a bit, scratching the back of his head. Well, okay. Gather your equipment and we'll leave in a few hours. They didn't dare risk trying to leave during the day and would wait for nightfall. Both Naruto and Tōka had left the immediate vicinity of the compound at breakneck speed, and were now stopping to catch their breath. Tōka looked out in front of her. You know. She started, getting his attention. A few more miles and it will be the furthest I've ever been away from home. Having second thoughts? She scoffed. No, I'm not. I'm not a weak-willed woman to have such things. I'm just stating how I'm closing one chapter of my life and heading into a newer one. She saw him nod at her, and she began to look him up and down. Like something you see, he teased, getting her to blush. He laughed out loud, now she was scowling at him. No. She was scowling but it was diminished by her pink cheeks, making it look like she was pouting cutely. I was just going to ask if you had some armor, or something for protection? Nope. She sighed. You know it's dangerous out there, she said, handing him something. Take this. It was a scroll. Wondering what she had given him, he opened the scroll to find a spare armor set. She waited while he placed the pieces on, even helping him place them in the right places. He was ready. Let's get going. Let's, she agreed. And so both took off towards the rising sun. One trying to find his mother's killers, the other trying to make a name for herself. Chapter 4. It had been a few days already since both Naruto and Tōka had left the Senju compound in the dead of night. They were currently walking at a sedate pace inside of a forest. So, do you know where we are going, Naruto? Queried the female companion. She had been quiet for most of their journey, and only spoke when necessary. She eyed the armor she had given him and was admiring what he had done to it. When she had first given it to him, it was bland and ugly, his words not hers. She had watched, amazed at how resourceful he was. Taking two different colored flowers, peeling the petals, and then heating them up so they melted, mixing together to create another color, orange. When she asked him why that color, he said, I don't know, I just like the color. So she left it at that. She would have told him something had the color been vibrant, but he had made it so it was more of a darkish color. It contrasted well with her azure-colored armor. I was just going to follow this road and hoped it took us to a small settlement, and then go from there. He replied. He turned back to her, Why, do you have a place in mind? She sighed, feeling like she was dealing with a mix of both her brothers, smart yet naive. His answer was straight to the point, which she liked, but it held no direction for them or their goals. We are currently in High no Kuni Land of Fire, and are heading east, towards the coast. She explained to him. We could keep this route or go west or north. It matters little to me. He was impressed with her knowledge of the lands. How do you know so much about these lands? My clan is used often for mercenary work, and we had to be knowledgeable about the people who contracted us and where they lived. She explained a bit about her family. Information is a shinobi greatest tool. He agreed wholeheartedly with her on the latter of her statement. Agreed. For now, we continue down our current route. She nodded her head in consent. They settled back into a comfortable silence, until the blonde broke it. So, tell me a bit about yourself, Tōka. We haven't really gotten to know one another since we first met, and since we're going to be traveling companions, then I figure we should be more familiar with one another. She thought about it and his logic was sound. You already know my name and one of my goals. You have another? She nodded. Yes. I want to be the best there ever has, is, or ever will be in Genjutsu. She replied. I also know some ninjutsu, and my favorite food is peaches. I hate rapists, arrogance, and those who look down on kunoichi. Since she had stopped talking, he figured it was okay to talk. You already know my name, I have no siblings. I have experience in many ninja arts, my favorite food is ramen, and I have one goal at the moment, he said darkly. I'm going to find the people who killed my mother and kill them. Tōka mentally sighed. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to vengeance. Vengeance leads to suffering. Naruto stopped and whirled back around, facing her. Then what are you suggesting? That I forget this ever happened? He said, an edge in his voice. No, that's not what I'm saying. I agree with you killing them, but it should not be your end goal. What then happens when you complete your task? He settled down. Then what do you suggest? He genuinely asked. She had been correct, he had no other goal after he set out to accomplish the first. I don't know. Become the strongest shinobi under the sun, find love, create new techniques. She listed off a few suggestions. The point is, you can do whatever you want. Don't let what someone else did dictate what you should do. Why do you care so much? We've only known each other for a few days, so why? Despite me keeping my emotions in check, it doesn't mean I don't care for your well-being. She admitted. You saved my life, helped me leave my clan, but above even those, you believe in me. That I can get out of my brother's shadows and make something of myself. I see, he said, thank you. He muttered quietly. Only 2 other people had ever shown concern for him, but now it looked like he could add a third. Tōka smiled inwardly, having caught what he said. What was that last part? She lied. He coughed, clearing his throat. Nothing. Let's keep moving. They were once more moving towards their destination. Earlier, you mentioned Genjutsu. Yes, that's correct. How proficient are you in using it? I'm no novice if that's what you're asking. No, I'm just curious since most don't fight using illusions since it takes a creative mind, superb control, and nerves of steel to use it during a fight. Tōka read in between the lines and smiled at the compliment he just gave her. Would you like to learn? She offered. You would teach me? I would, but I would like something in return for my services. Okay, and what would that be? He questioned. I would like to learn more ninjutsu. That was a deal that was within his power. I can do ninjutsu, and if you really want to use it to its highest degree then you should expand your chakra pool. Also, what is your natural affinity? Water, and a minor one in earth. Okay, I have some scrolls on some water and earth techniques. First we'll start with your chakra and then go from there. While I'm doing this, what will you be doing? She asked. While glad to be receiving training, she did not want to take him away from his own. He smiled mysteriously. A project of mine, involving Fuinjutsu. Tōka mentally shivered. She had never been one for the art of seals, unlike her brothers. Seals had the potential for mass destruction in the hands of a capable user. I see. She replied. Let's keep moving, she said, trying to get away from the seal using blonde, not particularly wanting to be near him when he starts. 2 days later. Tōka groaned, her back was hurting. She and Naruto had still been traveling but they were closer to the coast, and would reach it by the evening. The reason she had been groaning was because they 2 of them had been sleeping on the rock-hard ground. She however would not voice her own displeasure at their situation, she was a kunoichi, she could handle this. Or she would wait until her blonde companion said something, then and only then would she speak her mind. Other than that, everything had been going great for the two of them. More specifically, her. Her chakra reserves had increased a bit over the past few days since she had gotten back to honing her control, plus, it also helped she would often spar with Naruto, who would not take it easy on her because she was a woman. She respected him for it. He on the other hand had been continuing to tinker with some seals while learning some genjutsu from her. It simply astounded her how quickly he took to the techniques and just how powerful they were when he cast them. She wanted to be able to do that. Her musings were cut short. "Ugh," groaned the blonde. "I don't think my back is going to last on this rock-hard floor much longer." "What's wrong?" she asked. Quietly, she was willing him, urging even, to spill his guts and say they weren't going to sleep on the floor anymore. "I think I may have slept on a rock or something," he mumbled. He looked at her. "I have this kink in my back that I just can't seem to shake." She was watching him as he contorted his body in various ways to try and get it out. "You're very flexible," she commented offhandedly. He grinned at her. "It's all in the training. I'll take your word for it." She looked around and spotted something in the distance. "There's a settlement over there." She pointed. "We can stay there for a few hours or a day, eat, and then leave in the morning." "Great idea." He nodded to her. "Lead the way." Within a few minutes, the duo were in front of the settlement. From a distance, it was small, but as they kept getting closer and closer, it got bigger and bigger. The gates were open for anyone to enter, so they did. The settlement was mostly made of homes for those who lived there, but there were a few places for travelers such as themselves. They needed to restock their supplies, but first they had decided on finding an inn and a place to eat. They split up, but Naruto sent a clone with Tōka to let him know if she found the place first, then she could meet up with him. When she had seen the technique, she thought it was just a regular clone technique, but when she found it that knowledge transfers back to the original host from the clone. Well, let's just say she just couldn't wait to learn it. While the duo went in search of their own needs, they both took note of the way the people seemed to act around one another. They were scared. Anytime anyone would look at another person or began to speak, they would flinch and back away. It was suspicious, that's for sure. But neither had the time to figure any of it out right now. It wasn't on the top of their to-do list. They had to worry about their own problems at the moment. After an hour of searching, both of them had found their desired places. Well, Tōka did. Naruto didn't know what he was looking at. Well, he did know, he just knew it wasn't ramen. Both Tōka and himself were sitting in a stall eating a dish called yakisoba. To the blonde, it was basically ramen without the broth. It had little bite-sized cuts of pork, vegetables, little bits of seaweed, and topped with its own special sauce. He ate it, and had to admit, begrudgingly, that it had its own charm and would have eaten more until he convinced the chef to recreate ramen for him then and there. So, now sitting before him was a piping hot bowl of ramen, and granted, it was makeshift and it didn't resemble what he normally ate, but it would suffice. Unfortunately, not all were as open-minded as he, as his companion was eyeing his dish with a suspicious stare, not even sure it was food. "Although this isn't the ramen I'm used to, I gave the chef a pretty good description of what went in, so it should taste good." He grabbed a small bowl and poured some of his into it. "Here, try this." As he handed the bowl over to her, he subtly sensed that someone was watching him. It disappeared as soon as he had felt it. He shrugged it off for the moment and returned his attention back to Tōka. She sighed, exasperated. If it would get him off her back, then she would try it. "Very well, give it here." She looked down in her bowl and could swear she was looking at slop of some kind. She shrugged and ate some. It passed the test. She hadn't regurgitated. It wasn't overly delicious the way Naruto had explained, but nor did it taste as disgusting as it appeared. She could only really provide one answer for her experience. "It was adequate," she said, pushing her bowl away. Naruto had an incredulous look on his face. "That's it, just adequate." She shrugged and nodded. He sighed, shaking his head, but at least glad she had given it a chance. It seemed he couldn't convert one over to his way of thinking. "Oh well." He shrugged. A smile came to his face then. "It's time for me to eat my delicious ramen." He was stopped cold in his tracks. His anger and urge to kill rising. It was sacrilege, blasphemous, and most important, a waste of food. Looking down at his bowl, there was something that should not have been. It was brown, it stank, and it was floating in his food. A giant turd was swimming around in his bowl. His lips were a thin line as he stared emotionless at his bowl. He vowed to shove the bowl up the person's ass, whoever did it, so that way they wouldn't shit their pants anymore. His ears and keen eyesight caught some shuffling in a tree above them, It was a monkey. Just by looking at the animal, and he knew he had his culprit. Slowly pushing himself off the table in his seat, he turned around, sending a murderous glare at the primate. The monkey seemed to have sensed the danger and jumped out of the tree in a mad sprint. "Oh, you're not getting away. Just wait till I catch you." He laughed evilly. "I'm gonna have you for dinner since you ruined my current one." He then vanished, chasing a monkey. Tōka had seen the whole thing and didn't care that he left to get his vendetta. Had it been her thought, she would have placed a deadly illusion on the mangy animal, but it hadn't, so it didn't face her wrath. Naruto was giving chase and steadily catching up to the fleeing primate. It was quick and could move at angles that were suited to its tiny body. It was the only thing giving it an edge over him, or else he would have caught the sucker. The fleeing monkey suddenly halted. He did as well. They were both eyeing the other from separate tree branches, one waiting for the other to make the first move. Getting fed up with all the waiting, Naruto shot off his branch and he was in front of the perpetrator, but immediately knew something was wrong. He was proven correct when he was caught in a net. He was trying to calm himself down, but he was letting his emotions get the better of him. Not only had he lost his food, but now he had gotten captured. Now, that damn monkey was starting to poke and touch him, like he was some animal. He snapped. "Take your stinking paws off me. You damn dirty ape." "Oi, oi, don't talk shit to my friend, asshole," said a disembodied voice. "You're still the asshole stuck in a net." "Ah. Who the fuck are you?" he questioned, angry. "Why don't you show yourself instead of hiding? Or are you just scared of being in my presence?" He had felt the chakra signature just pop out of nowhere, which meant one of two things: either he was losing his touch or the ninja who captured him is extremely skilled. Neither were good. "Ha! Who are you to talk to me like that? You are at my mercy, bitch. It should be you who trembles at my presence. And just who the hell are you?" "Why, I'm the great Sarutobi Sasuke," he proclaimed, revealing himself. "Head of the Sarutobi clan. Now just who the hell are you?" questioned Sasuke. Naruto was in silent awe of the man in front of him. This man was a legend, having been a shinobi whose clan was always under employ from the various daimyo around the lands. His stature wasn't imposing at 5 feet 6 inches, but that didn't matter. This man was someone who got the job done. He was very dangerous from the stories he'd heard from his parents. "I'm Namikaze Naruto, bitch." He couldn't show weakness here. Naruto, I don't like that name," replied Sasuke, eyeing the youngster in front of him warily. On the outside, he put up the facade of being tough, but should the two of them fight, he just might end up losing. He had felt the young man chakra and knew he was a monster. Only question that he didn't have an answer to: was he skilled? "The feeling is mutual. Sasuke, just saying that name leaves a bad taste in my mouth," replied the blonde, making a face. While he had been talking, he had been reaching for his kunai. Slowly, he cut his net, and immediately jumped away. Now he was facing the man. "So I'm to take that the flea bag by your leg is yours?" queried Naruto, glaring. "I didn't know your clan numbers were so low that you would resort to bestiality." He shook his head, a small smile on his face, knowing he pissed the man off. "Why you? Who the fuck you calling a flea bag, ya dumb blonde bastard?" Naruto's head shot up when he heard the different voice, his mouth almost hit the floor. The monkey, it had just talked. He was speechless. "Well," waited the talking monkey. "You gonna say something to me, boy?" "What the fuck?" Naruto mouthed the words. "Your son, he can talk?" "He isn't my son," yelled the Sarutobi head, knowing the blonde was doing to piss him off. "He's my own personal summons, and one of my best friends." "Summons? You sign a contract with an animal clan. By doing this, you can call upon their mighty force to aid you in battle," explained said user. Whoa. He was stunned. He had to get his own. "Indeed," agreed Sasuke. "Now, mind explaining to me why you were chasing my buddy here?" "I paid for food, and you buddy there dropped a turd in it." "I see," he replied. He then started to laugh his ass off, getting Naruto to growl at him. "Bastard, why are you laughing? He defiled my food, and by doing so wasted it." Okay, geez." Sasuke waved him off. "Don't start acting like a kid here. It was only food, and I'm sure my buddy here is sorry." Naruto sighed. "Look, I don't want an apology. Just reimburse me what the food cost." He held his hand out. Sasuke slapped his hand. "Low five," he laughed. "Sorry, I couldn't help it. Look, I don't have any money on me, so I can't reimburse you." The blonde sighed again, shaking his head. Fine, whatever. Just stay away from me. He replied and left the area to return to Tōka. Sure thing. Finally returning to the stall, he saw his female companion eating some bread with what looked like yakisoba inside of it. He shrugged. She could put whatever she wanted in her mouth, ruining her taste buds with whatever food she wanted. His eyes lit up. Hey! Wait a minute. If she's eating something else, then that means she has more money. Hope was starting to resurface. And if she has money, then I can eat a bowl of ramen. He turned towards her. Hey, can I borrow some money for a bowl of food? He asked as nicely as he could, pleading to her. She just finished her last bite and covered her mouth, releasing a small burp. No, sorry. That money is for the inn. She replied stoically. She ignored his soft whimpering and his muttering of going to sleep hungry. Where did you go anyways? She asked. He had been gone for a while. His depression over his food took a 180. I followed this damn monkey, which led me to its damn master. He scowled. Who was it? Sarutobi Sasuke. Her own eyes lit up in wonder. She and her brothers had heard of this man from their father. He was a very powerful shinobi who lived in the darkness and would always get the job done. He led a clan who was just as famous as the Senju or Uchiha. They had even fought before. It wasn't a pretty outcome for the Senju clan that day. The Sarutobi clan is used to fighting in forested areas and using guerrilla tactics, along with hit-and-run tactics. They are a very tough opponent. She was about to ask him what the man was like but saw his face. What's wrong? That man, he just irritates me for some reason. She didn't comment on it since it wasn't her business. Naruto grabbed his head and rubbed his hair in frustration. Ah. Whatever. Let's just forget that dumb bastard. We need information, but since everyone is so scared to talk to people, we need to solve that problem first. I already have information on this. There is a gang holding up in an abandoned warehouse. They're terrorizing the people, killed some of the men brave enough to stand up to them, and even raped a few women. The last part was said devoid of all emotion. She was going to torture those men specifically. Do you know where this warehouse is? He was pissed off as well. Rapists were the lowest type of scum on the planet. Yes. To the north of the settlement, they all stay in the one building. Only problem is, I don't know if there are any ninja or if we're just dealing with bandits. Give me a second. He closed his eyes and searched for the signatures, trying to discern if any of them had above average chakra pools or just enough to live. Tōka waited a few seconds. How many? About 150, enough for this settlement, but not enough for the both of us. He smirked at her, she nodded with a small smirk of her own. Shall we commence the attack today or wait? We do it tomorrow. I will send some clones out to scout out the area and gather any other information we may need. It's best we rest today. She nodded and led him to their inn. Till the following morning. Both were up and well rested after sleeping on 2 separate beds. Now that they were up, it was time to plan accordingly. From the information Tōka had secured the other day, the bandits went around in groups of 4 to 5 men on occasions for shakedowns. In order to corral them into one place, they were going to need one of them to cause some chaos. Naruto volunteered. He already had a good spot from where to rain down destruction. Tōka's assignment was different. Her job was to watch the groups out and about, check to see who responds to the chaos and who doesn't. Those who don't were to be taken care of then and there by whatever means she deemed necessary. She was fine with that. However, in order for her to completely track every single one of them, Naruto had decided to teach her the shadow clone technique. Albeit a bit earlier than he would have wanted. Her chakra reserves had increased, but she could still go higher. He wanted her to gain the full benefits of the technique. Seeing as everything was set, they both set off to accomplish their parts of the plan. Let's go hunting. He smirked, and lo and behold, he got her to smirk as well. It was the first time he had seen some form of emotion on her face, aside from a few very rare times. She looked beautiful smiling, and wished she did it more often. That was a mission for another time. Now, they had bandits to clear out. Naruto had the perfect view of the warehouse and all of the blundering fools inside of it. Let's get this party started. Yeah, party on bro. Naruto whirled around, Eskrima sticks ready to bash whoever was unlucky enough to get behind him. Whoa there. Naruto growled when he saw who it was, Sasuke. And for the second time he had gotten up close to him without him sensing him. What do you want, Sarutobi? Asked the blonde, irritated. I'm here to get rid of this gang. Countered Sasuke. Why are you here? Same reason, but I was here first, hence, I will handle it. You should leave. Naruto was shooing him away. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Nuh-uh, I had this place scoped out since yesterday. Why did you think I arrived after you had already been caught? He smirked when he saw the blonde scowl. How is your son, by the way? Countered Naruto, who was smirking as Sarutobi scowled. TCH, whatever, mumbled the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. How about a truce? He offered. We both want to get rid of these scum. He held his hand out. Deal. They shook on it. A temporary alliance was forged. Age before beauty. Naruto moved out of the way for the old-timer. Cheeky brat. Muttered Sasuke. He eyed the blonde next to him as he took out some ninja wire and very skillfully guided it so it wrapped around many of the bandits. It seemed that the youngster next time wasn't all chakra. Both stood shoulder to shoulder, gathered, kneaded, giving shape to the fire within their bellies, and then released it. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Sasuke blew out small volleys of fireballs, killing some, and causing panic. Naruto waited a bit until his victims ran into others who weren't either dead or not attached. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu Dragon Fire Technique. The small wire acted as a guide and rushed at its master enemies, devouring them in its fires. The two shinobi watched on as their attacks had benefited and worked well with each other. Not bad, Namikaze, not bad at all. Commented Sasuke. However, I do believe I was faster of the two of us in using my attack. So I do believe I won this round. He was grinning from ear to ear. Whatever. Grumbled the blonde, before a smirk appeared on his own face. Your wife must be disappointed with how fast you are. The grin fell from Sasuke's face as Naruto laughed at him. Watch this. Naruto once more started to gather chakra, but this time he was sending it into the earth. He was going to need to control this one well since it wasn't something he practiced often. Doten, Yomi Numa Swamp of the Underworld. The men who were running around like chickens with their heads cut off were suddenly swallowed up by the very earth they once stood on. Some of the fortunate bunch had fallen face first and drowned to death with very little oxygen. The remaining few alive were not, they instead burned. Kaden, Karyuenden Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Inhaling a large amount of oxygen, and giving shape to his chakra, he breathed out a giant dragon made of flame, descending upon its prey. The swamp down below ignited, and began to burn everything inside of it to ash. The citizens of the settlement could hear the wails and fear in the voices of the men who had tormented them for months. Their cries were like music to their ears. Naruto cut the flow of chakra to his dragon, letting it slowly dissipate, and then looked to Sarutobi. How about that? Sasuke grumbled something unintelligible. I do believe I've won this game 2-1. Whatever. Let's just finish this job. Naruto snorted, smirking at him for bowing down so fast and wanting to get out of his presence. Seeing if any stragglers had somehow miraculously survived their onslaught, they were checking the bodies but found none. Tōka dropped down from one of the buildings, ready to give her report of her own mission, but was interrupted. She stopped. It was the famous Sarutobi Sasuke. She wondered what he was going to ask her. Why hello. Sasuke licked his two pinkies and used them to comb his eyebrows. My, what a lovely lady. I know this is sudden, but would you do me the honor of having breakfast with me, meet me at my place tonight? Tōka gave him a stoic look but she was disgusted on the inside. She had the perfect answer for him. No. She turned away from his pathetic excuse of a pickup line and looked at Naruto, who was trying somewhat hard to control himself. It was no good, he couldn't hold it. Bwahahaha, he laughed uncontrollably, holding his sides. Oh man, that was priceless. Look at his face, Naruto continued to laugh while pointing his finger at Sasuke. She didn't see the humor in her rejection and shrugged, perhaps it was over her head. I take it you took care of everything here? Yeah. Now what, hey, do you have to report? He was still laughing a bit. Some of the groups did as we predicted, others did not. I took care of those that didn't. Oh? Naruto was intrigued. And how were you able to do that? Tilda flashback. Tōka had seen the fire erupt from the warehouse, even from her current position. If she could see it, then chances were her prey could too. They did. They had done as expected and ran away like the cowards they were. A group total of 20 had momentarily escaped their deaths. She created a single shadow clone and had it disguise itself as a bandit, slowly steering them in the direction she wanted them to go in. A subtle hint here and there did wonders when the human mind working overtime, trying to find a safe location for the body. Megan, Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu False Surroundings Technique. She subtlety covered the group of men in her chakra, giving them a false sense of hope that they might survive should they shelter themselves in the building in front of them. The disguised clone hung back as it watched every single bandit enter the building, and once the last one entered, it dispelled, sending back the information to the original. The raven-haired Senju entered the building through the rafters and had an eagle-eye view down below on the floor. The illusion was still in place since the blissful looks on their faces still existed. She produced some ninja wire and slowly began to dance the wire around their necks, where it rested comfortably. Seeing as all 20 heads were wrapped, she tied all 20 together into 10 apiece, all of them eventually becoming 2 wires. One wire was in her left hand, the other her right hand with 2 kunai acting as base. Adding chakra to her feet, she walked to off the rafter and onto its side, and she pulled slowly. After a minute or two, she could hear the choking for air from 10 men. Those were going to die painfully. She then yanked on the other wire, and she heard popping. The other 10 died immediately. Relaxing her posture, she once more heard thuds. This time from those who died from suffocation. Her job here was done. Doten, Doryu earth flow wave. The ground beneath the dead men opened up and swallowed the bodies, removing any traces that they were ever there, or existed. This technique was one of the few she had learned from Naruto, and it took tremendous concentration to manipulate the earth to such an extent, but since she had, this just proved that her blonde companion knew what he was talking about. Tilda flashback end. Naruto was beyond words, he couldn't even comprehend them. The woman in front of him had ruthlessly killed the 20 men. She had hit them hard and fast, giving them no time to react. He was impressed, beyond impressed, she truly was a one-of-a-kind woman. Well done. He complimented. I wish I could have seen the skill and tact you used when trapping them and then using the wire. Truly a magnificent kill. Much better than mine. Tōka was beaming, though you couldn't tell, but she was. She had puffed out her chest when she had heard his words. His words were the most important for her right now. Come on. He laid his hand on her shoulder. Let's go and inform the people they no longer have anything to fear. She followed after him, Sasuke trailing very far behind, still shell-shocked. The trio of ninjas stood atop a building that offered view of the entire settlement. When they had spread the news of their bandit infestation being taken care of, some were celebrating, others eyed them suspiciously, some just didn't seem to care. Regardless of what the people thought of them, the elderly leader informed them they would always be welcomed there with open arms for freeing them. All of them were surprised by his decision, but thanked the elder nonetheless. Now it seemed they had a permanent home to return to, it felt nice. Sasuke had wandered off somewhere to sulk or something, while Naruto and Tōka had decided to stay for a few days, taking advantage of the generous offer. It was only when they were about to leave that Sasuke revealed himself, with a few of his clan. He had stated then and there that he wanted a match, and winner would get Tōka. She had bristled at that, and had he not intervened when he did, they all would have been seeing their worst nightmare at the moment. So you want a match, huh? Sasuke nodded. All right then. I want to tell my kids one day of how their old man wiped the floor with Sarutobi Sasuke. The clansmen present growled at his cockiness but were held back by their leader. He's just trying to rile you up and make you act rashly. He informed them. Come on, follow me. The rules were as followed, no ninjutsu, and no kill moves, everything else is permitted. Both stood across from one another, and were beginning to amass a crowd. Neither noticed though, each focused on the man in front of them. Naruto decided to make the first move. He rushed forward, eskrima at the ready. Everyone watching leaned forward in anticipation as the blonde tried striking first but were dodged with inhuman agility as the man known as Sasuke resembled a monkey. Sarutobi swiftly dodged each strike while simultaneously equipping 2 shuriken. He threw them at Naruto who batted the first one that came to him easily. The second one had been making odd movements when he realized it was attached to wire. Realizing this, he added a fine amount chakra to the tip of his eskrima stick and slashed it down, severing the wire from steel. No sooner had he done this did the first one come flying back towards the back of his head. He deftly avoided getting his brains splattered out on the floor by diving forward. He looked up to the man. Oi, you're not trying to kill me, are you? No Tilda, of course not. He replied innocently. This is just a friendly spar after all. A small smile was tugging on the blonde lips. He got up and ran forward again. Both of his weapons at the ready once more, he watched Sarutobi get in his stance, and then he vanished from sight. Sasuke was alarmed that he couldn't track the blonde and immediately got into a defensive stance. Too little too late did he sense the blonde behind him, he wasn't going to make it in time. He felt the heavy weight of the sticks as one rammed his ribs while the other bashed the side of his head. Before he could make a move of his own, the blonde disappeared once more. Sarutobi cursed himself, he was losing to some upstart. Namikaze is using tactics that my clan perfected on the battlefield. He tried once more to track him, and this time he got the early read on him. He took out 2 kunai and blocked the overhead strike to his temples, however he did not account for the smirk on the blonde's face. He had done exactly as the blonde had predicted. Sasuke couldn't follow the movement of his hands as they wrapped around his wrist in a vice-like grip and then twisted, hard. Pain shot up his arm, his wrist felt numb, and as he was on the verge of dropping the kunai in hand, he felt the blow to his midsection. He was breathing hard, tenderly holding his wrist. The pain had been severe and his judgment had been clouded by the pain he had felt. It seemed there was indeed a lot more to the young Namikaze than met the eye. Naruto was going to end this once and for all when the man in front of him suddenly began to turn a vile shade of black. He melted into the ground, and was cautiously inching forward to inspect. "I see you defeated my Kurai Bunshine Dark Clone." Sasuke was perched atop some tree branches, watching the entire fight from afar. He threw a few kunai towards the surprised blonde, but then it was his turn to be surprised. The blonde erupted in a poof of smoke. Naruto was in the tree opposite of Sasuke. He didn't bother to ask what the clone was since it was very straightforward. He just didn't know if the clone held the same properties as his own clone technique. "How about we finish this up, Sarutobi? I've got places to be." "Oh, and just how are you going to do that?" he sneered. The blonde didn't answer and instead smirked. "Kai." He released his weights. If Sasuke thought the blonde was fast before, then he was invisible by this point. He caught little snippets of blonde hair blurring past him, in front of him, or behind him, he didn't know. The next thing he did know, however, was the floor. He was down on the ground, holding his jaw. His brain just hadn't registered he had fallen or felt pain. "And he's down," crowed Naruto. Tōka had approval in her eyes, happily watching as Sasuke hit the floor in pain. The Sarutobi clan members, however, didn't share her enthusiasm. "Ugh!" groaned Sasuke. "Wait a damn minute." He grunted out. "Just stay down, monkey man," sighed Naruto, exasperated. "Shut up," was the reply. "We're still fighting." "Whatever," muttered Naruto, getting in his stance, waiting. Sasuke noticed this and knew he had him. The blonde had made his first mistake. "How about fighting with just our shuriken and kunai, nothing else? Unless you're not confident about your skills," taunted Sasuke. Naruto didn't know why the idiot on the ground was suddenly spouting such nonsense, but he nodded nonetheless. This was his second mistake. No sooner had the blonde agreed with a nod did Sarutobi launch himself from the ground, each of them throwing punch after punch, each getting parried skillfully. Sasuke overextended on a swing, and the blonde moved in to take advantage, or so he thought. Dust, dirt, or whatever his sparing opponent held in his hand was suddenly clouding his vision. He tried to blink it, but it only made it worse. Rubbing it out would clear some of it, but not all of it. "Damn it," he cried out. "That was a dirty move and you know it," accused Naruto, angry. This was his third mistake. "I'll give you a break, kid, and explain just how I was able to beat you," replied Sasuke. "You made 3 mistakes, you allowed me to recover, I pulled you into my flow by following my suggestion, and 3, nothing is considered dirty when in a fight for life and death, which this could have been. Especially in the times we live in. Consider these life lessons." Naruto very badly wanted to call him out on this, but the logical side of him couldn't refute anything he had been told. He said nothing and got up, eyes closed and in his stance, ready to continue. Sasuke was grinning in satisfaction, glad the youngster in front of him was acting like a man. Taking what he said to heart. Perhaps there was some hope for him yet. He rushed forward and threw a punch towards the blonde's left side, hoping to graze his side. Naruto felt the whistling in the air and knew the punch was on its way. He tilted his head to the side and knew by fact that Sarutobi was within his reach. His arm shot out like a snake, gripping Sarutobi's neck. His free hand was looking to break his nose with an open palm strike, but didn't inflict the full effect since Sasuke rolled with the attack. Feeling his strike miss its target, he then kicked the man in the groin area. Naruto freely let him go as he bent down, holding his manhood. Naruto kneed him in the chin, sending him flying. He was on him within the seconds his body landed, his knee on his neck, cutting off circulation. Yield. He took this time to summon a small amount of water into his hand and splash it across his face. Never. He struggled under the weight, but soon replaced himself. Naruto frowned. That is a problem. I guess it was the reason why I never learned grappling or throwing techniques when I learned taijutsu. His eyes lit up, he had an idea. Try this on for size. He pointed his index finger at Sasuke. The blonde then ran up the trees, jumped up in the air, weaving his hand seals, and then fired. That little shit. Cursed Sasuke. We agreed on no ninjutsu. He could feel the heat coming from the giant ball of fire coming towards him. Dodging it was simple as he started to retreat from the area when he felt his body crumple to the floor. Confusion was clear in his eyes as he watched the fireball make its way towards him at an alarming rate. He closed his eyes. Not feeling his body getting incinerated, made him peek his eye open only to see the infuriating smirk of the blonde. How'd you like that? What the hell happened? Grunted Sasuke, breathing hard. Do you concede? No. I see, then you better do something quick. Sasuke tried moving his arms but couldn't, it was like they were numb. He then felt a blunt force strike his head and all he saw was black. When Sarutobi had come to, he was sleeping in a bed, his injuries having been patched up. It was currently night time and he couldn't sense the two large chakra signatures that were Naruto and his female companion. Oh, Sarutobi-sama. He looked up and saw a young girl in his room. I didn't know you were awake. Do you know where Namikaze Naruto is at? Namikaze-sama and his companion left a few hours ago, but he did leave you a message. She handed him a small scroll. If you're reading this, then that means I or my companion are no longer in the settlement. He explained. Sasuke then read how it was he had lost. He had been placed in an illusion when the blonde had pointed at him and while under illusion had been hit several times by the eskrima sticks in precise locations on his body. He continued to read. I don't know when or where we will end up, but I have this feeling we will meet again someday. So keep getting stronger so that when we do meet, we can fight once more. Naruto. That was considerate of him, explaining how he beat me. Didn't even gloat. His respect for the blonde was rising. He looked to the girl. By the way, I know I just woke up, but why am I all sticky? Namikaze-sama mentioned you might get curious about that. So he said to keep reading. She replied, scurrying away. P.S. Since you were unconscious at the time and no water source available to us to wake you up, I did the next best thing. After all, I wanted you to say goodbye after the ass kicking I gave you. Sasuke took a full minute to digest what he had read and that was realization hit him like an earth technique. He had been given a golden shower. Namikaze. What's the matter? Asked Tōka, looking at him. He kept looking behind them. Nothing. He finally said. He thought he had heard someone shout his name. Must have been his imagination. Hey Naruto. He turned his attention to Tōka. What was that technique you used on Sarutobi? It's a technique I created involving my eskrima sticks. I target the most sensitive spots on the human body, as hard as I can. He explained. The attack only has 9 currently and I'm looking to add more. She nodded. If he could employ even more attacks, then the whole body would be on the ground and the need for anything else would be irrelevant. But I can't take all of the credit. I must give you credit as well, with you showing me how to cast illusions without hand seals and just by pointing at Sasuke, he said. Without that, I probably wouldn't have one or at least it would have taken much longer. So thank you. He smiled at her. She blushed a bit. Usually, she was not one to be praised or thanked by others, it was always her brothers. So it felt very good to be on the receiving end. You're welcome. She replied. So, where are we headed to next? I'm not sure. He admitted. I don't even know this area that well, do you have any suggestions? He asked her. We are much closer to the coast now, and I would suggest heading over to the Uzumaki clan. Though they may not let us enter, it is a suggestion though. They are the best seal users in the land. Uzumaki, huh? He may have a way to get around them letting them enter. Alright, lead the way. A few days later. He had been following Tōka for the past few days, going at a moderate pace. She had informed him they had their own compound located on a small island just a bit off the mainland. They hadn't met much resistance on their way there, a few bandits here and there, but nothing they couldn't handle. Clang. The duo stopped when they heard the sound of steel clashing. Someone was fighting just over the horizon. Picking up the pace, they were surprised to see a somewhat large-scale battle going on between two clans. The first group had by far the most combatants, ranging up to 25. All of them had crimson hair and large chakra reserves. Some of them were putting up a decent fight, but he could tell that against the enemy they were fighting, it wasn't doing much. They were mostly acting as shields for those in the back who were scribbling on seals. So this is the Uzumaki clan. He watched the clan that his parents had once been a part of with interest. It was true what his parents had told him, even when in such situations, Uzumaki can create seals like no other. They also wasn't anything to scoff at with their physical ability since they could recuperate from most life-threatening injuries, but their opponents were just more gifted it seemed. The second clan had fewer people fighting, but it didn't matter. One of theirs was the equivalent of 2 Uzumaki fighting. Plus, out of the 15 members fighting, about 5 of them had bones sticking out of their body. He leaned forward with even more interest. So this is the Kaguya clan. He remembered what he had learned from his parents all those years ago. Tilda flashback. Okay. Yu Yujuk said, grabbing his son's attention. Now we move on to the Kaguya clan. Naruto sat there, taking in everything his parents had said. They had indeed kept their word when they began to explain what they knew of certain clans. They mostly knew about the Uzumaki, Senju, and a bit of Uchiha clans. The Kaguya, he sighed. They are ruthless, ferocious, battle-crazed warriors. Most, but not all, hold almost no strategic ability, preferring to bull rush their enemies. Explained his father. However, there are some that are born special, and if they were dangerous to begin with, these special shinobi are twice if not 3 times that. What's that? Asked Naruto, interested. Some members of there can manipulate their skeletal structure and use their bones as weapons. We believe it is their bloodline. If any shinobi or kunoichi were to ever run into one and this person knows nothing other than a few ninja arts, then they are as good as dead. Explained Kumiko. This is why we want you to be well-rounded in everything we can teach you. You just never know. Tilda flashback end. Naruto had a frown on his face now, clearly remembering that talk. With them being down there and after the clan he was looking for meant he would have to get involved. It also meant that his own taijutsu was useless in front of such a clan, and even if he could break their bones, who's to say they just couldn't mend or discard them? He would need to rely on something else. Are we going to help them? Asked Tōka stoically. They may be distantly related, but in today's world protecting someone else before yourself usually meant death. Yes. Answered the blonde. But don't cause unnecessary risk to yourself trying to help anyone. You protect yourself first. It won't do us any good if we die, then we are useless to everyone. He explained, getting a nod from her. Hit them hard and fast. They were being overwhelmed, she knew this. It didn't make things any easier watching as her kinsmen sacrificed their lives in order to buy them more time, even though they had more people. Numbers meant little to the clan across from her own. She needed to do something to ensure the survival of those remaining. Hopefully the seal she had just finished would do just that. Kekai Kabe barrier wall, Fun. This technique hadn't been easy to create nor scribe in the middle of a fight. It was Kekai ninjutsu incorporated into a seal. Creating the seal matrix for the seal itself was difficult, but learning barrier ninjutsu was something completely different, but not out of the realm of possibility for her. Those of you behind me. She hollered, grabbing their attention. Provide backup to our clansmen who are out there, use anything and everything you have. She rushed out towards the battle and had a minute to get as many of her people behind the barrier before it went up. Those left behind would be killed immediately. Reaching into her sleeve, she pulled out numerous tags and launched them with pinpoint accuracy towards her enemies. No sooner had they landed did they glow and explode. Hopefully, the tags would be enough to kill one of the bone users, if not slow them down. She quickly dodged a sloppy punch aimed at her chin, pushed her assailant back, and strapped 2 tags onto her wrists. These were not exploding tags, they were something she's been developing for a long time. Parrying another sloppy punch, she sent chakra into her wrists, and then swung. Bam! Whoever the Kaguya clan member was that attacked her, they were unconscious on the floor beneath her feet. She went to finish the job, but deftly dodged a fine pointed bone looking to pierce her chest. Now she would be dealing with a real threat. Weaving as best she could out of harm's way, she saw opportunity when her enemy overextended and she tagged him in the ribs. The Kaguya didn't even budge. Her eyes widened as the tags on her wrists had burnt out. She had still yet to devise a way to stop that from happening since they couldn't handle the minute explosions of chakra they were being forced to release every time she striked. She needed to come up with a way so that it incorporated near-perfect chakra control in the seal, but with chakra always fluctuating due to its increase from time to time, this was easier said than done. Ow! She had been knocked down, holding her wounded shoulder. Looking up, she made eye contact with the battle-crazed fiend, ready to strike her down. She showed defiance. This only seemed to excite the man. Before he could bring down his weapon, he was blasted by a large force of water, not enough to knock him down, but enough that she could get away. Sparing a glance around the battlefield, Most of her kinsmen had made it across the threshold and were waiting for her. Others hadn't been so lucky, dying with their backs turned. She breathed a small sigh of relief. Had she not made it back to the barrier before it went up, then all of her clansmen may have died. The seal had a small matrix that linked it to herself. The more concentration and chakra she had, the longer the barrier would stay up. It was a double-edged sword, but her family was more important. However, she was not dumb enough to risk her life with a seal. She could release herself from it whenever she wanted, but it would be quite taxing on her reserves and on her mind. The Kaguya were pounding on the barrier with relentless pursuit, wanting to get inside and spill as much blood as they could. So many attacks were coming from different angels with varied amounts of force, it was difficult keeping track of and repairing the barrier, that it finally gave way. She fell on one knee in exhaustion, her mind spinning. She heard the screams and watched in sadness as her clan was giving fight, but dying all the same. Some tried to flee, but were taken down by bone-like spears. Only 10, counting herself, remained. And that number looked like it would be going down once more as the Kaguya in front of her swung downwards. Head held high, showing no fear, she was ready to accept her fate. It was only because of her holding strong that she caught the glimpse of someone interfering and forcefully kicking her would-be killer away. What force? She marveled at the sheer strength it must have taken to do that to such a person. Granted, it did little than push them a few feet away, but it was enough to save her life. At first, she believed it to only be one person, but now that she looked, it was two people. A man and a woman. Being born more sensitive than others, she could feel the amount of chakra they both had, and it was quite the amount, especially the male. She had never seen hair as bright as the sun on someone before, nor his shade of eye color. The woman felt familiar in a way to her but couldn't quite place it. Whoever they were, they had her and her clansmen. Thanks. You may want to back up a bit, miss? She heard his voice and was surprised at how youthful he sounded. It sounded a bit younger than herself, perhaps by a few years. My name is Mito. She started, and would have held off on her surname but felt that these two already knew what clan she belonged to. The crimson hair would do that. Uzumaki Mito. Thank you for the save? They both nodded and answered. Namikaze Naruto. Introduced the male. Senju Tōka. Mito noticed the hesitation in announcing who she was but thought nothing of it. But the fact that the two of them so brazenly gave out their names must mean they are very strong, that they think nothing of the consequences. It also made sense why she felt familiar with the female, she was of Senju blood. She couldn't forget how their chakra felt even if she wanted to. Her musing was cut short. You're welcome, answered Naruto. But if you don't mind, can you please step back a bit? He asked, watching her do as asked. He nodded as thanks to her and then looked at Tōka. She nodded her head, ready to begin. Mito watched them flip through their hand seals and felt the chakra rising from the both of them. Tōka finished first. Shibari binding. Those standing behind her heard the above whisper and watched as most of those onrushing Kaguya stop in their tracks. It's an illusion. Mito realized, having felt the chakra search out its target and then bind them. It however wasn't affecting those who had the bloodline. They were far too deep in their lust for battle and blood to even realize it. It is done, stated Tōka, giving her companion a look, and then went to tend to the wounded. She didn't know any medical techniques, only first aid. Naruto tilted his head forward and sucked in a breath of oxygen. Mito watched in fascination as the enormous chakra building within his core was being shaped and molded. His attack took her breath away, never thinking someone younger than her could have or know such devastating techniques. Kaden, Goka Mekiaku Great Fire Annihilation. A well of flames as bright as the sun in the sky and as hot erupted forth from his being, destroying everything in their path. The fire rushed forth, hungry, consuming those who were immobilized by the genjutsu. The onrushing members who weren't affected dove out of the way, avoiding certain death. Mito was gaping. 2 moves was all it took for 2 people to take down what her current squad had failed to do. Only one conclusion came to mind: the duo that arrived were very powerful. They would be great allies for her clan, or greater enemies should she not do something. Hey! Mito was brought out of her reverie. My friend is mending to your clansmen and moving them away from this area. If you wouldn't mind helping her, then we could get out of her twice as fast, said Naruto. But I can't. The remaining few are different from their comrades. She pleaded. If one of them can give you trouble, then 4. She trailed off. Don't worry, he reassured. I don't plan on dragging this out. The sooner you guys leave the area, the quicker I can catch up. She searched his eyes, looking into them for a moment, getting lost in their unique color. She eventually nodded her head, hesitantly. She pulled out of the area and went to help her clansmen. Suten, Misa Ame Nabara starch syrup capturing field. Naruto jumped back and spat out high viscosity chakra infused water from one side to the other in a line. As he expected, some of them ran straight across the line, capturing themselves, while others leapt into the air, ready for him to pick them off. Suten, Suisho Ha water colliding wave. Clapping his hands together, the blonde shinobi concentrated as water began to form around him in a swirling vortex, and before anyone knew it, the vortex had consumed all of the Kaguya. Naruto knew he would be hard-pressed to fight this group one-on-one, so since he couldn't do that, then he would just drown them. When he had kicked that one away from Mito earlier, he felt just how heavy their bodies were, and since it was because of their bones, he knew he could exploit their greatest strength as their greatest weakness. Their bloodline would be their downfall, they were basically anchors when underneath water. Everyone that had been moved away for treatment had a prime view of the entire battlefield and couldn't help but gape in awe. Watching the female kunoichi render their enemies immobile with one attack was one thing, but watching the male who wasn't even 20 yet control and manipulate his affinities to such a degree was staggering. To summon water with no prior source was unheard of, as was to control such fierce flames. Mito was now strongly considering making the both of them allies to her clan. If that was even just a glimpse of what these two could do, then they would be extremely powerful as the years went by. She was about to go and see if he needed assistance but stopped. Hello. Mito turned around and found another blonde. The boss told me to check and see how far along you lot had gotten to, and from looking around, not far. But, the boss is pretty much finished as it is anyways. The clone puffed out of existence. Mito couldn't get a word in edgewise, wondering how the clone was even going to get the information to the original. The original had received the information and summoned 3 more clones. He had since stopped the vortex of water and dropped those that had been airborne. He could sense that 3 of them yet lived, even after going through all of that. It was simply mind-boggling how much these Kaguya could survive. He knew anything short of a powerful penetrating could kill them. So far, his clones had yet to be able to do so. They dispelled soon after. "You can't kill us," coughed one of the few survivors, sucking in air as fast as he could. Naruto simply ignored the claim, and pierced him with one of his chains, killing him. His theory had been proven correct. If their bones were indeed being covered in chakra, then it made them all the more durable, but when met with a foreign source of chakra, it was reversed. He didn't know why his chakra chains emitted a different signature compared to his own chakra. Perhaps it had been something passed down to him from his original parents. He shrugged. He didn't have time to dwell on that right now. He killed the remaining 2, and sensing no others alive, he went to meet with Tōka and Mito. Unbeknownst to him, one had indeed survived after pulling herself out of the clutches of death's embrace. She hadn't seen what had caused the deaths of her kinsmen with her similar bloodline, nor did she care. She needed to spread the news of what happened here today to not only her clan but to others. There were new players in the world. And they are strong, she muttered, the maniacal grin never leaving her face. Naruto arrived to see what remained of the Uzumaki squad. Most of them had minor injuries that would heal with rest, the others would probably take much longer. He spotted Tōka speaking to Mito, whom he knew to be the leader, seeing the way she had taken charge earlier. Now that he was closer and not in the heat of battle, he could check her out better. One word came to mind as he looked at her: beautiful. Porcelain snow-white skin, pupilless eyes, and crimson hair. Add to her brains to the beauty and she was ideal. Just like Tōka. Mito spotted him. "Thank you for saving us, Naruto-san." She thanked. He was still lost in his thoughts. "You have really pretty hair." He clamped his hands over his mouth, realizing what he had said in his stupor. Mito blushed a little. No one had ever commented her on her hair before. It was always her snowy skin or eyes. Even sometimes her skills as a kunoichi, but never her hair. It was a nice change of pace. "Thank you," she whispered. Noticing everyone was looking at them, she regained her composure. "If there are anything I can do to repay you, do not hesitate to ask." "That's a very generous offer, and one I will take you up on." Mito arched an eyebrow. "Care to explain?" "We were actually looking for the Uzumaki clan." Now he had Mito's interest. "I know Fuinjutsu to an extent, but learning from a master in the art will only help. So I ask, will your clan be willing to teach me?" She stood silent for a few seconds before answering. "We are indeed masters, and I don't see a problem in teaching you, but I do not have final say," she explained. "My father, the clan head, has final say. It will be up to him. Do you still wish to move forward with your request?" "I do." "Very well." Mito led Naruto, Tōka, and the rest of the surviving Uzumaki back to their home. Finally arriving at the Uzumaki compound, it was exactly as Tōka said, an island. Never had he dreamed of seeing something like this. They had to ride special boats that would avoid the dangerous whirlpools surrounding the island. He wondered if they had placed seals beneath the boat to counteract the force, so instead of sucking them in, the whirlpools would push them out. He would have to ask. About 50 sets of eyes were trained on him and his companion the moment they had entered through the gates. The reason they were even still alive was thanks to Mito and the other Uzumaki presence. The first place they went to was Mito's home. Entering the home, Naruto immediately felt the power being concentrated in one spot. The spot where an elderly-looking man sat, watching his every move like a hawk. His hair no longer held the clan trademark crimson, and was now a healthy white. "Mito, are you okay?" he asked, ignoring the blonde and his companion. He would speak to them when he felt like it. "When I hadn't heard from you or your group, I began to worry." "I am fine, To-sama," she said. "These two helped me and our clan out of danger." She went on to explain just what had transpired and how it was these two who had completely dismantled the Kaguya clan members. The Uzumaki clan leader returned his gaze towards the two, and let them stew. Both of them held immense power, something he didn't want directed at his clan. "I thank you for saving my daughter. For that you have my undying gratitude." He started. "But give me one reason why I should allow you to stay here and learn under us?" Naruto thought saving his daughter was reason enough, but he guessed not. "My parents were Uzumaki Yu Yujuke and Kumiko. I wished to learn more of the art they had mastered," he replied. Naruto could see the older man's eyes widen when he mentioned those two names, and now he was being looked at suspiciously. "They had no son last I remember, nor did either of them have blonde hair." The blonde sighed forlornly. "They were my foster parents. Took me in when I was a baby, could have left me to die had they wanted to, but they didn't," he told the man. "Showed me the good in a person when they decided to raise me as their own." The elder Uzumaki frowned, had heard the past tense earlier but didn't comment on it. Now he had proof. He could still turn the young man away, but if he did then he would be no better than any of the others out in the world. Never trusting anyone, always living afraid of their shadows. He made a decision. "I am sorry for your loss," he replied solemnly. "They were two of my best before they left due to the fighting. It is ironic how they who hated fighting were some of the best at it, but I digress. I will allow you to train under us, but there are guidelines I will be implementing." "Go on." "You will have guards watching you while you train with your teacher. The first guideline. Next, you will only train when your teacher is with you, never alone. Second guideline. Lastly, your work will be checked by your teacher." "I can agree to the first two terms, but not the third," stated the blonde. The man narrowed his eyes. "These are non-negotiable. Would you squander this opportunity just because you do not wish someone to see your work?" "I may." His words surprised everyone listening in. "These projects of mine are something for my eyes only, no others," he said, not budging from his stance. "Pardon me for not trusting your secrecy," scoffed the man. "I'm not about to let you keep something secret when I have an entire clan to watch out for. If your secret project has even one blunder in it, this whole island could suffer the consequences," argued the elder. Naruto frowned, not quite able to refute his point. He knew how dangerous seals were, his parents had made sure to drill that into his head. He looked the man square in the eyes. "A compromise then?" he offered. "Go on." Naruto was glad he hadn't been abstinent about this and would at least hear him out. "I will allow one person to view my projects and guide me through them as I work, but not multiple." "Oh? And who is this mystery person who have in mind?" "Mito." All eyes turned to the crimson-haired heiress. She was surprised he would nominate her to teach him when others were clearly better than her. It did feel nice having someone have need of her. Naruto was smirking while the father frowned. They both knew she could do it since both knew she had the skill and ingenuity for it. Naruto had seen it firsthand on the battlefield while her father had taught her himself. Only thing is, her father didn't want her anywhere near whatever this seal or seals may be. He wanted to say no to the idea, but by doing so would be putting down his daughter in front of everyone and denouncing not only her skill, which was still rising, but his own teaching. Plus, he knew that by choosing his daughter, she would just report anything dangerous she saw back to him anyways instead of there being any bickering between him and someone he didn't know. He eyed the young man in front of him warily, and whether he did this intentionally or unintentionally, he had backed him into a corner, with few benefits. "You're a shrewd tactician, young man," praised the elder. "I praise the woman who reins you in." He sent Naruto a smirk. "Hey, thanks." replied the blonde, lightly chuckling. I agree to your terms. Thank you, sir, replied Naruto, tilting his head forward. Call me Ashina or just Ash. They shook hands. It makes me feel young again. Very well, Ashina-sama. Naruto had to address the man befitting his station. My name is Namikaze Naruto. And I am Senju Tōka. She chimed in, having remained silent till then. His elderly eyes now turned to the other companion. Really now? A Senju? Why are you so far from home? He heard her reasoning and he could understand where she was coming from. Mito would one day be the exact same as her, each trying to find their place in the world. If we're done here, then I suggest we hit the training grounds, said Mito. Naruto and Tōka bowed to the Uzumaki patriarch and left to follow his daughter. Training grounds dash. Mito stood in front of the duo. First off, I thank you for choosing me. She started. While I may not be as experienced as my father when it comes to certain things, I do have skill. I will do my absolute best in teaching you both sealing. I actually don't want to learn, stated Tōka, hand raised. Then why are you here? Mito gaze followed the Senju to the blonde. I see, she mumbled. I know basic sealing knowledge, but I have no wish to further it at the moment. She explained. I am going to be working on my genjutsu. I see, then it appears that it will be myself and Naruto. So it seems. Tōka started to walk off a bit to the side, giving them and herself more room, but was stopped. Don't leave yet. We need to figure out living arrangements. I have my own home with a spare bedroom but only one bed. Realization dawned on them. I hope that isn't a problem. Tōka looked scandalized while Naruto just blushed a bit. I thought you two were lovers? Questioned Mito. They seemed as such when she had seen them interact. No, we aren't. Clarified Tōka, nipping this in the bud. We are just traveling companions. Yeah, agreed Naruto. Although, there was that one time. He trailed off, as Tōka shot him a death glare. Sorry, he chuckled. I was just poking some fun. Mito didn't know whether to laugh or tear her hair out. Her new friends/students obviously liked one another, it was in the body language yet neither knew how to approach it. She would have helped them, but she didn't know much about the subject herself. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but unfortunately that is all I have. Tōka was reluctant, but she nodded. Very well. She went off to the side to begin her own training. Mito looked at the blonde. Let's get started. Naruto agreed and unsealed the first scroll he had been working on, knowing this technique would blow her mind. 6 months later dash. If one were to describe Mito, most would say she was calm, cool, and collected. Never one to show her surprise or fear in the face of danger. They obviously had not seen her in the last 6 months as she trained Naruto and monitored Tōka. The past months were like a blur. Tōka was a prodigy when it came to genjutsu, putting people under with relative ease, creating new techniques as well. It was Naruto, however, that was the most surprising. When she had first seen the scroll containing the notes on the seal the blonde was trying to work on, her mind was blown. It was no simple seal he was trying but one that manipulated the space-time continuum, allowing for instantaneous teleportation. The problem was recreating the seal to link with his chakra so when used he wouldn't end up in multiple places. That problem had been figured out, but until it was tested, they weren't sure just how well they had figured it out. So that was their next goal, along with figuring out a way to utilize the skill in combat. Mito has been quite happy, as others had noted, when she had spent time with her new friends. The both of them were just different compared to everyone else in the compound. They weren't afraid to be themselves, but while she was happy with them, she was also envious. Over the past months, the both of them had somewhat started to see the other very differently. It wasn't pubic, but if you looked hard enough you could see it. Someday it might be a look, a touch on the arm, just talking, or as simple as a smile. She often found herself daydreaming, what it was like being in Tōka's shoes for a day, with someone she obviously liked. It never went further than that though. The other thing she was jealous over was the fact that neither of her friends had expectations set unto them just by being born. She was expected to take over for her father as clan head when he stepped down. Or be sent to another clan as a wife due to some arranged marriage. She didn't want that, but she would never voice it out loud. Her clan came first. Mito-sama. She heard her name called, and pushed her own desires to the side. What is it? Your father needs you. He also wants Namikaze-sama and Senju-sama present. All three were standing at attention, waiting to hear why they had been summoned. Thank you three for coming on such short notice. Recent information has made its way into my hands regarding my clan members, he stated. I sent them further east to search more of the islands when they were attacked. I don't know if it was a group or a single person. The point is, I want them back or proof they are no longer among the living. Naruto and Tōka were confused, wondering why they were going on such a mission. I can see by the confused expressions, you're wondering why I'm sending two who are not of my clan? They both nodded. I have given you shelter, food, and training. I ask this one thing of you, help my clan. Nothing more needed to be said, Ashina had said his piece. Neither Naruto nor Tōka could refuse the man since he had indeed given them those things, but they also understood he was just using what he had at his disposal. Compared to his other kinsmen, the two of them alone were stronger and only continuing. He was acting like any clan leader would at the moment. What are the conditions of the area? Questioned Naruto, ready to get started. If by doing this got the clan leader to trust him and Tōka more, then he was all for it. Nothing wrong with having the backing of a major clan when he had none to begin with. It's hard to tell, admitted Ashina. The weather, however, should be the least of your worries. Find out what happened to my people and take care of the assailant if he shows himself. He ordered. Hi. Ashina watched all three of them leave his office, but what nobody seemed to notice was the glazed over look in his eyes. Watching the retreating form of Naruto. The trio had taken one of the boats and had sailed through the whirlpools and through the sudden rainy downpour on their way to Mizu no Kuni. Once they had landed, they were and weren't really surprised at what they saw. On the one hand, none of the Uzumaki had survived, no surprise there. However, they didn't expect to see the bodies of the Uchiha clan as well, now that was surprising. What happened here? Wondered Mito. It looks like the Uchiha attacked the Uzumaki. Or vice versa. Offered Tōka, throwing in her opinion. While either option is true, I find it hard to believe that not one person is left standing. Thought Naruto. So that begs the question. Who took out the surviving members? No sooner had he finished his thought did they hear the scrambling of footsteps heading in their direction. Another group of Uchiha arrived to back up their comrades, and all they found was them standing over their corpses. You bastards! Growled out the apparent leader. What did you do to our comrades? He snarled out. We didn't do anything, you dumb idiot. Retorted Naruto. He hated when people assumed things, it always mostly went bad. Before the Uchiha could launch themselves at him and his group, a very thick mist started to roll in from the south. Naruto, Mito, and Tōka were immediately on guard. Both the blonde and crimsonette had felt the amount of chakra laced within the very mist itself, and it was huge. Naruto pushed further, trying to discern just what was going on since there was no possible way this wasn't a man-made mist. That meant the user had to be nearby. He searched out the Uchiha as well and was stunned. Someone or something was taking out the men and women of the squad effortlessly, using speed he hadn't ever encountered before. It put him on extreme alert. Is this what it's like for people when they see me without my weights? He idly wondered. He had discarded the weights after he had started training his taijutsu with his mother many years ago. He sometimes put them back on, but very rarely. The mysterious figure stopped, finished with his slaughter. It began to make its way over to him and his friends. He quickly unsealed his eskrima, pushed Mito and Tōka out of the way, and blocked the zanbeto the figure was using. As the mist started to recede, the group was finally able to see their attacker. He was lean, broad-shouldered, average height, dark green eyes, and black hair. He was wearing a shawl, only it cut off at the midsection. All of his clothes were in dark colors. To think that somebody could block that strike, said the man, surprised. Not bad at all. He praised, a crooked grin on his face. Naruto grunted under the weight of the blade and the pure strength it took to lift, let alone swing, such a blade. He had yet to grow into his full adult body. Thank you for the compliment, but I have to ask. Why did you attack? The man looked at the pile of corpses off to the side. Because they woke me up. He yawned. Then these other idiots over here started to make even more noise by fighting the first idiots, he said, exasperated. Then these other fools come and try to start a fight, and now I turn to see you and your group, just standing around like damn fools. That's it? Cried out Mito, saddened by her clansmen's needless deaths. Yep. Chirped the mystery man. That's about it. He let out another yawn. We didn't come here with intention of a fight. Explained the blonde. We were just sent to gather the Uzumaki and return with them or news of their deaths. Since they died, we will be leaving. Naruto turned to leave and motioned for Mito to seal the bodies but was stopped. Well that's too bad for you then. Started the man. You see, When there is fighting near or around my home, I'm bound to get pissed. As is my right. So, I'm sorry to say this, but you three aren't going anywhere. Naruto frowned. He knew where the man was coming from, but he really didn't want to fight. I've still got anger in me and I've dealt with the cannon fodder. It's either you or them. He looked at Mito and Tōka. Pick your choice. Damn it. He cursed. Tōka, Mito. Yes? Seal the Uzumaki, once you're done then we leave. Don't think I will make it easy though, said the man, having heard the blonde. Both Mito and Tōka were worried. They didn't want Naruto to have to fight a battle where all he was doing was evading until they finished their own mission. That was bound to fail or end up with a severe injury. All they could do was trust and believe in him. Once we're done, we'll come back, said Mito, giving Naruto the most serious look he had ever seen on her face. Please do. I would like to go back with my friends, said Naruto, trying to lighten the mood. Both women smiled at him. He was always playing the fool to try and get them to laugh or cheer them up when they were down. He was the type of person who would make fun of himself if it could get you to laugh. Be careful, Naruto, said both Mito and Tōka, worryingly, as their hands brushed against his momentarily. A small smile crept up on his lips. I will. He promised. Thank you for your concern, Tōka, Mito. The man couldn't take it anymore. Oh gods, that was so mushy. He groaned. Are you done flirting with your girlfriends? He questioned. Naruto's cheeks, along with his companions, tinted a light pink. They're not my girlfriends or anything. He muttered. By this point, the two females were gone. Just friends. The man heard him and snorted. Sure they're not. He rolled his eyes, clearly not buying his just friends excuse. They wouldn't have told you to be careful or touch you on the hand if they didn't have feelings for you. He spoke from experience. Yeah, I guess you're right. The blonde mumbled, softly. He shook his head, and looked at the man with sharpness in his eyes. Now tell me the name of the man who's about to get my foot up his ass. The man scoffed. Please, as if you're fast enough. And isn't it proper etiquette to introduce yourself first, or were you not raised properly? Naruto frowned at the dig at his parents and their parenting. Namikaze Naruto. He got in his stance, eskrima at the ready. Kirigakure Saizo. They both stared the other down, neither wanting to make the first move. It was then that Naruto saw Saizo place his giant cleaver behind his back at an angle, crouch his knees, and lean forward. He heard him mutter two words. Ugi, Shunko secret technique, instant light. Right before his very eyes, the man had disappeared in a blur of speed. All he saw was a zigzag pattern of light, and before he knew it, he felt Saizo at his back, bringing down the cleaver in an overhead strike, looking to cut him in half. Chapter 5. Time seemed to stand still as the gigantic cleaver descended down upon him. His instincts were screaming at him, move, move, they yelled. He could hear his heartbeat going a mile a minute, continuing to watch as the blade made its way down. With the amount of force coming down at him and his late reaction, he would be cleaved in half if he tried to dodge with speed alone. The blonde gritted his teeth and reached out, finding what he needed, and switched himself. Bam! The blade had cut through his log like a knife through hot butter, easily making a dent in the ground. It would have been him had he not regained his senses. Damn, this guy is fast. Saizo easily hefted his blade onto his shoulder, smirk on his face. That's the second time you've dodged my attack. He commented, readying another. I haven't had this much fun in a while. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Naruto answered dryly. He fished out a few shuriken, and threw them directly at Saizo. Ninpo, Shuriken Kage Bunshine no Jutsu Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The lone few shuriken thrown at the man opposite him began to multiply into thousands, but what astounded the blonde was the look of confidence on the man's face. Ugi, Tenga Geishi Secret Technique, Heaven Returner. Naruto watched in awe as the blade began to spin rapidly, deflecting each and every one of his shuriken. Some were even sent back at him. It was like he had been looking at a makeshift shield appear in front of the man when he twirled his blade. What a technique! That wasn't all the blonde was impressed about. It took some serious strength and rotation in the wrist to get the blade moving that fast. The blonde rushed forward, throwing one of his eskrima and some kunai while he swept low. Saizo ducked underneath the thrown projectile while simultaneously throwing his own kunai, stopping the others. He jumped backwards to avoid getting tripped up while throwing more kunai. Naruto used his agility to dodge the oncoming weapons, but no sooner had he done so that a mist began to creep in from behind his opponent. Kirigakure no Jutsu hiding in mist technique. Naruto snorted. How vain can you get, naming a technique after yourself, said Naruto. You trying to compensate for something? As long as it gets the job done, stated Saizo, an edge to his voice. He didn't appreciate others mocking his techniques or taking shots at him. Naruto grunted, his plan to goad him had failed. Now, he closed his eyes and tried to locate him using other means. It was difficult since, like the last time, all of the mist was drenched in his chakra. Suiten, Suryuban Water Dragon Whip. His body sprang into action as he had to use all of his flexibility and agility to avoid being pierced by the many whips shooting out of an orb of water. He knew he could keep this up for a while still, but he didn't want to take the chance of him making a mistake or a lucky shot getting in. Contorting his body and then jumping back to give himself space, he blurred through his hand seals. Katen, Karyu Enden Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Normally, water would extinguish fire, but not when the fire overpowered it, as was the case here. He had no time to shape his flame, instead choosing to shoot it straight, like a flamethrower. The heat began to rise as he poured more and more chakra into it, watching as the water orb vaporized into the atmosphere. What the hell is that? Saizo was looking straight ahead when an orange glow began to get brighter and brighter the closer it got to him. It was also getting hotter. Shit. Suiten, Suijin Heki Water Encampment Wall. Saizo cheeks bulged as he spewed out water from his mouth, the fire already upon him. The age-old struggle of water and fire continued once more as steam rushed all sides once the two opposites met in combat. He continued to add chakra to his defense, and watched with small relief that he had indeed begun to push the flames back. Damn, this guy is tough, thought Saizo. By this point, both shinobi cut the flow of chakra, ending their techniques. As the mist and steam mingled and danced around one another, the blonde was getting tired of it. The heat from the steam wasn't forcing the mist to disperse, instead it only added to it. Naruto began to release wind chakra all around his body, saturating the air with it. Futon, Daitapa Great Breakthrough. He blew forward, creating a strong wind tunnel, while the rest of his wind chakra acted like an interconnected chain. Once he blew out the wind, his chakra began to push out the mist like the wind should have been doing. It was clear within a matter of seconds. Naruto spotted Saizo, and from the annoyed look on his face, he didn't like what he just did. Aw, is the baby going to cry? He mocked, laughing at him openly. Why so serious? Saizo scowled at him. Even though he was starting to gain a respect for the man across from him, begrudging as it was, the man was still an asshole. He began to gather his chakra. Naruto felt the pulse, and got serious. It seemed that the man was done playing around. Not waiting for the other to make the first move, they both blurred through their seals. Suiten, Suryudan no Jutsu Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Both men started to manipulate the surrounding area, each of them fighting for dominance. Neither sure which would finish gathering water first. Naruto began to move his arms circularly, in a clockwise fashion, aptly gathering water much quicker. Saizo had the same idea, only he was doing it counterclockwise. Both dragons stood proudly, yellow eyes glaring at the other defiantly, ready to rip it to shreds at the command of its master. Their bodies were coiling around when they launched themselves at one another, each fighting for dominance, not bothering to care if the landscape around them was destroyed in the process. Neither man nor dragon would yield to the other. They refused to. Mito and Tōka dash. Both female kunoichi couldn't believe the level of skill and chakra being thrown around by the mere men. They knew Naruto was strong, but they had never seen him cut loose like this, if he even really was. The other man was impressive as well, keeping up and at times even getting the better of their blonde friend. They were going to change the land of the area by the time they finished, using such devastating techniques. I didn't think there were any others, aside from Naruto, who held such strong affinities towards water, stated Tōka, never taking her eyes off of them. Oh? Mito was surprised there were others. And who would this other person be? My older brother, Tobirama. She replied. At the time, I believed he to be the only one most attuned with his affinity, but then I met Naruto. A small smile was on her face at that part. And now this man. It just goes to show that the world really is a big place. Indeed, agreed Mito. If you think you're the best at something, then chances are there is someone better than you. It's thinking like that which drives people even further. Tōka felt that what Mito said was indeed true. It was thinking like that that drove people to be the best they could be. She was like that. Mito tensed. What's wrong? Asked Tōka, now on full alert. Are we being targeted? No. Replied Mito, slowly. I'm not as good a sensor as Naruto is right now, but I feel something coming this way. She was looking in a certain direction. What is it? Mito shook her head. I don't know, but there is one thing I do know. What's that? It's immensely powerful. Tōka wasn't born as sensitive as Naruto or Tobirama, nor did she try and train in trying to sense things to the extent Mito did, but her skill was still nothing to scoff at. She closed her eyes and extended her senses as far as she could, and it was then she felt it. What do we do? Mito could hear the slight panic in her friend's voice. It was very strange to see her acting this way, but she guessed the situation called for it. She was the same, but she could control it to a certain degree. Perhaps it was because she had more life experience. Create one of your clones, have it seal up my clansmen bodies. She instructed. While it's doing that, I want you to cast a widespread illusion around us, hiding us as best you can. I will meanwhile set up a defensive barrier. Okay. Replied Tōka. What about Naruto and Saizo? Leave them be for now. I'm sure the two of them will notice what we're doing eventually, and we're not even sure what we're dealing with here. It could be nothing after all. Mito only hoped. Just prepare for a worst-case scenario. Tōka nodded. Expect the worst, hope for the best. Indeed. Both women, plus clone, left the other and went to accomplish their assigned task. Tōka dash. She had sped off a few yards north of their current location. The sounds of fighting could still be heard at the distance she was at and knew this was the perfect place. She breathed in and out. Megan, Niju Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu double false surroundings technique. Sending out her chakra to as far as she could reach, she covered a wide range as best she could. Her job was done. Mito dash. Having felt the disturbance in the entire area, she knew her friend had completed her job. Everything was now on her shoulders, she was just finishing up a few preparations. The seal she was using was based off of the barrier wall seal, but without the strain added to her. She had come a long way since those scant few months. Ju Rei a Heki 10-layered wall. The seal began to expand and create a barrier to protect them from what was coming. Is it done? Mito turned to Tōka. Yes, I'm done. What do we do now? We wait. Naruto and Saizo dash. Both water dragons had finally come to a standstill, still eyeing the other with predatory eyes. It seemed that the summoners had both used the same amount of chakra when creating such beasts that they were evenly matched. Naruto's eyebrows twitched for a second as he felt the fluctuation in chakra around the area. Why are they casting an area-wide illusion? He had no time to ponder this conundrum since he had to defend himself. Saizo was in his personal space. He had since dropped his attack and chose a more personal altercation. Naruto followed suit. As the Eskrima blocked the downward slash, a wave of their chakra blew out, creating a small shock wave. Naruto kicked him in the stomach, earning a grunt. He dropped his guard and allowed the force of the blade to continue downwards. He sidestepped it and grabbed Saizo's wrist, looking to break it. Kirigakure felt the pain in his wrist and he could feel his grip on his weapon loosening by the second. Thinking quickly, he jumped and twisted his body in the exact same way his wrist was going, avoiding the break and now having a clear shot at the blonde. Naruto had to follow suit by letting go of his wrist and flipping over the blade as it came at him horizontally. He backed away, creating some space. Looks like we're at an impasse, commented Saizo. Despite saying this, he was inwardly grinning like a fool. It had been a while since he could cut loose, and while the threat of death hung in the air, he knew he wouldn't die at the blonde's hands. Humph! Snorted Naruto. That's what you think. Before Saizo could respond, he was belted at point-blank range. Futon, Kudon air bullets. Naruto blew out small concentrated balls of air. Saizo had flown back from the force. No way he comes out of this unscathed. He smirked when he saw the man down on one knee, breathing hard, holding his ribs. His smirk vanished quickly when Saizo turned into a puddle of water on the ground. Now he was frowning. He had been fighting a water clone. Ninpo, Sumidare early summer rain. Naruto immediately ducked as 6 large, and dangerous, throwing knives had been thrown towards his back. Turning around to respond in kind, he felt 2 very sharp things pierce his flesh. Looking down, there were 2 extra knives embedded into his chest. The blonde then fell down dead and puffed out of existence. TCH, so I was also dealing with a clone. Thought Saizo. That was a nice trick with the extra 2 knives. Naruto reappeared 10 feet away. How did you do it? Saizo snorted. Like I'm going to tell you. He replied. Seems like we're pretty evenly matched. Is that so? Lazily said the blonde. If you believe that, Then why don't I speed things up? Naruto made a single hand seal, Kai. He dropped his chakra weights. What's that supposed to do? Saizo quickly brought up his Zanbato, using it as a makeshift shield for the high kick aimed at his head. He had no time to retaliate, the blonde had just gotten faster. Not by much, he noted, a smidge faster than himself, but something he knew he wouldn't be able to keep up with. Only his reaction time would save him from a future beating. He was going to have to push his body past its limits and just hope the blonde made a mistake of some kind. Damn it. Cursed the blonde. It's been too long since I've fought with weights off. My body needs to adjust to the speed. Instead of going at him head to head, he would employ some hit and run tactics. The longer Saizo watched the speedy blonde weaving from side to side, hitting him and then running off, the darker the place he began to travel. He knew of only one man who was known as the fastest man on the planet. The more he thought about the man, the angrier he became. He shook his head, he didn't need to be thinking about him right now. Focus was needed on the present state of things, not the past. His eyes were solely for the blonde in front of him. Strapping his blade onto his back, he settled into a comfortable stance, and waited. He didn't have to wait long since the blonde was coming up on his 6. His eyes were watching everything as best they could when they spotted his opportunity. His own arms caught the punch coming at him from high velocity, he slid his foot out and then let momentum do the rest. The blonde went soaring through the sky. This was as good as an opportunity he would have. Suiten, Teppodama gunshot. Saizo shot out 3 balls of condensed water. Naruto had forced his body to adjust as best it could in the air, flipping through his own hand seals when he saw the balls of water. Futon, Kazekiri no Jutsu wind cutter technique. He had to add more chakra than he normally would have, but since these balls of water were very big, he had no choice. The wind sliced right through the water as they veered off course the closer they got to him. If he hadn't cut them correctly down the middle, he may have ended up getting hit. Saizo let out a low whistle, he was impressed. He rarely if ever showed it, nor would he ever do so openly, but what he had seen had indeed impressed him enough. Adjusting yourself in midair and then saving yourself took quite the amount of skill, concentration, and power. You're pretty fast, Naruto, commented Kirigakure. But I fought someone who is faster, and a word of advice should either of you cross paths. What? Retreat. Don't try and fight him. Saizo had a faraway look on his face. I did, and it cost me something dearly. Naruto didn't outwardly show worry at Saizo's words, but inwardly was something different. If there was someone faster than Saizo out there and he had completely beaten him, then he still had a long way to go. Why are you telling me this? Questioned the blonde. We are still currently fighting. We may be fighting, but neither of us ever went for a killing blow. He pointed out. What we were doing is more akin to a full-out spar. He added. Yeah, you're right about that, sighed Naruto. Plus, had we really been trying to kill the other, no words would have been spoken between us so frequently. So then all the stuff about living near or around here was all bull? A little. He admitted. To be honest though, I really was just bored. Ever since I moved out here, I haven't had much to do, said Saizo. Why did you move out here for if there's nothing to do? You already know that reason. Naruto nodded, indeed he did. Seeing as this was a touchy subject, he decided to ask one more question and then drop it. What was the man name? Saizo's face immediately went stoic. His name is Hattori Ha. Roar. They both covered their ears at the deafening roar. Naruto had not heard the name in its entirety, it had been on the tip of the man's tongue when it was drowned out. Both turned to stare out at the open water, and while they couldn't see anything due to the thick mist pouring in, they could feel it. Whatever it was that was heading their way, it was very powerful. Dropping down behind the duo, was both Mito and Tōka. Care to explain what's going on? Asked Naruto, never taking his eyes off the ocean. We don't know, but we have taken precautions. Answered the Uzumaki heiress. Okay, but against what exactly? We don't know. An uneasy silence had fallen on the group of 4 as they could hear the swashing of the waves hitting the shore. Each time getting bigger and bigger. Whatever it was big. Are we not enemies anymore? Questioned Tōka, eyeing Saizo suspiciously. No, not anymore. Answered the blonde. I want to introduce the two of you to Kirigakure Saizo. Neither of the 2 females spoke, they were too busy looking at the man the blonde had just announced. The man standing just a few feet in front of them was a famous shinobi who had served under the daimyo, Sanada Yukimura. While he was only about a few years older than them, he was already very accomplished and very powerful. They then both looked at their blonde friend and wondered just how he had held his own against such a man. Then again, they both knew how strong he was after seeing how he trained. Uzumaki Mito. She introduced herself, her voice full of confidence. She did not want to make a bad impression. Senju Tōka. She was of like mind with her friend, but would hold off judgment on the man. The last time she had met a famous shinobi, he had hit on her. Nice to meet the both of you. He replied. Quickly scanning over them, he nodded. He was glad these two women were professionals, especially compared to some of the kunoichi he knew. His eyes lingered a bit longer on the females and could see that one held nothing but worry for the blonde while the other secretly kept sneaking glances at him, though never betraying anything. He just hoped the blonde would follow his advice since both women seemed important to him. Why don't we go and find what's making this ruckus and say hello? Suggested Naruto. Both Tōka and Mito were about to call him a stupid idiot for even suggesting such a dumb idea, not to mention just how dangerous it would prove to be. Too late, stated Saizo, it's already here. In front of them stood what was possibly the biggest animal any of them had ever seen in their entire lives. The body resembled that of a turtle but with a crab-like shell on its back, along with its very human-looking arms and fingers. Its red eyes and yellow pupils looking around the area as its three shrimp-like tails swayed back and forth. No one dared make a single movement lest they attract its attention. So, what's the plan? Whispered Naruto. We set up an area-wide illusion, hoping to fool this thing. Replied Tōka in a hushed tone. Mito also placed a barrier. I don't think your illusion is working, he hissed out. Tōka scowled at him. Why do you think that? She asked, her tone suggesting he was insinuating something about her skills. Because it's looking right at me. He ground out. It was true, the illusion was doing little to confuse the creature. The blonde was directly in its sights. The lone Senju spared a glance at the creature. Naruto was correct. She blushed a bit, thinking he had been mocking her skills. Okay, so illusions don't work on this thing. She admitted. Maybe the barrier will hold. The creature took one step forward towards them, the earth feeling like it was shaking as it did, and it shattered the barrier like it was glass. The barrier didn't hold. Pointed out Saizo. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Bit out Mito, annoyed. She had taken quite a few months to develop that barrier. What do we do now? Maybe nothing, said Naruto. It hasn't shown hostility towards us. He pointed out. It was just standing there, looking at them. Naruto had spoken too soon. What are you doing to my home? Bellowed the giant creature. Most of the area was destroyed due to the fighting between Naruto and Saizo. I have guarded these lands for the past 1,000 years, and you humans managed to destroy it in a matter of minutes. The four humans present didn't like where this conversation was heading. I am normally the most calm and forgiving of my bijou brethren, but I cannot let this unnecessary destruction slide. The group was wondering what a bijou even was and were worried it would call its brethren to help it. Prepare to die. Before any of them could hope to reason with the Sanbi, the name Mito had given it due to its three tails, it attacked. Kajinade Shadow Stroke. They were caught off guard when the Sanbi used its human appendages to launch itself high into the air, roll itself into its shell, and roll towards them. Spikes were protruding from its shell made it even more dangerous. Scatter, yelled Naruto. All four ninja jumped to opposite sides, avoiding certain death. What's the plan? Quickly asked Tōka. Not sure. He replied. That shell of his looks very tough. He commented. The Sanbi heavy body was working to their advantage since its turn radius was harder. It would give them some time before it came to flatten them. As he continued to watch the bijou make its way around, an idea came to mind. He only hoped it would do something. The mighty behemoth was 30 yards away from them. About to tell his friend to move out of the way, she beat him to it. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to leave you here alone, then you have another thing coming, she said, not looking at him. Besides, someone has to pull you out of the fire when your plan fails. A concealed smirk on her face. Naruto gave her a crooked grin. Then I leave it to you. He replied, taking a few steps forward. His chest bulged, the Sanbi 20 feet away. Katen, Goka Meshitsu Great Fire Destruction. As the massive stream of flames erupted from his mouth to meet the Sanbi head-on, they completely devoured everything while enveloping the bijou. For a moment, just a moment, Tōka felt awe when she watched Naruto use that attack. She hadn't ever seen anything that powerful before. It vanished as soon as the creature emerged unscathed. They both jumped out of the way. What were you hoping to accomplish with that? She asked. I was trying to fry him up, he said with a nod. You're kidding. Deadpan Tōka. Naruto shook his head. He wasn't. What? He asked her. Nothing. She looked away, rolling her eyes. Perhaps she should try something. She ran through her own hand seals. Doten, Doryuaki Earth-style wall. Sending huge amounts of her own chakra into the very earth itself, she began to manipulate it to her own will. A gigantic wall of earth rose from the ground, barring the path of the Sanbi. She made sure to make it thicker so it wouldn't just plow right through it. It was the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. At first, it seemed the immovable object had prevailed, but after a second go-around, the unstoppable force tore through it. The spikes on its shell had given it an unfair advantage. Once more, they leapt out of harm's way. So? Started Naruto, grinning. Shut up. So her plan had failed, it's not like his did any better. Damn it, how are we supposed to stop this thing? I'm not sure. Let's regroup with the other two for now. An absolutely humongous dragon of water came blitzing towards the Sanbi form, crashing into the creature. The dragon was about 2 times the size of what had been used only minutes ago. Must be Saizo. Are the two of you alright? Mito had been worried something had happened to her friends when they had split up. We're good. Do either of you know how to defeat this thing? I have another idea. Hopefully this one would go better. Hopefully better than your last one, mumbled Tōka, ignoring the glare. His stare lingered on Tōka for her little comment. Do any of you know any wind techniques? Asked the blonde. I know a few. Mito mainly used water, but had a minor affinity towards wind. Good, we're gonna do that and try to blow this sucker back into the ocean. Tōka would have face-palmed, instead she settled for a groan. Naruto was indeed powerful, but when it came to certain strategies, he fell short. Thankfully, she wasn't the only person who found this idea dumb. That's your plan? Mito was incredulous. I don't even know if I have anything powerful enough to push him that far. Leave the power part to me. He replied, giving her an assuring smile. I would just rather have you there in case something does go wrong. You never know, your wind techniques may save us. I somehow doubt that. She thought. Fine, she sighed. What about the remaining 2 of us? Asked the lone Senju. A devious smile appeared on his face. Tell Saizo he's the distraction, and if he complains then tell him I'm at least informing him of this. Had it been anyone else I didn't like, then they would have been tricked into it. He thought of Sarutobi Sasuke when he said this. As for what I need you to do. Can you launch the bijou into the air? I'm not. She looked into his eyes. I can do it. He smiled, putting his hand on her shoulder. I believed you could, it's why I'm giving you this job. He nodded to her. She watched both of them leave, neither seeing the smile on her face. She went on to inform Saizo of his own job, and left him to it. Saizo was frowning. He had been given his job, and he didn't like it one bit, nor did he care about the decency shown by the blonde about informing him about it. Why was he given the role of distraction when he knew for a fact that people in those roles always end up dead? Damn bastard. Cursed Saizo. Probably had this whole thing planned, having me here and the others everywhere else. If he found out this was true, then he was going to cut up the blonde bastard. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu water clone technique. 3 clones materialized from water and went to spring their plan into action. Dropping his water dragon, he ran alongside the clones, inching closer to the shore. Time to start. Hey, you overgrown shellfish. Unfortunately, he had gained the bijou's attention as it rolled its way over to him. He just hoped it couldn't differentiate between the real one and his clones. He hadn't bothered to attack it directly since all his water techniques would be hard-pressed to scratch that shell. Tōka was watching as the Sanbi inched closer and closer to crushing Saizo. It was time for her to play her role. Doten, Doryu Johiki Earth-style rampart. She once more sent her chakra into the earth, only this time created a rampart from her very imagination, launching the Sanbi high in the air. Had the creature been going faster, it would have launched itself right into the ocean. Naruto and Mito dash. Both of them were currently waiting when they both felt the signature of the bijou getting farther away from them and then getting closer all of a sudden. It's decent was happening. You ready? He asked. It was an irrelevant question, she had no choice but to be ready. As I'll ever be. He nodded and then crossed his fingers. Kaju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu Mass Shadow Clone Technique. Mito was once more astonished. She had seen her friend use the technique before, but only summoning a few clones, maximum of 100 or so. What she was viewing now was far beyond anything she had ever seen. There had to be over 1,000. Incredible, she whispered. Hey, thanks. He could have summoned more, but he didn't want to blow her mind right now. Every single blonde, and one redhead, simultaneously launched their wind attacks. Unfortunately, they hadn't pushed it as far as they would have wanted, even with their combined effort. They didn't take into account of just how much the bijou actually weighed. The best they were able to accomplish was getting it back to the shore, if not just to the shallow. They had bought themselves a very small window to proceed however they wished. Several things had been churning through the Sanbi mind. How had mere humans pushed him, even if slightly, back into his waters? It appeared there was more to these particular humans. Especially the blonde-haired one. That one has demonic chakra flowing through him. Thought the Sanbi. I felt it when he was using all of those techniques. It's the reason they came out much stronger. Reason the bijou. He is the perfect blend, an infusion of Father's gift of chakra and our own. After all the years in isolation, an interesting human had wandered into his territory. Let's see what else he could do. Suiten, Daikai Suiten Great Water Mass Bullet. Gathering its chakra, the Sanbi shot out 2 massive balls of water. The group was currently discussing what they should do next when they all felt large amounts of chakra heading right for them. They turned around to see 2 massive balls of water heading right for them. They hadn't had much time to think of anything. What are we gonna do? Can you place another barrier or seal the attack away? Naruto looked at Mito. Or can you erect another earth wall? He looked at Tōka, perhaps even he could help the wall, adding to it. Mito shook her head. No, another barrier would take far too long to make, and we only have a few seconds at best. She hated sounding morbid, but it was the truth. While I'm good at sealing, I'm nowhere near where I wish to be, nor am I fast enough, right now. She added. Naruto didn't like the sound of this and quickly shifted his focus to Tōka, hoping to hear some good news. His head fell when she shook her head. That speed and power of the attack would demolish anything I put in its way. Damn it. He cursed. He sighed and gave each and every one of them a look. I want what you're about to see to stay between us. I only show it to you know since we risk death. All of them gave him looks of confusion. You'll understand once you see. The others didn't know what he was doing, yelling at him to stop running to his death. If they were going to die, then it might as well be as a last-ditch effort. The blonde ignored their cries and focused all of his attention straight ahead. Both balls of water were getting bigger as they came ever closer, rivaling some of the rock formations around the area. His counterattack would need to be performed flawlessly, if not, then they were all doomed. No pressure. He breathed in some air, calmed his nerves, and found the center of the attacks. Chakura Kusari, Niju Satokiru Chakra Chains, /. 2 chains made of chakra erupted from his palms, continuing to extend out of his body as they slashed at the center of the water balls. Cutting them at the right angle was critical as the top half began to drift upwards into the atmosphere while the lower half descended into the earth, digging past the soft soil. He slightly turned to face his makeshift team and found their stunned faces amusing. Turning back to the Sanbi, he continued on. One chain had struck the bijou right in the eye. It let out a mighty roar of pain as it retreated further back into the sea. Naruto had bought them some more time while the creature went off to heal its injury. Mito, Tōka, and Saizo dash. All of them were stunned silent. What they had just witnessed was something no one would ever believe was accomplished by a human. To think that the blonde had such an ace up his sleeve, and it was powerful enough to injure the bijou. It was here that all 3 of them knew that while they themselves were powerful, Naruto would one day reach higher than any of them ever could fathom. What are you guys waiting for? He shouted, urging them to move. Come on, let's go. This is our chance to leave. They were all just standing there, dumbfounded. Look, I'll explain as much as I feel necessary, but for now we need to leave. How dare you injure me? Roared the Sanbi. You will now die. The now one-eyed bijou began to gather ungodly amounts of energy, concentrating into a very small form resembling a ball. It swirled with negative and positive energy, promising nothing but utter destruction. Naruto was hypnotized by it. How something so beautiful looking could hold so much death was beyond him. The longer he looked at it, the more he could feel he was close to discovering something, and then it clicked for him. He had just solved one of the problems that had been plaguing him, and when they survived this encounter he would put it to practice. He watched while the others continued to try and come up with ways to escape the attack and do it fast, as the blast would surely travel quite a distance. Let's see how well this technique works. The blonde knew exactly how they were going to get out of this. He wrapped his arms around Mito and Tōka while putting his foot on Saizo. He and the bijou were simultaneous. Baijudama tailed beast ball. The Sanbi had launched its ultimate attack. Hiraishin no Jutsu flying thunder god technique. The group was gone in a flash. Miles from the Uzumaki compound. The group reappeared miles away from the battlefield, yet also miles away from the compound. All of them were feeling much worse than when they had left. 3 of them were sprawled out on the floor, shakily trying to get up and falling back down. When they did manage to get themselves back up, their legs were shaky, trying to steady themselves. As their heads continued to spin, their stomachs were doing the same. The disorientation was too much for them and they emptied the contents of their stomachs. The 2 kunoichi had been lucky as they simply landed on the ground, albeit hard. Saizo on the other hand had went face first into a boulder. Naruto looked to have been handling it the best when in fact he was the worst one. Not only had he crashed into a tree, breaking it in half, but as he slowly regained his senses, he took note they were not in the exact place he had meant them to be. That was more important to him than his current health problems. Before he could hope to investigate just why the jump hadn't taken them all the way into the Uzumaki compound, he was bombarded. "What the hell was that?" yelled Mito, totally out of character. It really was quite a sight, an event really for those who had never seen it. Before he could answer her question, the ground they stood on shook violently. The others turned to see the blast range of the attack after it made contact with something. The magnitude of the Baijudama was staggering. "Well?" said Mito, tapping her foot. "I'm waiting." "You already know what it is, this is just the first time you've experienced it," he replied. She was the reason he had made so many advancements in making the technique his own. That's what that was? If that was true, then she did indeed know what it was. She just never thought or expected it to feel like that. It was like being in a whirlpool, spinning like crazy until you suffocate with no air but water in your lungs. "Although it isn't complete," he mumbled, though he was hurt. "How is that not complete?" asked Mito, bewildered. She was positive they had completed the technique. There was nothing wrong. "We aren't in the compound," he replied. "I left a marker there that I would often use for practice. So as you can see, either something went wrong or we missed something, hence incomplete." Mito couldn't refute that point and wondered just went wrong. Were they too far? Perhaps he had taken too many people? He did mention it worked when only he used it for practice. She sighed, this would have to wait until they got back. "So, are we heading back to the compound now?" asked Tōka, finally speaking. She had heard the entire conversation but chose not to say anything since it wasn't her place to, nor did she know what they were talking about. Saizo had also kept silent and filed what he had learned and seen for later. "Not me, I don't want to deal with any clans." He got up, ready to leave. "I'll scope out the area for the Sanbi, then depending on where it is, I'll either leave or wait it out." He gave them each a goodbye before leaving. They all walked back in silence after he left. Each of them thinking back on what happened only scant minutes ago. Uzumaki gates. No sooner had the trio walked into Uzumaki-controlled territory were confronted by 10 to 15 shinobi and kunoichi. "It is good to have you 3 back." He bowed. "Ashina-sama is eagerly awaiting your report." He was basically telling them to move their assess. "Right, we're on our way." They were all very tired but all they needed was to give a mission report and then they could go home. All of them vanished and reappeared in front of Mito's father. "Report." Each of them stood straighter when hearing his commanding voice. Each of them began to recount their tales to the leader of the clan. It was only when Mito's subject of the bijou came up did Naruto notice something different about Ashina, plus it didn't help he would catch the man sneaking glances at him. It was only when he concentrated on the man did he see what was wrong. He was under an illusion. A strong one. Now that he noticed it, no one was guarding the man either. He was silently berating himself. Why the hell didn't I sense this earlier? It's no wonder why he had no qualms about sending 2 non-Uzumaki on such a mission or without backup to his daughter. The man probably wasn't aware he was doing such a thing. Excellent work on the mission arc. Ashina suddenly grabbed his head in pain. Mito was startled by this but quickly regained her wits, and went to help her father. "Father? What's wrong?" "Don't worry Mito, I did that." "Why? Why would you do this to him?" She had half a mind to slap him then and thereafter they had agreed teach him. He put his arms up, stopping her from pummeling him. He was under an illusion. Feel his chakra. Both did as told and frowned, he was right. The chakra wasn't as strong as it had been since it had been dispelled, but a tiny fragment was still there. Mito placed her father's head on her lap, waiting patiently for him to awaken. "Ow!" groaned the old man. "What hit me?" That there is the after effects of a particularly strong illusion. Spoke Naruto. He had to be careful here, since he wasn't sure how long the illusion was placed. It could be before he met him or after. He hoped it was the latter. Are you all right, father? I'm fine, Mito. He eyed both Naruto and Tōka. Who are you two? He asked, an edge to his voice. Namikaze Naruto. He internally sighed. It seemed neither he nor his companion would catch a break with this. Senju Tōka. Yes, I remember the names along with bits and pieces of your faces, he said, slowly. I also clearly remember the deal my previous self agreed to. Naruto tensed. I unfortunately did not make such an agreement, the deal is null due to outside interference. Mito interrupted. But father. They both saved my life and just minutes ago, Naruto saved it again. Plus, his parents were Uzumaki that used to live here before. She quickly explained the events of what had transpired in the past months. As I was going to say before you interrupted me. He gave her a stern glare. I was going to say that our deal is null and void, but with you having saved my daughter twice, then I will allow you to finish the year out, same guidelines. Naruto could sense a but coming. But once the year is out, the both of you must leave, he said. I will not risk you making enemies, and by us housing you, they become ours. I know you would never do anything against me, my daughter, or my clan, and I have no problem calling you friend of the Uzumakis, and so I ask you as a friend. Will you leave quietly or must I force you to? The blonde sighed. The man really liked making matters more complicated than they should be. I will leave quietly. I wish to bring no harm to you or your people. Once the fighting calms down or lessens, then perhaps we may associate openly with one another. He knew better than anyone just how bad things could get if names and associations ever got out. It would be just like him, Madara, and Hashirama all over again. He didn't want that, not after finally making more friends. Ashina gave him a grateful nod. Thank you, and you're correct. Once the fighting lessens, then we will openly call you friend. And who knows, we may even form an alliance with you. He grinned. I may even offer you the chance for marriage with Mito. The young shinobi in front of him would certainly warrant it. He was strong, had a good head on his shoulders, charismatic, and he was mature. Most men wouldn't have been so understanding or would have been bitter about their association. With Mito, huh? The blonde said, out loud. He didn't notice the blush on Mito's face nor the small smirk on her father's face. Before the blonde could reply, he shivered. He looked around and found Tōka just looking at him stoically, but one look in her eyes and he knew who it was that did it. Well, don't dwell on it. Ashina saved him while also preserving a chance for the Uzumaki clan later on in the future. She might not even like you like that, or she might even like someone or no one. He barked out a laugh. Let's find out in a few years. Naruto chuckled nervously. Sure. Well, I suggest the three of you rest for the remainder of the day, 'cause come tomorrow, your countdown clock begins. The three nodded and left, getting to Mito home and following the suggestion of her father. They only had 6 more months before the year let out. They would need to go even harder now. 4 months later. Things have been progressing well for both Naruto and Tōka in the past 4 months. She had progressed in her genjutsu training, but it was her ninjutsu which took the most drastic turn. She was nowhere near the level Naruto or her brothers wielded, but she was steadily getting better. Naruto, on the other hand, used some of his clones to work on his training while he had solely focused on fixing the Hiraishin seal. When he and Mito had went back to inspect it to try and figure out what was wrong with it, they had discovered the problem. It was something small when compared to the overall size of the actual complexity of the seal, but still, the problem had been fixed. Something dealing with transportation matrix, it has since been fixed. While he had started to shrink the Hiraishin formula down so as to use in combat, he had also begun work on another seal. One that ventured into forbidden territory, something Mito never let him forget whenever they worked on it. Aside from those two things, he had been thinking of where he and Tōka would be going next. His fight with Saizo had shown him that his eskrima sticks would not always be enough in a fight. He needed other weapons crafted, primarily a katana. Right now though, he and Tōka were enjoying a nice peaceful break, waiting for Mito, who was having a private discussion with her father. Naruto? You knew my older brother when he was younger, right? Tōka asked. She had never really gotten to play or be around her brothers since they were always training. She only knew them as they currently were. He laughed softly. Yeah, I did. Is there something you wanted to know? Yes, what was he like when he was younger, with you I mean? She asked quietly. I only ever saw him as the serious type. He was like that when father was around, young and old. Really? Naruto asked, astonished such a thing was even possible. I only ever rarely saw a serious Hashirama, and that was when we were training. The other times we talked, he was just free. That was the perfect word to describe his friend. Can you tell me about it? Sure thing. He proceeded to tell her the story of how he met her older brother, skipping stones at the creek and so on. He even told her of the time that he actually got Hashirama mad at him, actually going at it, for the nickname he had given him. Flashback. Again. Naruto went at it a bit harder. Again. This time with more zeal, shouted Hashirama. Sometimes they had to play bad guys in order to get results, even if they were hated for it. The blonde grit his teeth in frustration. Come on, just do it again, Blondie, said Madara, watching from afar. He and Hashirama had to get Naruto's body up to par if they were going to teach him taijutsu. Fine. Naruto once more took the stance Madara had shown him. The exercise he was doing right now was one of absolute stillness and concentration. It was a bit harder though when both of your best friends are pelting you with small pebbles, deliberately trying to ruin his focus. Damn bastards. Focus, Blondie. This time it was Hashirama who made fun of him. Yeah, come on, Blondie. Repeated Madara, smirking. Damn girly boy and squinty-eyed bastard. Muttered the blonde. What was that? Both chorused, making his eye twitch. That was it, he had finally crossed that threshold he called his patience. I said, you damn girly boy and you squinty-eyed bastard, said Naruto, slowly. Wanting them to hear every word. Why? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Not so fun when your own appearance is being made fun of. Is it? Madara narrowed his eyes, proving the blonde's point while Hashirama looked like he had gone into shock, just realizing how much of a girl he really did look like. Naruto sighed. Great, now I feel like an asshole. I should apologize, at least to Hashirama. Before he could utter a word, he was tackled by Madara. They both rolled on the ground, wrestling for dominance as they pulled on each other's hair and face. Neither wanted to give in. Girly boy, is it because of my style of hair? Or the way I dress? Hashirama asked himself. Both Naruto and Madara heard him yet said nothing, continuing with their brawl. It was here that Hashirama finally seemed to have snapped as well, giving a war cry before he himself jumped into the pile. Both Naruto and Madara were completely taken by surprise by this sudden act from the boy who would rather talk it out than resorting to violence. However, just because they knew this didn't mean they wouldn't put a beat down on him. That day ended with them not having completed any of the training and going home to explain to their families why they were so cut up and bruised. Flashback end. Hey, such good times, chuckled Naruto in reminiscence. Madara? As in Uchiha Madara. The one and only. Tōka's head was spinning at this news, scarcely believing what she had heard of the man. How is it that both you and my brother know this man? Funny story. He told her of the initial meeting between the three of them once more, only this time he included Madara. Tōka was further stunned to hear her eldest brother had known one of her clan's greatest enemies and even befriended him as children. It was surreal. I wonder how both of them are doing right now? Curiously asked the blonde. They've been fighting each other for as long as I could remember. She answered. Even more so know that they're both heads of their clans. I see, he said. That sucks. Maybe the day I see them again, I can snap them out of it. She just looked at her blonde companion in front of her. He was one of the strongest people she knew with lots of power, and what did he want to do? Stop his friends from fighting. That was a nice change of pace from others who had power and just wanted more of it. That's nice, but with the constant fighting and death, it will be difficult ending the cycle of Senju and Uchiha hatred. She commented. Naruto smirked at her. It may not be as impossible as you think. All he needed to do was make contact and talk to them. The three of them were all they needed to start making a difference. Sure, they had aged, and gotten stronger, but the ideal principle they discussed as children remained the same. Tōka just looked at him confused, clearly not understanding what he meant by his statement. Come on, let's get back to work so we can both stop the fighting, he said. She smiled when he had her included in on his plan. He blushed seeing the smile, it really did just light up a room. Yeah, let's do this. 2 months later. A full year had finally passed and today was the day Naruto and Tōka had agreed to leave the Uzumaki compound. Neither had changed much physically aside from hair length. Both had cut it so it wouldn't interfere with their vision. Naruto's had grown out from the back into a ponytail which he had cut, He didn't need people grabbing it, so now he just had 2 bangs framing his face while the rest was short. Tōka's originally had reached all the way down her back, but she'd cut it, making it look a lot more like she originally had it. His seal for the Hiraishin finally complete and ready to use for battle, all he needed was the weapon that was designed for it. When he mentioned this to Ashina, the old clan leader suggested heading to the land of the samurai. Some of the best blacksmiths resided there. It was after he had this conversation with the man that he realized all of the places they duo had been traveling to were places he wanted to go. Tōka had never made mention of anywhere she wanted to go, but then again he never asked. He would ask her after they left. I really don't want you guys to leave. Mito was sad her 2 best friends were leaving. But I guess a deal is a deal. Ashina hated seeing his daughter sad. It was his duty as a father to make sure she always smiled, but this was one of those times his job superseded this. I believe that in time, we will come to be allies. Naruto nodded. Yes, I do believe this. The bonds the 2 of us share with your clan are strong. I will make it a priority to come and visit once in a while, even if only for a day or 2, said the blonde, hoping this would cheer Mito up. I believe that a day or 2 would suffice. Nodded Ashina. Just don't make it another year, he joked. The blonde chuckled. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. The 2 men shook hands. He then went over to Mito and gave her a deep long hug. I'll see you guys later. It was a promise. Goodbye Mito, I hope the next time we meet, you will be far stronger, said Tōka, giving her friend a hug. The same to you my friend, replied Mito. She also hoped her friend made some progress with the blonde, or else she would. She hadn't said anything out of consideration for her friend, but if they met once more and nothing had come of them, then she would move forward. The duo had been walking for a few seconds before Naruto broke the silence. So, Tōka. He started. Do you mind if I ask you something? You just did. Naruto just stared at her, blinking, making sure he heard correctly. Did you just try to tell a joke? Now she blushed deeply, embarrassed. Just ask your question? She grumbled. Okay, anyways, I just wanted to ask if there was any place in particular that you wanted to go. Since you've always been following me. For the moment, I would like to rest at our temporary home that we were at a year prior. Ah, the settlement. We can do that. Get some rest from all the training and then head out when we're good and ready. That's the plan. She responded. With a destination and plan in mind, the 2 set a sedate pace for their return home. As they kept traveling in silence, Naruto couldn't help but hark back to his conversation with Ashina the months before their departure. Tilda flashback. A few days had passed since the mission involving the bijou and the whole debacle with the Genjutsu and Ashina. Everyone but him was currently resting, as this subject had been on his mind as of late. Naruto was standing in front of the door that would lead him to Ashina office. He just had to ask the questions that were plaguing him. Knock. Knock. Enter. The blonde heard the gruff response and opened the door. What can I do for you, Naruto? I have some questions regarding the past incident with your time spent under. There was no point in beating around the bush, both of them were men. Ashina sighed. Then I suppose you should have a seat. Thank you. The Uzumaki patriarch waited until the blonde shinobi took a seat before he started talking. What would you like to ask? Only a few questions. He looked at him straight in the eye. First thing. Did you happen to see what he looked like? Did anything stand out to you about him? Ashina shook his head. I didn't see his face, it was shrouded under a cloak. I however did catch his eyes, and they were unique. Unique how? The man shivered, which was uncharacteristic. They absolutely frightened me. I had never seen such blood-filled eyes in my life. Just staring at the crimson orbs made me feel like I was staring death in the face. Naruto stiffened at the color description. Crimson, do you think an Uchiha is behind this? All logical signs pointed to one. The eye color, the illusion, and the Uzumaki were relatives of the Senju. No, not Uchiha. I've faced Uchiha before and I can state with certainty that this was not their doing. I can't really describe much more since it was hazy after that. Okay, aside from the cloak, did anything else stand out? Perhaps a weapon? No, nothing else. Ashina shook his head. Everything was concealed on their person. I see. Naruto was disappointed, he hadn't learned much. Did he happen to mention anything to you? Anything at all? He asked. Any obscure detail would be helpful. No, nothing, nor why he used me as his puppet. Naruto knew that reason, it was to keep an eye on him. He had reason to go after these people, to hate them, to kill them, but what did they gain going after him? Was it enjoyment? Boredom? Or were they just plain crazy? Okay, my last question, said Naruto. Did he happen to mention anything about where he might be going? Just something about the land where it never stops raining. Near Tetsu no Kuni, answered Ashina, who looked visibly tired when talking about this subject. Sorry about the questioning, but this does help me. It gives me a lead which is more than I had a few months ago. Ashina nodded, looking at him with worry. Just be careful, my boy. Mito would be devastated to hear that one of her few close friends is no longer among the living. I'll be sure to adhere to that advice. The two nodded to one another, shook hands, and returned to their tasks. Tilda flashback end. After a few hours on the road, the duo had finally reached their home away from home. They were greeted by one of the locals. Ah, you have finally returned, Namikaze-sama, Senju-sama. Yep, gonna rest for a few days and then head back out. Oh, well that's a shame. Replied the local. We would have liked you and Senju-sama to stay and lead us, not Sarutobi-sama. Lead you? Asked the blonde, confused. In what? Those of us who understand some of the ninja laws would like to become part of your clan. While others who don't know them still wish to join since they witnessed firsthand what you did to those bandits plaguing our home. Replied the local. Then after your victory over Sarutobi-sama, more wanted to join. We are but common people, but what we lack in combat ability, we make up for in men and women who are masters of their crafts. Oh. At the mention of crafts, he was interested. Crafts you say, like what? The man went on to explain just what some of the people could do. Some were skilled in agriculture, others in design, and some even knew how to create basic grade weapons. If he were going to start a clan, then people like them would be needed. Okay, ask those who are wish to join and they come speak to me. I will decide if they join or not. Very good, sir. Bowed the man. Oh, and your other guests have arrived safely. The only space large enough to house them was the abandoned warehouse. That's fine. Replied Naruto, watching the man leave. Are you positive about this? Asked Tōka. She knew he wanted to build up his clan. Adding people who aren't ninja to your clan could prove fatal to them. She pointed out. And what guests was he speaking about? Yeah, I'm sure. The clan is just starting out and I won't put them in anything until I build it up a lot more. As for the guests, when we were fighting the Bijou, other were nearby. I had created many clones and evacuated them. He smiled. Tōka shook her head. You do know how dangerous it is to the people who live here? Inviting foreigners from another land. I know. He acknowledged. They were just a frightened people there, and I gave them an out. They took it. If you say so. She was still unsure about this whole thing. They entered the settlement and were bombarded by people. Apparently, they had been missed a lot. It was a nice feeling for them, always having a place to come back to where you know people are waiting for you. After shaking off the crowd people, the two of them went their separate ways. Tōka went to clean herself up after their journey, while Naruto went to speak with the people he had saved. Warehouse dash. Naruto was currently overlooking the group, and one thing stuck out at him: they were much larger than he had thought. It seemed that a few of them did indeed have ninja training since they were able to evade his senses. He met a man named Arata, their leader. He had asked the man as such how they were able to conceal themselves from him. The answer he received was quite something: a dojutsu. He had thought that only the ocular bloodline belonged to the Uchiha. Guess he was wrong. The blonde had went a bit further in his questioning what the I did, but was denied his answers. At least until he granted their request. He would try, as long as it was within reason. They wanted to join his clan. The group had no real place to return to, what with the Bijou and all, their home was no doubt destroyed as well. Naruto had no qualms about doing this since it was the first step in building up his growing clan, but he still had some questions. I understand your reasoning for wanting to join, but do the rest of your people feel the same? He asked. I don't need dissension in the ranks from any disgruntled people or groups. Arata nodded. Yes, I have asked them and they all agree. You showed us compassion by offering us a place to live when ours was destroyed, you showed courage when battling the beast to buy us time, and you showed power when you injured it. You have gained our loyalty after such actions. After hearing all of that, it wasn't hard for him to accept them. In just the matter of minutes, his clan had grown twice the size of what it once was. Now he had some shinobi and kunoichi along with civilian master crafters who would supply his clan. Arata began to explain what the bloodline did since as their new leader, he needed to know. While Naruto heard the uses of the ocular bloodline, a few things stuck out to him. Sure, the use of illusions was great, so was the penetrating vision and the fact they could see long distances, but those were common in his mind. One of the special abilities of this eye was its ability to disrupt other dojutsu, such as the Sharingan. However, even that paled in comparison to what he truly felt set these eyes apart. The eye allowed its user to hide their own life force to the point that even he had trouble locating them, which is why he was surprised at how many there really were. But it was what they could do with their life force through the eyes that he found most useful. The fact that they could transfer their own life force to others through their eyes made them invaluable healers, but it also made them very dangerous since they could also see just how much a person had left. Which basically meant that they could pinpoint the weakest people and then direct others towards them, slowly thinning the enemy ranks. They were aptly named the Ikaigan, which literally meant red eye. Truly, a better name could not have been chosen. The whole eye was red, the pupil was the closest to being crimson while the outer was of a lighter shade. He left the meeting with Arata feeling very satisfied. Today had indeed been a good day, and it was still going to get better. Naruto arrived at the home he and Tōka shared. It was given to them by the locals, and when he had seen it again, it appeared to have expanded a tiny bit. When they had first stayed in it, they had shared a single bed, but once they returned, they noticed two separate ones. He patiently waited for her to get out of the restroom so he could bathe and get all the sweat and grime off of him. The two were currently cleaning up because they had decided to go out and have some food, just to relax. The blonde never said it out loud, but he very much enjoyed spending time with her. It just felt right with her. He didn't know why he felt like that. It had been the first time he had felt this since his mother had been slain. Had he not gone to see her that day when everything went down, who knows where he would be at this point. He came out the restroom with black shinobi pants, sandals, two concealed weapons pouches, a dark blue shirt with a black trim. His golden blonde hair contrasted well with the darker colors. His heart stopped. Tōka had just come out. She wore a form-fitting white kimono to her still developing body. Her hair was let down, and to his knowledge he had never seen it so. Aside from all of that though, what he was focused on the most was her face. Her eyes sparkled a brilliant shade sky blue, lipstick a vibrant violet, but what pieced everything together was the small smile on her face. It was minimalist, but it suited her perfectly. She's stunning. If you don't close your mouth, you're going to attract flies, she laughed, lightly. His mouth closed with an audible click. He smiled at her playful attitude. This was definitely something he had never seen from her, but then again, they were either training or fighting. He held his arm out for her. Shall we? Walking forward, she interlocked hers with his and the two walked in a comfortable silence, both attracting the attention of the opposite sex. They made it to their destination shortly. It was the food stand they had first eaten at when they had first arrived over a year ago. So, how did the meeting with those people you saved go? She asked, placing her order. He followed suit. Very well actually. They wanted to join my clan, which I allowed after some questions were asked. It also helped they had a very unique bloodline. Oh? Her interest was piqued. What does it do? He remained silent for a moment, deciding on what to share. He trusted her fully, but she was not part of his clan, so he could not divulge certain secrets. Cast illusions, enhanced vision with a few side effects, but what I found most intriguing was that they could see the life force of another person. He had decided to give her a small tidbit and kept the fact they could transfer said life force or cause problems to other dojutsu to himself. Tōka was impressed with the life force part, not so much with the others. It was basically a watered-down version of the Sharingan to her in all other aspects. That special ability of theirs was the only thing that made it stand out. Do you have anywhere in particular you wish to travel to? He suddenly asked. One place, but I must ask what brought this on? I have two places in mind. One place I have some important business to attend to, while the other spot is actually the land of samurai. I need some weapons created. She wanted to ask him what this important business was but held her tongue. She did not wish to be nosy. He would tell her in time. I see, she said. How would you feel then if we were to split up momentarily? I get some more training done while you handle your business in both places. Naruto frowned slightly, and gave her a sidelong look. I wouldn't mind, but where would you go? He didn't want to leave her to wander aimlessly and suddenly get attacked. He knew she could handle herself, but it just hurt when he thought about being separated from her. I don't know the exact location, but I've heard rumors of a compound or settlement that specializes in illusions. I could learn much from them. I see. Their meal was finished in a matter of minutes, and as they began to walk back home to rest, Naruto did something bold and unexpected. He reached out and took her hand in his. Hundreds of emotions were running throughout them, chief amongst them, happiness and nervousness. Neither had ever done something like this before. Sure, they had walked in tandem earlier with arms locked, but this was something much more intimate, and they liked it. It made their hearts flutter. Fingers interlocked with one another, they continued back on home. The day had indeed been a great day. A week later. Their rest break had come and gone, and it was now time for them to both depart on to the next chapters of their lives. Naruto had tried looking for Sarutobi during the week to inform him that they would be leaving once more. He had already informed his clan, which felt good to say, that he was leaving and they were charged with watching over the people in the settlement. He also told them that if they could, then to work with the Sarutobi clan in protecting things. That had been just the other day. Right now he was at the gates, armor strapped. His first step outside of the gate was halted when an extremely loud screeching was tearing his hearing apart. It sounded like a high-pitched whistling being blown directly next to him. That was when he saw it. A large piece of flaming rock was falling from the sky. It was what was causing the screeching. He continued to cover his ears, but then he felt the ground shake as the piece of sky disappeared behind the trees. He wasn't sure what it was, but he had those who had come to investigate remain at the gate and to be ready should anything happen. The closer he got to the area, the more wrecked the forest became, and he finally came upon a very large crater. He looked down and found what he had first thought to be rock, since it resembled one in shape and color. No, it wasn't that. It was a piece of metal. He looked up to the sky and all he found was some clouds, the blue sky, and the moon. However faint it appeared during the day. Is it me, or does the moon look like it's getting closer? He wondered. He shook his head. No, that wasn't possible. His imagination was beginning to run wild. Well, wherever it came from or whatever it is, it might be valuable. I may even be able to use it to forge my weapons. Reaching out to touch it, he immediately withdrew his hand. Despite seeing the flames on it earlier, it was anything but hot. It was cold, damn cold, almost to the point he felt it burning him. He took out a seal and coated his arms in chakra. He then rolled the monstrosity over onto the seal and sealed it away for future use. Seeing as there was nothing else in the crater or in and around the area, he went back. Civilian and ninja alike crowded him upon his return, bombarding him with question after question. He reassured them that they were not under attack, nor was the sky falling, even though he wasn't entirely sure himself. He informed them to go back and do whatever it was they were doing previously, but to be watchful of anything just in case. After the crowd dispersed, believing and trusting him completely, only Tōka remained. She couldn't deny she was curious as well, but she could control herself better than the others. She was not some gossip. Well, now that that's over and done with, we should get going, he said. She nodded and they sped off. A few days later. Naruto and Tōka had both noticed the subtle change in the weather. The clouds darkening, a light drizzle of rain hitting them. Naruto knew he was close to his first location. It had been agreed upon by the two that this was the area where they would split off at and return to when they came back from their trips. Off in the distance, the duo saw something pretty incredible: metal buildings. There were only a few, but what there was quite a sight. So, what are you looking for out here? Asked Tōka, breaking the silence. He was silent and contemplating whether he should tell her or not. Looking at her, he sighed. She had been with him up till this point, he owed her that much. I got some information that the man or men who killed my mother might be in this area. I see. It was all she said, and really, what more could she say? They already had this talk long ago and there was no point in having it once more. Know this, should we find him or them, then I will stand right beside you to help you deal with this. The blonde was so surprised hearing this from her, but was glad nonetheless. Thank you. You welcome. There had been no warning, no indication there was anyone within 50 feet of them. It had happened so fast, and the only reason he knew something had been wrong was because he felt the splatter of blood hit his face. He watched in shock as Tōka's face was contorted in pain, reaching for her back as she fell face first on the ground, not moving. Tōka? His voice was quiet, not believing what he had just seen. She did not reply. He snapped out of his shock, and thanked whatever otherworldly force had bid him do so. He rushed over to her side, inspecting her. Putting his ear to her face, he could faintly hear her shallow breathing. It was faint, but it was there. He needed to get her medical attention before she died from the shock or from blood loss. The wound on her back went deep and he just prayed he could save her in time. Fufafu tilde ... pathetic. Spoke a voice full of disdain. Truly pathetic. Naruto turned around and gave whoever said that a death glare, as those words would be their last. It was a man, a head shorter than himself, lean build, and long spiky red hair. All of his clothes were white except for the black face mask that covered the lower half. He didn't respond to the man, instead ignoring him, silently creating a wall of shadow clones to watch his back should he try anything. He wouldn't, let Tōka die in some god-forsaken land such as this. She needed to survive, even if he didn't make it out of this. He unsealed a scroll that contained a seal he had been working on over with the Uzumakis. It was a variation of his father's original seal that had been placed on him when he was a child. If he could get the transfer of his own life force into her, then she stood a much better chance at surviving while he sought medical attention for her. He slightly tore open her shirt, revealing a small part of her chest to him. He covered himself from the rain that had been picking up, and drew the seal just between her two collarbones and just beneath her neckline. Noriki no Seimei Siryoku transfer of life force, he did his hand seals. Foon. The seal had been placed. He could feel it starting to take from him. Naruto motioned for one of the clones to come near him. He gave this clone specific instructions to carefully take Tōka back to the settlement and have Arata and his clan look her over. If there was anyone who knew about the workings of their life force, it was that clan. The clone nodded, carried her bridal style, and vanished in a yellow flash. The clone appeared inside of their home and quickly made its way over to the warehouse. He was instructed to speak only with Arata, no one else. Arata had been chatting with his people when he saw their blonde leader and his female companion in his arms. Immediately, he knew something was wrong. Before he could ask what had happened, the clone gave its instructions to him and he got to work. The clone watched Arata and a few of his clan move like machines, washing themselves and preparing for surgery. Arata had slowly begun to heal the wound on her back, which would leave an ugly scar unfortunately. The others began to slowly apply their own life force into her, watching as her breathing had become a bit steadier, which was quick. They had noted and wondered why. The clone silently waited for them to finish, as it was instructed not to leave until it either ran out of chakra or they finished. Naruto dash. The blonde never took his eyes off the spot she had just been at. He had to believe she would pull through, she was strong. He slowly turned his attention to the man in front of him. It really is too bad about the girl. He mocked. If she had been stronger, then she wouldn't be on death's door. He shook his head in disappointment. Oh well. Naruto was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. So, what was that yellow flash I saw earlier? The man frowned and sighed. Oh come on, he exclaimed. The least you can do is banter back with me. He pouted. Before we start our fight to the death. Glee in his voice at this point. It's none of your damned business. Grounded out Naruto, his teeth gritted. Ah, so you can talk. He sounded relieved. For a second there I thought you were a mute or too frightened to fight. Especially after what I did to your weakling of a lady friend. The blonde grit his teeth harder. He was trying to get under his skin, and frankly he was sorely tempted to comply with his wishes. He held himself in check though. Tōka would have been disappointed with him if he had given in. Well, whatever. Enough talking, how about we get started, stated the man. What's your name, boy? Naruto remained silent. No need to say it really. The man waved him off. I already know your name, Namikaze Naruto. I've heard quite the rumors about you. He smiled behind his mask. They say your control over water is so extraordinary that you need no prior source. You and your lady friend demolished those Kaguya members along with Sarutobi Sasuke. The man spat here. And you even beat up my old friend, Saizo. The blonde's ears twitched a bit, showing his surprise. What? Didn't think I knew about that? Oh, I know lots of stuff about him, he stated. I am after all the one who broke him, cutting down the love of his life before his eyes. Oh, the look of horror, agony, anguish on his face. He shivered in ecstasy. I'll never forget that day. Naruto was in shock. The man in front of him was the one who had drove Saizo to his life as a recluse. Unfortunately, you might be able to save yours. Oh well, I can't win them all. He shook his head, mock disappointment. And I'll even let you in on a little secret. What? He grunted out. You were set up. The edges of his mask stretched, he was smiling. Didn't you find it odd how that old timer even knew of this place? We set up the bait, and you were hooked. Naruto noticed he said we. Where are they? Oh, the two of them were never here. He admitted. I was contracted for this job. If I feel you're not up to scratch at this point in time, then I can kill you. The blonde Namikaze frowned. The man's statement made no sense to him. The man in front of him was basically here to test him, to gauge how strong he had become since his mother's death. But why? What did they gain by determining how strong he was? Now, enough talk. He announced. It's time to fight. No. I still have questions. If you beat me, then I may tell you. He replied. He blinked a few times, the blonde was no longer in front of him. Rasengan. That was one of his attacks he had gained through one of his scrolls and countless hours practicing, and it was only completed after he had fought the Sanbi. Arg! The man screamed, his back being torn to shreds as he felt whatever was on his back wanting to force its way out of his chest. He was on the ground. Now tell me where they are? Ha 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 ha. Naruto was not expecting him to start laughing out loud all of a sudden. It was only when the man faded out of existence beneath him he realized what had happened. It wasn't a shadow clone or even a clone like Sasuke used, he didn't know what it was he had seen. Yes, said a voice, behind him. Very good indeed. This is just as it should be, Namikaze Naruto, he exclaimed, his heart pumping blood faster. Allow me to formally introduce myself, some call me the Hayase Kijin. Speed Demon. Thought Naruto, not liking the sound of that. But you can call me, Hattori Hanzo. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will try to post more as soon as possible. I have already posted the full story over on my Patreon if you are interested in that, link to that is in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.